honored to stand here today with dedicated colleagues from within the Department of Justice as well as beyond it to announce a historic settlement with Pfizer Incorporated, a pharmaceutical manufacturer, and its subsidiary Pharmacia and Upjohn company, arising out of civil and criminal allegations relating to Pfizer's allegedly illegal promotion of various drugs, most notably Bextra. In a combination civil and criminal settlement, Pfizer has agreed to pay $2.3 billion, the largest healthcare fraud settlement in the history of the Department of Justice. Within that $2.3 billion is a criminal fine of $1.195 billion, which makes it the largest criminal fine in history. When a drug is marketed or promoted for non-authorized so-called off-label uses, any use not approved by the FDA, as was the case here, public health may be at risk, and there's a real danger for patients that the medical providers who prescribed the medicine or the device aren't provided with, don't have full information about the drug's risks and benefits.
The Office of the Inspector General in this department, and Dan Levinson is here on the stage with me this morning, spent 4 years in the conduct of this investigation. They didn't just implicate Pfizer. They actually identified and charged the senior managers who were responsible for the fraud.
I want to ask you also about a very important issue of vaccine hesitancy. Even folks who get most of their vaccines normally might be hesitant about these vaccines because they were developed so quickly. What do you tell those folks who might be saying, I'm going to wait a few months before I get this one?
I would tell them I wish that the situation was not so critical so that they can have the luxury to think about it. But the situation is as deadly as it could be right now with the amounts of deaths or new cases that we are facing. So they need to think it twice. This is a vaccine that was developed without cutting corners from a company with 171 years of credentials. This is a vaccine that was developed in the spotlight and the daylight with all the data being put in servers. This is a vaccine that has been approved in the US by two separate governmental agencies, CDC and FDA, after listening to two separate independent scientific bodies. One is the FDA and the other is the ACIP for the CDC. And this is a vaccine that is getting approved by all authorities in the world. So that should say something to them. And I repeat once more, the decision not to vaccinate will not affect only your health or your life. Unfortunately, it will affect the lives of others and likely the lives of the people you love the most, which are the people that usually you are in contact with. So I think trust science.
Well, and a question for you. I've heard you have not yet had your shot. When do you plan to get it?
Sooner I can, I will. The only sensitivity here, Meg, is that I don't want to have an example that I'm cutting the line. That I am 59 years old, in good health, I'm not working in the front line, so my type is not recommended to get vaccination now. So that's one consideration. On the other hand, our company ran a lot of polls to see what will take people to believe it. And one of the highest ranking, even higher than if Joe Biden takes it, even higher than if the other presidents take it, it is if the CEO of the company takes it. So with that in mind, I'm trying to find a way that I will get vaccinated despite if it is not my time, just to demonstrate the confidence of the company. But we have made the decision that if we have to do that, we will not do it with our executives. So none of the executives or board members will cut the line. They will take it as their age and the occupation type is a time for them to do.
CEO speaking at the New York Times Dealbook Conference just moments ago. Meg Terrell has those details for us.
Hey, well, a half an hour-long conversation with Andrew Ross Sorkin and Albert Bourla covering the new booster news, the antiviral, and he was also asked by Andrew about the anti-vaccine movement. He had this to say about the people who are deliberately spreading misinformation about vaccines.
People that want to make money, some of them, by playing with the emotions of these people, are creating a whole conspiracy theory, and they are trying to basically to benefit and profit from this fear of the people. And this is who are the criminals.
Now, he said the folks who are getting swept up by this misinformation, it's understandable that they may be afraid, but really saying that the people deliberately spreading misinformation, those people are essentially making criminal acts. This came after a very funny exchange where Andrew asked him about the situation with the Aaron Rodgers controversy. Albert Bourla saying he's not familiar with Aaron Rodgers, doesn't watch football. Andrew then asked him about Joe Rogan, the podcaster. He said, nope, not familiar with him either. Guys, back to you.
Pfizer CEO speaking at the New York Times Dealbook Conference just moments ago. Meg Terrell has those details for us.
Hey, well, a half an hour-long conversation with Andrew Ross Sorkin and Albert Bourla covering the new booster news, the antiviral, and he was also asked by Andrew about the anti-vaccine movement. He had this to say about the people who are deliberately spreading misinformation about vaccines.
People that want to make money, some of them, by playing with the emotions of these people, are creating a whole conspiracy theory, and they are trying to basically to benefit and profit from this fear of the people. And this is who are the criminals.
Now, he said the folks who are getting swept up by this misinformation, it's understandable that they may be afraid, but really saying that the people deliberately spreading misinformation, those people are essentially making criminal acts. This came after a very funny exchange where Andrew asked him about the situation with the Aaron Rodgers controversy. Albert Bourla saying he's not familiar with Aaron Rodgers, doesn't watch football. Andrew then asked him about Joe Rogan, the podcaster. He said, nope, not familiar with him either. Guys, back to you. I want to ask you also about a very important issue of vaccine hesitancy. Even folks who get most of their vaccines normally might be hesitant about these vaccines because they were developed so quickly. What do you tell those folks who might be saying, I'm going to wait a few months before I get this one?
I would tell them I wish that the situation was not so critical so that they can have the luxury to think about it. But the situation is as deadly as it could be right now with the amounts of deaths or new cases that we are facing. So they need to think it twice. This is a vaccine that was developed without cutting corners from a company with 171 years of credentials. This is a vaccine that was developed in the spotlight and the daylight with all the data being put in servers. This is a vaccine that has been approved in the US by two separate governmental agencies, CDC and FDA, after listening to two separate independent scientific bodies. One is the FDA and the other is the ACIP for the CDC. And this is a vaccine that is getting approved by all authorities in the world. So that should say something to them. And I repeat once more, the decision not to vaccinate will not affect only your health or your life. Unfortunately, it will affect the lives of others and likely the lives of the people you love the most, which are the people that usually you are in contact with. So I think trust science.
Well, and a question for you. I've heard you have not yet had your shot. When do you plan to get it?
Sooner I can, I will. The only sensitivity here, Meg, is that I don't want to have an example that I'm cutting the line. That I am 59 years old, in good health. I'm not working in the front line, so my type is not recommended to get vaccination now. So that's one consideration. On the other hand, our company ran a lot of polls to see what will take people to believe it. And one of the highest ranking, even higher than if Joe Biden takes it, even higher than if the other presidents take it, it is if the CEO of the company takes it. So with that in mind, I'm trying to find a way that I will get vaccinated despite if it is not my time, just to demonstrate the confidence of the company. But we have made the decision that if we have to do that, we will not do it with our executives. So none of the executives or board members will cut the line. They will take it as their age and the occupation type is a time for them to.
I love cheerleading. I started training when I was about 12, and then I made varsity my freshman year in high school. But I don't think I'll be cheering next year. My school has 2.5 miles of hallway, so that's why I'm in a wheelchair, because sometimes I have those bad days where I'm tired all the time and I can't walk that far.
Oh, thank you. Oh, cool. Is this more to put on my wall?
I'm not angry about it, because what if I can't make it better? Am I gonna be depressed and sad for the rest of my life about it? No. You're gonna have to move on and make do with the best you got.
Show me what you want. Oh, merry-go-round. It's hard because Jordan doesn't look disabled. And we have this problem of going out in the world with this child who appears to be a normal boy and then doing something really naughty and people yelling at him thinking that he's doing it on purpose. You know, when they're little cute guys, you don't worry about them in the same way. It's when they get to be big, potentially menacing looking, sized people. So we worry about the future.
Say three. Three.
Oh, good.
They covered a fumble. They were about to score, and then got fumble, so that was good, yeah.
Everybody's been so supportive, but I think a lot of people don't know what to say, and then you have those moments where you're just like, this can't be real. This didn't happen to me. My baby didn't die.
We respect the atom bomb, but how many of us respect this? This dishful of disease-producing organisms, if allowed to grow unchecked, may be capable of more widespread loss of life than a dozen atom bombs. But scientists have found a strong defense: vaccines, which stimulate the formation of antibodies. Once formed, they may remain in the blood and confer immunity against another attack of the same disease.
I think we take vaccines for granted because we no longer appreciate the seriousness of the diseases that vaccines prevent, because vaccines in some way have been a victim of their own success. I was a physician here in 1991 when there was a massive measles outbreak. We had 7 children who came into this hospital that died of measles. I mean, died of a disease that was easily and safely prevented by a vaccine. And it's extremely hard to watch that happen. It breaks your heart. When diseases were common, vaccines were an easy sell. Now what you see is people who are saying, I don't see these diseases at all anymore. And maybe these vaccines aren't as safe as they're purported to be. But history teaches us how effective vaccines are. Of course, it's reasonable that parents would argue that vaccines be held to the absolute highest standard of safety. These vaccines should cause virtually no severe side effects, and that's really pretty much true. I mean, it's extremely rare that they would cause any problem, so.
I was taught in medical school that vaccines are safe and they're effective. I had no reason to believe otherwise. It wasn't until the New York State passing of the hepatitis B mandate in 1991. It struck me as kind of odd that they were mandating a vaccine for newborn babies when babies were not at risk for developing hepatitis B infection. It made me question whether or not we're doing a service to children by giving them all these vaccines and injections. There's more than just an assumption that vaccines are safe. It is pretty much regarded as law. But I don't think it's that black and white. There are many grays. And you have more and more people who are questioning it, and with good reason, because the science is not there to really state that vaccines are truly safe.
I'm so tired. Right after you guys left, I started having seizures. So, I'm really sore today. Very sore today. My muscles are. I have received 3 Gardasil shots. After the shots, everything went crazy and I started getting sick. I've had 2 strokes. I have partial paralysis on the right side of my face. I have partial vision, and I'm having seizures.
Well, she started having problems early this week, and then Wednesday she had a really bad seizure, and then again on Thursday. So she's having an okay day today. She's just taking it easy. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Chris. I'll tell her you called. Bye-bye. My thought of damage from a vaccine was a sore muscle, you know, a rash maybe. I would have never dreamt that this was a side effect of a vaccine. She doesn't talk about it with her friends, you know. She don't talk to anyone. And if I talk to her about it, she gets mad. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe she thinks that if we don't talk about it, it's gonna go away.
No, could you just cry?
It was MTV?
No.
CMT?
I don't know what it was.
Anyway, she saves this, and she says, Mom, you've got to see this, you've got to see this. And I said, okay, what? And you know, I'm expecting to see some fashion show or whatever. And go ahead and show them.
Each year in the U.S., thousands of women learn they have cervical cancer. I could be one less.
Because now there's Gardasil, the only vaccine that may help protect you.
I would sit there and watch like music videos or something, and every commercial they would come on. And I'm like, Mom, I don't want to like get cancer. And I'm like, Mom, I think I need to go get this. But
crazy.
I wasn't gonna have sex anytime soon, and I was like, I'm gonna wait till I'm married. So it's kind of like I'm not gonna get it anyways. So I don't know what got through my head.
It got to her. It got to my 15-year-old child. They talked about it amongst themselves at school. Have you got that yet? You need to get that. Did you tell your mom about it?
we're the only country, other than perhaps New Zealand, that allows advertising on TV for pharmaceutical drugs. Our children, our population, we are bombarded with ads for Viagra, drugs to do this, drugs to do that. You have restless leg syndrome. You may have PAD and not know it. There's a drug that's right for you. Ask your doctor.
Ask your doctor.
This is unbelievable what we're doing, and we're doing the same thing with vaccines.
Gardasil.
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 With Gardasil, you could be one less.
I have had so many young girls come up to me and say, I'm so happy, I'm one less. And I said, what do you mean you're one less? She says, I got Gardasil, so I'm one less cancer death. And I said, you know, if you got your pap smears, you would never have been a cancer death. The concept that our daughters are cancer deaths waiting to happen is just not accurate. Our death rate in the United States from cervical cancer is 3 per 100,000. They have a much higher chance of being a motor vehicle accident death than they do of being a cervical cancer death. Merck was so egregious in their advertising and so aggressive, even though very specifically true, nothing about their advertisement was false. It was false in its overall impressions.
This is South Florida's CBS 4 News.
Dr. Diane Harper is one of the world's top experts on the human papillomavirus. In fact, she's one of the leading scientists the pharmaceutical industries turn to. Speaking out for the first time on television, she expresses concerns over what she considers a rush to vaccinate.
We don't know yet what's going to happen when millions of doses of the vaccine have been given.
Hey, it's Barbara Fisher with the National Vaccine Information Center. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about what happened to Brianna. I understand she received 4 vaccines.
She called me in tears. Mommy, I had a horrible headache all day long.
The National Vaccine Information Center was founded in 1982 by parents of vaccine-injured children to prevent vaccine injuries and deaths through public education and defend the informed consent ethic. We started out in the early 1980s working with Congress on the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act, which President Reagan signed into law in 1986. Then what we did was we participated on the government advisory committees that were set up under that law. We've been critics, yes, but we've also had one foot inside the system to convince those that are in power that things need to change. And we feel this is woefully inadequate. This issue has become so polarized. You're either pro-vaccine or you're anti-vaccine. When you take a centrist position like the National Vaccine Information Center, you are automatically put into a category as being anti-vaccine. But the truth is that we're just trying to make vaccine policies and vaccines safer.
Doctors, they look at me like I have 3 heads when you go to these appointments. And
Yes.
I'm like, is this the first time in your career you've heard about this?
Well, and that's what we've been trying to do for 26 years is at least confirm for parents they're not crazy, they are not imagining anything, they're not alone. And I didn't set out to be an activist. I wanted to be a writer, but my life took a very different turn when my son was injured by a vaccine. I witnessed his reaction after we'd come back from the doctor's office. It was very quiet in the house. So I went upstairs and I found Chris sitting in a rocking chair, looking straight ahead as if he couldn't see me in the doorway. And I called out his name again and I watched his eyes roll back in his head till I could see the whites of his eyes and his head fall to his shoulder. After that, he became a different child, physically, mentally, and emotionally. He had been this bright, precocious baby, speaking in full sentences by the age of 2. After that shot, we got the diagnosis that he was minimally brain damaged, and the recommendation was to put him in a self-contained classroom for the learning disabled. I became committed to reforming the mass vaccination system, and I worked for 30 years to make vaccine policies safer. In the 1980s, children were being asked to get 23 doses of 7 vaccines. In the last 3 decades, that number has grown to 69 doses of 16 vaccines. That's triple the numbers of doses of vaccines we gave our children in the early 1980s.
Has this been broken again?
Yeah, we're gonna get it fixed.
And then rush it.
Would you lunch? I packed extra for after-school snacks.
Okay.
You got something in your stomach? Yeah.
A little.
Okay.
Jordan is my older brother. He has autism. He acts like he's mean, but he's not. He just doesn't understand very well. I wish he could tell me what he thinks. I want to know, like, how he feels when something makes him angry or sad, like when something hurts him. But I know when he's happy, he has this wonderful smile on his face. He giggles a lot. He's really silly. I just wish we could communicate more often. But I got used to it, so.
Rates of autism are jumping, an alarming 10 to 17% every year.
Every 20 minutes in this country, another child is diagnosed with autism.
The question is there an epidemic of autism? I think the answer to that question is probably no. In the mid-1990s, we really broadened the definition of autism to include autism spectrum disorder, Asperger's, as well as other things. And I think that brought a lot more children under the umbrella who weren't there before.
All you have to do is ask the guidance counselors, the teachers, the principals, and all of them across the board will tell you that we are seeing a rise in the number of children with disabilities. That is clear. The CDC states that 1 in 110 children have autism. But autism is just one piece of a bigger problem. The bigger issue is that 1 in 6 kids in this country has some form of neurodevelopmental disability.
50 years ago, children didn't even get type 2 diabetes. Now, it's an emerging epidemic, as are a long list of ailments which used to be rare and have now been mainstreamed. Things like asthma and autism and acid reflux and arthritis, allergies, adult acne, attention deficit disorder. And that's just the A's.
Vaccine safety is not just about autism. Autism is only one kind of brain and immune dysfunction that is associated with vaccination. Millions and millions of children now in America are chronically ill and disabled. And during this same time period, that the numbers of doses of vaccines have more than tripled that we're giving our children, we have seen this explosion of chronic disease and disability. And to take off the table the use of a pharmaceutical product like a vaccine as a potential cofactor in this explosion of chronic disease and disability among our children is irresponsible.
So about 10 years ago, a mother came up to me and said, "Hey, Doc, did you know there's mercury in vaccines?" And I hadn't a clue. And so my question was, well, if mercury is in the vaccines, what else is in the vaccines? So I open up the package inserts and I see mercury and aluminum and formaldehyde and antibiotics and then preservatives like polysorbate 80. So I asked the pediatric resident, I said, tell me, how does the body process those materials? She could not answer me. And no one in science can, because no one has looked.
You would think that the FDA would take each of those ingredients and study them in human infants to make sure that each of those ingredients are safe. Well, they haven't done that. They've never taken vaccine quantities of each of those ingredients and done any sort of safety testing to confirm that each one of those ingredients are safe.
So if you're not doing that kind of detailed analysis, and it's not that expensive to do, you simply can't make any statement about the safety of these compounds in the nervous system. But it's one of the fundamental pillars of medicine that vaccines have saved millions of people around the world and therefore can't be questioned. And I think, in my view, everything in science can be questioned. I'm a neuroscientist by training, and my studies are in the origin of neurological disease. I develop animal models of Parkinson's and Lou Gehrig's disease. Recently, we've been looking at aluminum, which is common to many vaccines. It's used as an adjuvant, that means helper. Without the aluminum, the vaccine basically does not provide any long-term protection. And so my research has looked at injectable aluminum and how it might impact the nervous system. The difference between injectable aluminum versus dietary aluminum is that aluminum that you eat is excreted fairly rapidly. Injectable aluminum, however, is meant to stick around. And that's precisely why it's there in the first place. That's what an adjuvant does. So we simply did the really simple experiment of taking the same stuff out of the vaccines, the aluminum hydroxide, and injecting it into mice, into the muscles, to see what would happen if we tried to mimic the vaccine schedule. We were quite surprised to see how rapidly the behavioral symptoms emerged. They showed not only behavioral deficits of motor function, but they ultimately showed cognitive deficits as well. And once we sacrificed the animals and started looking inside their brains and spinal cords, we found massive damage to motor neurons. And so we may be creating the conditions for Parkinson's disease, Lou Gehrig's disease, Alzheimer's disease. Maybe not immediately, but maybe 20, 30, 40 years down the road. We had some concerns when we released the study that it might trigger a bit of a backlash. It actually triggered a lot of silence. Pharma and the regulatory agencies largely ignored it, which is a very safe position to take, because if they wanted to counter what I've said with my studies, they should have just reached into their file folder and come up with their own study and said, Dr. Shaw is simply wrong because we did this study and look what we found. And after, 4 years, they haven't done that.
As a student at South High School, Gabby is definitely someone that stood out. Bouncy, bubbly, joyful, all the time. Academically, she was an A student. She was very conscientious in everything she did. It's just heart-wrenching to see the change. I wish I could find a cure for her.
We're back.
Oh, we are.
I'm tired.
Cheerleading outfit. Yay.
Yeah.
You exerted yourself?
Yes.
When I first saw her, she was having problems with seizures, intractable headaches, chest pains, and I found out that she began having problems following her Gardasil vaccinations. Now you gotta check your memory out here. See, 3 things to remember. See if you remember orange, otter, and 473 Tomato Street. Let me try it.
Orange, Otter, 473 Otter Street.
Tomato
Street.
Right.
I don't understand why. I don't remember anything. I used to be 4.0, but I don't know why I'm getting Fs now. So obviously there is some reason. And it's not because I'm stupid, because I'm not stupid at all. So I just don't understand.
Close your eyes tight. Don't let me open them.
My neurologist, he's ruled out everything, and he's sure that it's the Gardasil shot.
In my opinion, there's little room for doubt concerning that this condition was caused by the Gardasil. Every time she got another injection, she got worse and worse. I think Gardasil should be taken off the market. It hasn't been well tested before it was placed in the general public.
The FDA has a particular process that's called fast tracking when there is a promising drug that comes forward. Gardasil, they had scheduled a 4-year trial, but after 15 months, they went to the FDA and said, there is nothing like this vaccine on the market. Would you please consider this for fast track? And the FDA said yes. So within 6 months, they approved it. And as soon as they had it approved, Merck said, we will no longer continue our trial. We're going to stop our trial because our drug is now approved. So therefore, we don't know the long-term side effects. We do know there have been reports of pancreatitis, reports of autoimmune disease, reports of transverse myelitis, and reports of juvenile ALS, which is uniformly fatal in adolescents.
We are very committed to the safety of our products, and we do everything we can to monitor that and maximize that. We're reassured by the data we generated in the course of our studies, documenting the safety and tolerability of the vaccine.
That is an example of why no vaccine, particularly a vaccine for children, should ever be fast-tracked by the FDA. Less than 1% of all cancer deaths are for cervical cancer. And yet we now have a vaccine that was only studied in 1,200 girls under the age of 16 before it was recommended for universal use by the CDC in all 11 and 12-year-old girls in this country. That's not science, that's politics.
Texas Governor Rick Perry has ordered that schoolgirls in his state must get the Gardasil shot. It's also worth pointing out that the AP says that Governor Perry has ties to Merck, including the fact that one of the company's lobbyists in the state of Texas is his former chief of staff.
Public health was never defined in the federal Constitution as a federal matter. Therefore, public health laws are state laws, vaccine laws are state laws. The way it works is the federal government recommends vaccines, the CDC, and the state governments mandate them. Different states have different exemptions. All states have medical exemptions. Every state but two has a religious exemption, and there are 18 states that have an exemption for philosophical conscientious belief.
So where is this rally?
In Trenton, in front of City Hall, I think. New Jersey just passed a little over a year ago a law stating that there were 4 more vaccines that are now going to be mandated for children to get into school. That's why we're having the rally, to raise the awareness that New Jersey's going overboard. It leads the country in numbers of mandates of vaccines for children to get into school. And I think parents are pissed, and I don't blame them for being pissed.
So
we are standing publicly for the legal right to follow our conscience when making educated vaccine decisions for our families. The only thing that we oppose is forced vaccination. Violation of the informed consent principle. Informed consent means that you have full information about the benefits and risks of any medical intervention that can harm you, and that you have the ability to make a voluntary decision about whether or not you're going to accept that risk. If the state can force you to put your life on the line or your child's life on the line for any medical intervention, then the state has too much power.
The fact is, sadly, that some people don't do what's best for them or their children unless it's mandated. I mean, so for example, car seats save lives for children, but it's not until we really started to push that and make that a matter of law that people really started to use car seats for children. The problem is that, we're a country that's founded on the notion of individual rights and freedoms. The term mandate, that you're forced to do anything, just feels wrong. I just wish we had a different word to use than mandate, something like good health requirement or something, because, the term mandate just sits badly with us.
More than 2,000 Prince George's County students have not gotten their state-mandated shots. Tonight, an ultimatum to some of those parents: come to court, get the shots, or else.
More than 1,600 students and their parents have been ordered to appear in circuit court for the children to be immunized.
We can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way, but it's going to have to get done.
I went over there and saw the parents lining up. They had police with dogs and guns patrolling the courthouse. I thought to myself, there is something wrong with this. We shouldn't be summoning parents under threat of imprisonment and fines because they didn't get their children a hepatitis B vaccination or a chickenpox vaccination. Hepatitis B is not polio, and chickenpox is not smallpox. But parents have been so conditioned to believe that every time a new vaccine comes out, that it's going to be mandated, that they haven't stood up and fought for the right to make these choices.
I deeply believe that vaccines are the best choice for almost all children. We don't have polio outbreaks in this country every summer anymore, and we don't have those because of immunization. It's a great accomplishment, but it's a fragile one.
We need to remember that there are a number of people who can't be protected by vaccination. There are children who are too young to be vaccinated but still susceptible. There are children whose immune systems are compromised, so they can't get vaccinated. That's the reason we want to get very high coverage, and it's a concept called herd or community immunity.
So in the concept of herd immunity, it's believed that when outbreaks occur, if enough people are vaccinated, the herd is sufficiently protected because the herd has been vaccinated.
So it's really an ethical decision whether you agree to be vaccinated. And in the U.S., we have essentially believed that for the community as a whole, for the social fabric, it is better to insist on vaccination than to allow free rein.
As with any medication, vaccine or whatever, there are always some risks. And so what we're really looking at are the benefits provided by that new vaccine outweighing the risks.
So they are saying that some people ethically can be sacrificed for the greater good. But what they never bothered to find out, even if you accept that as a moral rationale, is how many were being sacrificed. 500? 5,000? 500,000? How many are being sacrificed?
Come on, let's go. Let's go get dressed. Give me that binky.
Mr. Forrest, are you awake?
I am Stephanie Christner. I am by training a psychiatrist. I have an 8-year-old son and a 3-year-old son, and I have a daughter who died. When it comes to death with vaccines, I think there are 2 issues that are going on. One is you have an immediate reaction to a component in the vaccine, like an anaphylactic shock. Like if you eat peanuts and you're allergic to peanuts, you will die, your throat will close off. And there's things in vaccines that people are allergic to that they're not screened for, and that can happen immediately. But then there's also a delayed reaction, and that's something that takes place slowly over time due to chronic inflammation. And that's how my daughter died.
You're sure? Okay. I need it.
It's been a tough year. My daughter's name was Victoria Grace Boyd Christner. She was born August 22nd, 2008. She was beautiful and perfect, and it kind of completed our circle. Now, you know, we'd had all these boys, and Stephanie now had her little girl, and it was awesome.
Hi, little Vic. It's your first Christmas.
She was so happy and awake and alert. Then she was vaccinated with all of the routine vaccinations at the age of 2 months and was never the same after that. Within that week, she became sick, more withdrawn, more irritable. She did not want to eat. And then sometime in there, she had an episode where she stopped breathing or had a seizure. I'm not sure what it was. And 911 actually comes out to our house, and she's fine by then. I just guess I was overreacting, and they looked at her, and everything seemed perfectly normal. They didn't run any tests on her, it seemed absolutely not needed at the time. And that was probably December 15th, and then of course we go in December 23rd and give a whole nother round of vaccinations.
It was Valentine's weekend. Stephanie was going to go with her girlfriends out of town, so she lined up for our caretaker to watch the kids. Remember, I was eating breakfast about 10 o'clock, and I got a call, and the phone call was the husband of our caretaker, and he said, something's happened. Victoria stopped breathing. She's turning blue. When I pulled up to the house, there was emergency vehicles everywhere, and I knew then that something terrible had happened. And when I went in the house and saw her on the floor, lying on her back, and her arms stretched out, and she wasn't moving, then I had to call Stephanie, and her friend answered the phone, and I said, "Can you put Stephanie on the phone? Victoria's died." And she said, "What?" And I said, "Victoria's died."
She just was gone. And I have a child, and then I follow the rules, and I damage this child to the point that they die. That's hard for me to understand.
A lot of doctors try to convince their patients that vaccines are 100% safe and that parents have nothing at all to worry about. You don't even need to question the system. And I think doctors that tell their patients that kind of information aren't telling the truth. Just like anything in medicine, there's always the risk of a possible reaction. Well, I've been looking into vaccines for about the last 15 years, ever since I had to start researching the decision for my own kids. But back then, I couldn't find any really good information. And I felt pretty ill-equipped as a pediatrician to answer patients' questions. I was advised by a lot of colleagues not to write the book because they knew the mainstream medical organizations would view the book as anti-vaccine.
We're on call this morning with some harsh criticism of a popular best-selling book. It's called The Vaccine Book, Making the Right Decision for Your Child. An analysis in the journal Pediatrics says the book is flawed, misguided, and puts kids at significant risk of preventable diseases.
You know, it's a very pro-vaccine book, but I dare, to suggest that there might be a safer way to vaccinate. Anytime I have a patient who is delaying vaccines, I certainly like to make sure that they're aware of what the disease risk is. What are some of your... From the mainstream medical viewpoint, there's no issue. Patients should just comply with the vaccine schedule, don't ask questions, and get the schedule as is. But I feel that patients nowadays really want to be educated themselves.
I would prefer not to vaccinate, but I am going to do a select few of the vaccinations. And
there are a lot of patients out there that I feel were not vaccinating their children because they weren't offered an alternative. Right, go and lay her down. I see a lot of parents leave their pediatrician's office unvaccinated because they're not willing to get so many shots at once. And so I came out with a schedule that allows parents to get their children fully vaccinated, but we spread it out a little bit and we slow it down a little bit. If you're curious how...
There certainly are many parents now that are choosing to delay or withhold or separate vaccines. Pediatricians are faced with this all the time. As a physician, that's hard to watch. It's just very hard to watch people make a choice that's so ill-conceived, so poorly founded.
There has to be some trust involved. Trust in the physician who is proposing the vaccination, trust in the system that's developed the vaccine.
But try and sell that message in the 21st century. Trust me, I'm an expert. It doesn't work. I mean, we talk about wanting to empower parents so that they can make choices for their children that are the best choices, and that all appears to be a very logical, reasoned, empathetic thing to do. But the question is, are parents really in the best position to look at those data dispassionately and make the right decision? I don't think often they have that expertise. But that's just a very unpopular thing that I thought I'd say.
Americans are well aware that a number of prescription drugs that have been licensed as safe have been found to be unsafe after they're used by millions of people. And yet, when it comes to vaccines, which are mandated by law, there's somehow this separation made. The vaccines couldn't possibly be the same.
The majority of vaccine research is paid for by the vaccine manufacturers themselves. So the people who are approving the vaccines are taking the word of the pharmaceutical companies.
The pharmaceutical companies have been allowed to be too present at the table at the FDA and the CDC. And I think a firewall needs to be built between those in government who are regulating, making policy for, and developing vaccines, and those pharmaceutical companies that are making profit off the sale of vaccines.
You know, it's no wonder parents are asking questions. It's because doctors that are making these policies are financially benefiting from these policies. The ACIP is the organization that approves vaccine policy for the United States. You have some doctors on that board that have a direct financial interest in these vaccines. That's a huge conflict of interest.
I think the conflict of interest issue hurts us. I mean, we see anything that has a financial side to it as evil. But these groups are made of people that are parents, that are giving these same vaccines to their children, that are closest to the data and know these data and are still giving these vaccines to their children. I'm not naive. I mean, I think pharmaceutical companies have done things that are aggressive or unethical or even arguably illegal. I don't see any of that on the vaccine side.
Hey, bud. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you too.
As a baby, Jordan was just a typical baby. He met his milestones and was ahead of the curve on a few of them. Very social, had great eye contact. You know, everybody just said what a great little guy he was. And we just noticed over a period of a few months that he no longer spoke. He started walking on his toes all the time and flapping his hands when he would get excited or overstimulated. That's one of the first pictures.
Yeah.
Where you can see something's wrong.
Eyes
And that one,
lively.
I can't explain it, but it's just like the sparkle's gone.
Yeah.
He looked sad all the time. I ended up taking him to my pediatrician. She just said, oh, he's autistic. That's how it goes sometimes. You know, they're born that way. But we felt like there was something medically going on with him. So we took him to this doctor, and he said, the first thing I want to do is check him for heavy metals. I looked at those results, and the mercury was off the end of the page. I sort of freaked out. I thought, he's mercury poisoned. Where did that mercury come from?
When we tested the paint, we tested the air. I had the sawdust in my basement shop tested to see, is there mercury in that? When we talked to Dr. Green about it, told him what we were doing, he said, you don't have to look for where the mercury is coming from. We know where it's coming from. It's in the vaccines that Jordan's been getting.
Come on in, guys.
Since I began practicing in 1975, I saw one child with autism in the 80s, one child with autism in the early 90s, and then in the late 90s, I was literally flooded with patients. I've evaluated and treated now approximately 2,100 patients with autism.
How you doing?
Oh, we're doing good. He's just got more of a mind of his own now. You know, he's just not a little boy anymore.
How does he get his needs met? How is he getting more complicated things?
Well, he's getting clever. When he wants to eat a hot meal, he'll bring me a spatula and a hot pad. He'll go in the kitchen.
Jordan received mercury far exceeding EPA safety guidelines. We know that mercury causes neurotoxicity. There's no controversy about that. Does it cause autism? It contributes to the damages that lead to autism. Jordan was not born with autism. He was a normal child. He was injured by vaccinations, and the injuries led to his autism.
Certainly this is a controversial point in the medical field because the conventional medical community has basically stated that there is no link between mercury and autism.
The science has been very clear on this. We have 6 studies that show mercury-containing vaccines don't cause autism. And although there can be slight flaws, I think, in any of those studies, once you have negative study after negative study after negative study, I think you can say with comfort that a truth has emerged.
Almost all vaccine studies are epidemiological studies, which means that large groups of people are compared to each other. There has been very little bench science that is looking at what happens at the molecular and cellular level in the body. We really need to do both kind of studies in order to understand what really happens.
The research is incomplete, and the certainty that's foisted on us by vaccine authorities is not scientific.
Since 1999, the amount of mercury has been reduced in vaccinations, but thimerosal is still present in some vaccines. And it's pretty clear from the scientific evidence that any form of mercury in the body is toxic and it can cause damage.
Ready to split? You ready to split?
Yeah, it's a long day here, I know. We're still hoping that he can learn to articulate a few words because I think he's becoming aware that he can't talk. I think that's finally frustrated him. He's everybody around him, and sometimes he'll get up in my mouth and just watch me talk, and just like, how do you do that? You know, it's just...
The bottom line is there are great differences between children. We make assumptions that every child has a similar level of tolerance, which is clearly not the case. There's studies looking at children's hair for mercury, showing autistic children excreting much less mercury compared to other children. Clearly, there's some inability to get rid of the toxics, so they're more susceptible.
Where the research is going on this is to try to identify which children have some sort of genetic risk or some sort of predisposition to having a severe vaccine reaction.
The vaccine program, it's one size fits all. Every child is the same. Every child needs to be vaccinated regardless of their family history or their medical background. What we don't know is what is sitting in their genetics that's potentially going to express itself or not express itself for a child to develop certain chronic illnesses.
Yeah, Daniel, hold on a second. Let Forrest say his Bible verse. Give your Bible verse for us. God's way is perfect. Now, there's something about his words not being flawed in there in the second line.
My oldest child has learning disabilities, asthma, numerous food allergies. My youngest son has a significant speech delay. When you look back through their medical records, they are all absolutely perfectly healthy until the day they are vaccinated, and then it is like clockwork. Every 4 weeks, every 6 weeks, we are at the doctor, runny nose, ear infection, asthma, respiratory problems.
This way.
When I vaccinated any of my children, my doctor did not give me the vaccine information safety sheets that by law you're required to give. Every pediatrician should ask about adverse reactions in other children and other family members and family history. And none of that was done.
I talked to the doctor last night. They can't sedate you. You're gonna be awake during the spinal tap. They have to do it. Seriously.
April Fool.
No, I'm serious. It's a heart attack. And I wasn't gonna say nothing because I didn't want you to freak out about it, but...
They're gonna stick a 9-inch needle in my back.
Quit stressing out.
I saw Baby Mama, and they're like, ah!
It's a movie.
Licensed to Wed, and
Gabrielle, I'm telling you, those are movies. They make the needles huge for that purpose. It's not that big. It's big, but it's not that big.
They diagnosed me with vasculitis. Vasculitis is a disease that causes problems with the blood flow. It can cause me to have strokes and seizures because your oxygen levels aren't able to get from your brain to the rest of your body. Dr. Lindholm, he likes to tell me, I'm not gonna let you die. He tells me that all the time. And so I'm like, okay, Dr. Lindholm. I've been homebound for 2.5 months. It's like, I go to school at home, and sometimes I get lonely because my friends will be out doing everything or hanging out with their friends, but I think that a positive attitude has a lot to do with it, so I'm trying to stay positive.
Since the vaccine has been licensed, there have been more than 18,000 serious adverse event reports made to VAERS. What's the government's response been to all of this? Their response has been to issue a report that says all of these reactions and adverse events and deaths are a coincidence.
So when a child goes for the next vaccine, there's no reason for the parent to think that the prior reaction was in any way related to the vaccinations. So they're going to get the vaccines again.
People can report a potential problem that they might have noticed to the CDC, but these reports do not in and of themselves speak to any association between a given adverse experience and a given vaccine, because, you know, lots of things could be causing the problems that are reported to the VAERS system and have nothing to do with the vaccine.
That you got a vaccine and that then you develop symptoms doesn't necessarily mean that the vaccine caused the symptoms. There is no evidence that HPV vaccine causes any of the serious side effects that it has been alleged to cause. It's a beautiful vaccine. It's safe, effective. It doesn't matter what people say. It really doesn't matter what people's opinions are. All you have to do is look at the data, and the data, I think, will tell you, you know, how one should approach a problem.
Your sophomore candidates, Gabby Swank. Gabby's having an issue with the Gardasil vaccine, and I want you guys to stand up and give Gabby Swank a 212 Titan cheer to get better.
All right, come out, let's see it. Next. It's very pretty. No, I'm sorry. That's where I draw the line. You are not wearing that. It makes you look short. That's not your dress.
Oh, I like it. Why don't we put lots of soft, like loose curls so it's not tight, cheesy curls? I love this. Thank you so much.
Gabby, you okay?
No, my back hurts so bad. Don't touch me.
Yeah, she's in the middle of the seizure.
No, I'm not.
Yes, she is. She's clenching her jaw.
Now I feel kind of nauseated. Will you tell them to get out of the bathroom for a second?
Tess and Monica, I need you to get out of the bathroom.
All right.
Come on.
Sorry, I got it. Go. My hair is all messed up now.
Your hair. I'll fix your hair. Kira, it's Shannon. Gabby's not gonna get to come. We're getting ready to go to the emergency room.
I have the worst luck in the world.
Honey, it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. I know that doesn't make you feel better right now.
No, it doesn't.
Honey, but having bad luck doesn't make you feel better either, does
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you have bad luck. How's that? We're gonna hit every stupid red light now.
See, I told you I had bad luck.
Honey, you don't have bad luck. No, she was puking, and I just didn't want to puke in the parking lot. Sorry. We were a little shocked to find out that she had kidney stones. The Topamax that she's taking to control her seizures has led her to now have kidney stones, and they will have to go in and surgically remove. When they finally got her to her room, she said she was really sad that I went from being a princess to look where I'm at now. It's amazing how things can change so quickly.
Okay, what do you want next? Where should go here? I would say that Jordan acts like your average, maybe 3 or 4 year old. It's kind of like having a toddler for 11 years. People will email me and they'll say, it's such a blessing to have a child with autism. You know, we're so lucky. We learn so much from our son. He's an angel. You know, he isn't corrupted by the world. I just want to kill those people, because having a kid with autism is really hard, and it's not what the kid would have wanted for himself. It obviously makes you stronger and tougher, but it's not a blessing. It's pretty hard.
I'm so grateful that we're here together, and we need to unite across all of the different ways.
Almost 8 years ago, I think, we were at an autism rally, and we started talking to other people, and everybody had the same story about the mercury toxicity. And this one parent, George Mead, decided to go ahead with this class action, and we decided to join him in that. Jordan and William Mead were 2 of the test cases that were chosen to represent the lawsuit. The first thing that we learned is you can't sue the drug company that made the vaccine. Our lawyer explained to us how there was this court set up specifically to address all the vaccine injuries.
There were a lot of civil lawsuits against vaccine manufacturers, and there were some extraordinary awards because there were very devastating injuries. So the vaccine manufacturer said, this isn't profitable for us, we're not going to make vaccines anymore. So Congress stepped in and said, okay, we're going to stop lawsuits against manufacturers, and you're not allowed to sue them unless you first go through this new program that we're setting up called the Vaccine Compensation Program, or the Vaccine Court.
The way the money comes into the fund is every time a vaccine is given in this country, there's a tax on it. So when you take your child in, you pay the 75-cent tax, that goes into the fund.
Today, there's been about $2 billion that has been paid out, and there's about $3 billion left. We face a future where presumably you could have 30, 40, 50 different vaccines recommended for universal use and mandated, and absolutely no accountability. You have a prescription for disaster when you don't have anybody accountable in a court of law for what happens when vaccines go wrong.
It just amazes me, what the government does to protect the integrity of vaccines. It can be anything but the vaccine. They feel as though their job is to keep immunization rates up. And if you legitimize vaccine claims, then you're saying, yeah, there are vaccine injuries, and they can never say that.
Is this a conspiracy?
No. Does it raise concerns? Is it difficult? Yes, but a conspiracy? Kevin?
I think it's a conspiracy. I definitely think it's a conspiracy. But this is not a conspiracy to do a crime. This is a conspiracy to do good. And the goal is to keep immunization rates up so these dreaded diseases don't come back. And that is certainly well-meaning. It's well-meaning, profitable for the pharmaceuticals, but well-meaning. And certainly our government. The government, the good people in the government, they're trying to protect society, which is their job. But you sometimes
wonder, if these motivations, don't interfere with, safety issues.
Welby says, be well. Be well, be well, be well, be Welby. Urge your family, friends, and neighbors to take the new oral polio vaccine. The new oral polio vaccine tastes good, works fast, and prevents polio. So to protect...
We're taught in medical school that vaccines reduce the incidence rate of smallpox or polio. One of the things that's missing in medical education is that they're not the only thing that play a role as to whether or not diseases come and go. Today, what I'd like to talk about is the rationale of vaccines. There was an article in Pediatrics Journal, which is the Bible journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and this article looked at child mortality rates by age at death in the United States between 1900 and 1998. And you see all the death rates of these diseases actually came down before the DPT was licensed in 1949. And the measles vaccine was introduced in 1963. So what is it that actually helped? State and local health departments implemented public health measures and public education about hygienic practices. Thus, vaccination does not account for the impressive declines in mortality seen in the first half of the century. It doesn't say that vaccines don't work. It just says that there's more information to actually understand that vaccines may not be responsible for the things that we're taught that they are responsible for. So just another... I've had numerous conversations with physicians regarding the subject of vaccines, and it is pretty clear that we in the medical profession are devoted to helping to save lives. Unfortunately, a pediatrician will often not recognize a reaction to a vaccine because they're not taught that. It's not within the training.
I never learned in medical school how vaccines were studied, what type of clinical trials they went through, how they evaluated adverse reactions, how they even evaluated effectiveness. So after Victoria died, I started reading everything that is put out there. Anything that would lead me to a topic, then I would Google that topic, and if there were textbooks in relation to that topic, I would order them, and then based on reading that book, I would order another book. What I have learned has shocked me. There has been information out there since the smallpox vaccine was created, linking vaccinations to encephalitis, which is inflammation of the brain, which can cause death or permanent neurological disability. I've learned recently the placebo in a vaccine trial can actually be the aluminum or the mercury or another vaccine. I would assume the placebo was normal saline, which would be like water, something not harmful. In accredited, peer-reviewed medical literature, they have linked vaccinations to chronic autoimmune problems. The science is out there. People are just choosing not to look at it.
There is some published research showing dangers of vaccinations. Why isn't it getting into the mainstream media? Because of fear.
The Centers for Disease Control says a measles outbreak has sickened more than 100 people in 15 states. Health officials say that most of the victims were not vaccinated, and
It's very interesting when you look at how the government wants to publicize every case of measles that happens so that people will kind of have the misconception that measles is on the rise. The reality is measles has gone up a little bit. We're having about 140 to 150 cases each year nowadays, whereas we used to only have about 100. I don't think it's worth the publicity that the government is giving us over it.
A total of 130...
Measles can be a very serious disease. Children often with measles will get fevers of 103, 105 degrees, ear infections, pneumonia, encephalitis or brain inflammation, and even death. I sort of get discouraged at times. I hope we don't have to have a massive outbreak of measles to reinvigorate our immunization efforts.
This is Mitadrine, a heart medication, I'm sure. Oxycodone, the devil's pill, makes you feel terrible. Methotrexate, famotidine, phenytoin sodium, prednisone, Keppra, oxycarbazepine for trileptal, hydroxychloroquine. Quine.
She's taking almost 40 pills a day now.
I thought it was 30.
No, we increased, remember? We increased the Keppra and we increased the trileptal, both. We are probably spending almost $2,000 a month, and that's with our insurance. And it doesn't seem like it's getting, any better. She's starting to complain of chest pains and blood pressure problems, and the seizures are uncontrollable now. We just focus on today and pray for tomorrow. I actually haven't been here since we left. Being here just reminds me of how much we've had to give up. This was our house, regardless of whether or not it was great or, wonderful. This was home. We were forced to choose between the house and the repairs and Gabby's medical bills and her medicines and, we probably are sitting at close to 100,000 in unpaid medical bills. Financially, we've just become ruined. Derek and I are getting a divorce, and like most families and our marriages, we had problems prior to Gabby getting sick. But the last 2 years of our lives has put so much more added stress on our marriage that he can't do it anymore. He said he was sorry, but he just can't. He can't do it.
Since the licensure of Gardasil, it has become one of the most widely used vaccines in the United States, and the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are recommending the use of that vaccine for all females between the ages of 11 and 26, with the opportunity to reach 9-year-old females if that is felt to be recommended by that individual's physician.
What if these shots that are supposed to protect kids against disease actually hurt your child? Joining me, Barbara Lowe Fisher.
I do not do as much media as I did in the 1980s and 1990s. I think there's been a concerted effort in the last decade to demonize advocates like myself.
Anti-vaccination bullshit.
In the 21st century, it has been much harder to get the other side of the vaccine story out by a media that's increasingly only covering one side of it.
Tonight on Frontline reports on the science and politics of the bitter vaccine war.
I spent half a day with a reporter who I felt was well-meaning from Frontline. We gave a long interview. 3 of my prestigious colleagues, academics, scientists, also gave interviews discussing our concerns about vaccinations. Not a word of any of our interviews appeared in the PBS Frontline story. Instead of a scientific discussion presenting the facts, hysterical moms are presented against white coat, Ivy League academics. I'm sick and tired of this. I see children injured every day, disasters in families from vaccination injuries.
I can't even watch them anymore, really, as anything other than kind of a PR machine. I wish that they would stop saying that we're anti-vaccine. I think that that's just a way of labeling us that makes it easy for people to dismiss us. The shows are all about, do you vaccinate or not? There's no middle ground. There's no thoughtful, let's rethink how we do this. It's like black and white. Either we have to do it the way we've been doing it, or you don't do it at all.
A landmark court ruling doesn't mince words. Vaccines do not cause autism. The theory of vaccine-related causation, the court ruled, is scientifically unsupportable. This is a case in which the evidence is...
It was a case unlike any other. It was very, very public, and the news media was very much involved, and because of all the publicity, the fear on behalf of the government was great that vaccines were going to be considered unsafe.
The government's lawyers were treating our whole side as if we ignore science and we were not rational people. But the only people I know of who have received awards left the word autism out of the equation, anything but the A word. Somehow this autism vaccine thing became so political and so, explosive. I just want everybody to lay down their arms and let's figure out what is making them so sick.
Autism has been interesting in that it's been a tale of shifting hypotheses. In the late 1990s was born the notion that MMR vaccine caused autism. Then a few years later, that hypothesis kind of morphed to its thimerosal, this ethyl mercury containing preservative in vaccines. Now we're kind of at hypothesis 3, the notion that children are just receiving too many vaccines too soon. All those contentions, I think, have been clearly disproved by scientific studies. Yet still the media carries the story because they're interesting, not because they're right.
In the last decade, the conversation has shifted from one looking at the broad issues concerned with vaccine safety and vaccine policies to focusing on autism. And I believe it was an error that has had serious consequences. The truth is, it's become very easy to dismiss the entire vaccine safety issue by focusing on autism and vaccines.
The debate is not over, and the need remains to evaluate all the components of vaccines and their safety or lack of safety. Our children today have elevated levels of many neurotoxins in their blood. Plastics derivatives, petrochemicals, pesticides, PCBs. Our tanks are nearly full. Our capacity to detoxify all these substances is very limited.
For sure, there are certainly thousands of molecules, mostly man-made, that have been introduced into the environment over the years, and many of these have the potential to be neurotoxic. So the idea that we live in a toxic soup and that vaccines add to that toxic soup, I think is a very valid concept, but the research hasn't been done.
Jack, I'm going to take your shoes off. Is that okay?
When I trained in the 1980s, one of the things that my mentors taught me was always listen to the mother. The mother knows the child. And I see a lot of children whose parents come to me knowing that the child was damaged by vaccines.
Now, that's anecdotal. There's no study there.
And so we need to do a proper scientific study, comparing the health outcomes of children who are vaccinated to health outcomes of children who are not vaccinated.
And until we have that placebo-controlled, unvaccinated group compared to a large vaccinated group, there's always going to be doubt in parents' minds.
It seems like we ought to be able to do that. But the fact of the matter is, it would be pretty hard to find those 50,000 unvaccinated children to do the study.
Where should we be putting our healthcare dollars? We have a number of infectious diseases that are still a plague, if you will, on our society. Perhaps we should put those dollars in developing the next generation vaccines.
I'm Barbara Lowe Fisher, and I want to welcome you to the 4th International Public Conference on Vaccination. The theme of this conference is Show Us the Science and Give Us the Choice.
She told me yesterday to start taking her off the meds. She said, I'm dying, and I know that, and these aren't helping, and we can't afford it. So, Mom, just take me off the medicine and let me die.
That's not cool. I would like to introduce you to a very special mom. Shannon has come here from Kansas. We had wanted Gabrielle to come. Gabrielle is too sick to come. But Gabrielle wanted to create a statement, a video.
About 2 years ago, Gardasil, the vaccine, completely changed my life. I can't drive, and I've been looking forward to it since I was 12. And I can't go to the bowling alley like all my friends do because of the strobe lights, because of the seizures. I would do anything to get my life back to normal. I don't like being that girl that everybody's like, oh, she can't go to do this or she can't go do this because she's sick. It's just changed my life in so many ways. And I don't want any other girl have to go through this.
That is our story. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I'm a mother. I was not given the information that I needed to make an informed choice for her. The message I leave here with anything today is make sure that you are educated or you educate those around you. Thank you very much.
I would rather my daughter got cervical cancer. See what she's going through now. It's not worth it.
I truly like your sign that says, show us the science and give us the choice, because what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is show you the science. I'm going to
I believe that we certainly need to change the way our system is. Our system is not working well now. I think it's entirely plausible that we can have the information, we can design the databases, we can design the long-term follow-up, but it becomes a matter of political priority and a matter of financial priority.
Where are you? Yes.
Here, son. Yeah, let me get the water. We chose this site, and it's a beautiful setting. Victoria is laid to rest right above Mama Joe.
I never got here.
That's Victoria's place, yeah.
I feel at this point betrayed by our medical system. They do not even acknowledge that there is a problem. And if they do not acknowledge something, they cannot change it.
We'll put some water in there, that's right. Then Forrest will put the flowers in. There's no doubt in our mind that had we not vaccinated our daughter, she would be here today. And I believe that from the bottom of my heart. We're not zealots. We're not some people that are looking for a conspiracy or a fighter on every corner. But you can no longer ignore these statistics. It's beyond me to think why all these vaccines are necessary. I understand where they started from, and I think a lot of good has been done initially, but I think it's really time for us to relook at the policy and what we're putting in these children.
Overall, the one feeling I have is a low-level, constant anxiety. You have to constantly monitor what other people think about what's going on. Sometimes I almost want to wear a T-shirt saying, I have autism, I can't talk, or something like that.
There have been several instances here in Portland with autistic teenagers and adults getting tasered by police. The police will yell at you to stop or turn around because you're acting weird so that they think you're on drugs. We're not spring chickens. He's obviously going to outlive us. We're hoping that by the time he's an adult, there's some kind of group home that evolves, because those kids are coming down the pike. About 10 years from now, you know, it's going to be a lot of autistic people out there walking the streets.
I just want to let you know that what we're going to do is send one message up there, and that is that we want the safety mechanism separated out from the same people who are doing policy making. So you don't want the fox guarding the chicken coop. Congress should be providing strong oversight on vaccine development, policy making, and regulation in this country, and they're not. Until we have money that is committed to independent research by investigators who do not have ideological or financial conflicts of interest with either government or industry, we're not going to get the kind of science we need. It is absolutely essential that we find out, before we add one more vaccine to the mandatory vaccination schedule, whether or not these vaccines are safe.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Metropolitan Toronto Convention Centre. And this is, of course, the site of one of the City of Toronto's, Toronto Public Health's mass vaccination clinics, where yesterday we began including children ages 5 to 11 in the vaccination program. And today we're back here and we're delighted to be joined by Pokeroo, who has come on the clinic tour today so that everybody can see how kids will get vaccinated, how the plans for all of our clinics will make the experience as kid-friendly as it can possibly be. Pokeroo, what did you think? I gather, for those who could translate, this is a ringing endorsement. This is a character of few words, and so this is all good. And I can tell that Pokeroo is a huge fan of the setup. And Pokeroo has to leave us now, so thank you very much for joining us and giving your strong endorsement to the way these clinics have been set up. And in all seriousness, to get the Pokeroo seal of approval is terrific, but what we've tried to do very hard under the leadership of Councillor Cressy, the chair of the Board of Health who's here, and Dr. Davila, and the whole team of people from the city and from Toronto Public Health and everywhere else, is to make this as kid-friendly and fun. I mean, an experience as it possibly can be for kids. And just watching yesterday these kids who were brave and they hardly batted an eye at the whole experience. Actually, there was one child who shed literally 1 or 2 tears, and I think in his case it was only because there were politicians and the media present, and I'll make no further comment on that. But the experience of vaccination, because there was a distraction, because there was a bit of fun, because there was coloring materials and lollipops and all that kind of thing, I think it went very well, and hopefully that'll be an experience that repeats itself over and over again. We're happy to be here to show the public how we have prepared for kids aged 5 to 11 to get vaccinated and make sure that it is as good an experience for them as possible, fun and positive. And I want to thank all the staff from all the different organizations involved for the work that they've done to produce that result. That is why we have here superhero selfie stations, we have stickers, we have coloring materials, we have animal prints, we have superhero vaccine clinic passports at all of the city-run clinics. And I think that we can see from our experience on opening day that it made a difference, and I'm sure it will continue to make a difference. The kids that got vaccinated here yesterday were the first kids in Canada. We're proud of that, but we want to join in this great national effort to make sure that all of these kids aged 5 to 11 get vaccinated across the country. The kid content helped, and to that extent, if there are other cities or towns across the country that we can make available the electronic versions of what we did with these passports and other things, we'd be happy to do that in order to help them make their campaigns as kid-friendly as possibly could be the case. More kids will be vaccinated today, and of course more will even more will start getting their vaccines tomorrow in our city-run clinics and school clinics, which also start on Thursday, and in hundreds of pharmacies and doctors' offices where that effort is now underway. It's good to see that a lot of families want to get their kids vaccinated as soon as possible. More than 31,000 appointments were booked yesterday, and that is great news. It was a response that surpassed even the beginning expectations, and of course caused more appointments to be opened up. There are about 200,000 kids aged 5 to 11 in our city of Toronto, and we already have a huge number of kids as a result of 31,000 appointments being booked that are on track to get their first dose. And the result of that was to open up even more appointments, so we have available between now and December the 11th, 17,987 appointments. And that number is probably going down by the minute, but that's how many we have now, so there is no problem in going online or going on the telephone to book one of those appointments. And when you add it up, that will represent in the first couple of days a total of 50,000 COVID-19 vaccine appointments for kids in our 5 city-run clinics alone over the next 2.5 weeks. So just the city-run clinics, which is 5 of hundreds of clinics that will happen in schools, pharmacies that will be available, doctors' offices, and other places in the community. We have 50,000 signed up for appointments between now and the next 2 weeks, the next 2.5 weeks in our very own city clinics. And so this is terrific news for the safety and well-being, first and foremost, of those kids, the safety and well-being in our collective health, but also things like keeping the schools open and trying to finally put this nasty pandemic behind us. So I want to, beyond thanking the staff and all the people that have made that possible, I want to thank the families, because they've obviously given this a lot of consideration since they heard the news that a vaccine was about to be approved. And by the way, if you think back to the fact that approval took place last Friday, here we are, just a few days later, with the vaccination program well underway and tens of thousands of people who signed up to have their kids vaccinated. And I want to say to the kids, not all of them will necessarily be watching the news, but to the extent that they are, or to the extent the parents can tell them thank you, because the ones we've seen so far are brave. They're doing something that makes them superheroes, and that's really important. These vaccines are effective and they're safe. And if you want to look, you need look no further than very near to us, where millions of kids already have been safely vaccinated. And that's exactly what we're going to do here with the cooperation of kids and their families. As a reminder, there's always more information available at toronto.ca/COVID-19 or from people you rely on, whether it's your personal physician or whether it's a community health center, nurse, or anybody like that you can get reliable information from. There's lots available, but you can turn to toronto.ca for lots of information there. Now, while the effort for kids begins, the effort for adults continues, and we are applying every bit of as much energy and determination to that campaign as we ever were. We are making sure that we deliver first, second, and third doses to those adults who haven't received any or all of those, and that means this Thursday on through the weekend we will have 22 holiday clinics operating starting Thursday at malls, community centers, and churches, and they remain focused on residents 12 years and up in age, because we still have to make progress on that front as well. The Vax the Holidays push is part of our ongoing work to have clinics and the vaccines in the community. Take the vaccines to the people, because that is the way we know now best to be able to do it on a targeted basis and to reach people on almost a one-by-one basis, certainly street by street, building by building, as we continue to go forward. And that's why we will be where the people are this weekend, once again, in the malls, in the churches, in the community centers, and so on. I was out with Councillor Cressy last Saturday to the Martin Grove Mall, and what was great, we were there to highlight the Vax the Holidays campaign, and to see in that case how we deployed a TTC bus, one of the special buses to get people vaccinated. But what was also great was that our ambassadors were going through the mall, and literally in a very kind of friendly, non-intrusive way, just chatting with people about the ease with which they could go right outside the mall and get vaccinated. And it was working. It is working. Those people, in addition to some of our wonderful medical professionals, are also able to provide reassuring information, and they take the time necessary to do that for anybody who has questions about getting vaccinated. This is important work, and it is getting us ever closer to the goal of having 90% of the eligible residents of the City of Toronto vaccinated against COVID-19. We're in a leadership position among all major cities, and this is something that we are determined to see continued, so that we can bring the pandemic to an end and make sure that our city comes back stronger than ever. Now, the vaccination rate is also helping to bring some life back to the downtown. And it's a big city, and every part of it is important. But if you look at the contribution made to the economy, not just of Toronto, but of Canada, by the health of our downtown, or the financial district as they call it, but there's much more to it than that. It is very important that we have people comfortable and that we have people vaccinated to get back to work downtown. I met yesterday with many of the major employers through the auspices of the Board of Trade, and they report more and more activity in the core of the city, where so many smaller businesses have been so hard hit. If you think of all the ones, for example, that operated in the path underground. We need that important driver of our city's economy and the country's economy to be stronger than ever too. It's not just the big businesses, it's not just the places in the outlying parts of the city. And so increased vaccinations will help us with that as well, and getting people back to work safely in our city. So if you're not vaccinated yet, please come out to one of those mobile clinics this weekend to get vaccinated. Dr. Davila and others of our trusted medical professionals will tell you that the vaccines are safe and they are helping to protect people. And it's paying dividends to us each and every day in terms of things people are able to do safely they weren't able to do last year at this time. And if you look at the progress we're making, a great example of that is this Saturday when we kick off the Cavalcade of Lights campaign, a month-long light display in Nathan Phillips Square. Last year, the Cavalcade of Lights consisted of me. I mean, this is a frightening thought, but it was me at Nathan Phillips Square by myself with a button that I could push to turn on the Christmas tree. I will tell you, even I didn't find that too exciting, and it certainly wasn't much in the holiday spirit. But thanks to the progress we've made on vaccinations and following other public health guidelines, this year we're able to make it slightly different, not quite back to what it was before, but we're going to have a tremendous light show that adds to the lighting of the tree. The light show will have performances this Saturday from 3 until 11 p.m. These are light shows that are new features we've added, tunnels of lights that kids can go through and so on. And in the later part of the afternoon, we will indeed light up our 58-foot tall Christmas tree, which has more than 300,000 energy-efficient bulbs on it. And this will be the kickoff of a month-long family affair where we want people to come safely in families and walk through the square. And it's less of a crowd scene, but it'll be just as much fun and just as exhilarating for the kids to see all of these glowing ice sculptures and wonderful lighting tubes the kids can go through and things like that. All of that is happening at Nathan Phillips Square, and it's all happening because people have got vaccinated, because they have put up with the pain of following all the public health guidelines for so long. Another thing to remind you of is that the Nathan Phillips Square skating rink will be open this weekend, and that's another sign that the winter holidays and the holiday season are upon us. So these are great signs of progress. These are signs that we're getting back to life and to having some fun, but we need to continue to protect that progress by making sure that we all step up to get vaccinated. That includes making arrangements to have the kids vaccinated, where we've gone to every length we possibly can to make it accessible to the kids and to their families, and to make it an experience that the kids will find as fun as possibly can be the case. And so with thanks for her sterling efforts and her team in this regard, I'd like to ask Dr. Davila, our medical officer of health, to offer her remarks for today.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and good afternoon. Yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, the first children in Canada, aged 5 to 11, received their COVID-19 vaccines in this very clinic. What an amazing moment that was. And we are looking forward to many more such amazing moments as we welcome the thousands of children who have an appointment booked at one of Toronto Public Health's 5 immunization clinics over the next 3 weeks. Our Team Toronto vaccination partners are also ready to welcome thousands of families, with many opening their clinics today. At this time, choosing vaccination is the important decision, the important health decision that a parent can make to safeguard their children's health, the health of their family, and the health of our community. Since the provincial booking system went live yesterday morning, we have seen thousands of parents make that choice. And to them, I say thank you. Toronto Public Health has worked hard to create a welcoming and supportive environment for children and their families. All of our clinic staff are knowledgeable in how to keep children comfortable during vaccination and to use the card system. Comfort, ask, relax, distract. A proven method with strategies to make the vaccination experience a more positive one. I can assure you your children are in good hands here with us. For parents who may still be on the fence about vaccinating their children against COVID-19, I would offer this. My colleague, Dr. Peter Uni, Scientific Director of Ontario's COVID-19 Science Advisory Table, said this week that the COVID-19 vaccines are the most studied vaccines in the history of the world. And indeed, closer to home, Health Canada's approval of these vaccines is premised on their safety and their effectiveness. And more than 3 million children have been vaccinated in the United States so far. And while we're still learning from their experiences and getting information, thus far, there have been no major signals of concern. Over and above all this, it is so important to have your children vaccinated for multiple reasons. First, we need to protect children themselves from infection and the risk of rare complications that can arise, like multi-system inflammatory syndrome, hospitalization, or a post-COVID condition. We also need to prevent transmission of COVID-19 within households, in our schools, and especially to those who are at risk of developing serious illness. This week, the Canadian Pediatric Society, whose primary focus is on advancing the health of children and youth, released its statement on COVID-19 for vaccine for children, supporting childhood vaccination. While the Society acknowledges that children who become infected with COVID-19 generally present with mild illness, they also note that some children do suffer severe outcomes and hospitalization due to COVID-19 infection. The greatest effects of the pandemic, however, have been the disruption to children's education, physical and social activities, and to their mental health. And vaccination has a role to play here too. By limiting the spread of COVID-19 through childhood vaccination, we will be able to support a safer return to all of the activities that children have missed so much since the pandemic began. Activities that contribute to our children's health and to our own health, too. If you continue to have questions about vaccination and your children, I encourage you to reach out to your family doctor or your primary care provider or pediatrician, or to take advantage of one of the physician consultation services offered by Sick Kids Hospital or the Scarborough Health Network. Talking to knowledgeable people like these is key to ensuring that you understand the benefits and risks associated with COVID-19 infection and with vaccine, so that you and your child can make an informed choice and feel secure in your decision on vaccination. And when you're ready to have your child vaccinated, if you choose to come to a Toronto Public Health clinic, know that we will look forward to meeting you and your child and providing you with the best possible care in a welcoming environment. With that, I'll now turn it over to Lavin, and I think we're going to take some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Davila and Mayor Tory. We will now take questions from the media. As a reminder, it's one question, one follow-up. We will unmute you when it's your turn. So first up, we have Brian Pasifune from Toronto Sun. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, good afternoon. I was hoping to ask a question of Paul Group, but it looks like he's left. So I'll ask a question to the Mayor. Since this summer, there's been a lot of talk about Toronto reaching its immunization goal of 90%. But there has been a lot of discussion of what exactly that means. What exactly will happen when the city reaches that goal? Today's press conference was for instance announcing that the city had reached its 90% goal. What would life look like tomorrow? Will we see a relaxation of mask rules, social distancing? What carrot is the city dangling at the end of this 90% step?
Well, I think the question is in a way better directed for the sort of expert answer to Dr. Davila, but I'll give you the answer from my perspective as mayor. First of all, Dr. Davila and all of the medical experts have, from the beginning, told us that when the vaccines were available, if we could achieve what seemed like an almost impossible goal of 90% at the beginning, never before achieved, never anything like this done in the time period in question or ever, that it would provide us with a degree of protection that would otherwise not be available. And when we were looking at the surges in the Delta variant, for example, I remember asking Dr. Davila almost every day at the meeting, maybe every day, what more could we be doing? And the sort of arsenal we had available to us was quite limited in terms of restrictions being placed on people, which obviously were controversial and that you'd prefer not to do. But the answer came back in any event, leaving aside all of that. Yes, people should keep wearing masks, and yes, they should avoid crowd scenes and so on. But the answer beyond that was that your top three priorities, as I've said, should be, in this order, vaccinations, vaccinations, and vaccinations. And this has been proven out, so that you're doing it, yes, in some respects to promise us that we'll have better health going forward and we won't be vulnerable to this virus and to variations on it, but we're also looking at protecting the healthcare system. And the fact is that the vast majority, close to 100% of the people, the dramatically reduced number of people, by the way, who are in hospital today, are people who are not vaccinated. And so what we are really saying to people is that the promise isn't so much that you're going to suddenly have, all kinds of new rewards. The reward we will get is being able to keep the schools open, being able to keep people at their places of work, being able to continue to go to restaurants and enjoy life and sports events and things like that, and do it safely without people getting sick and putting stress on the healthcare system. Now, so Dr. Davila can speak to all that, but I'll just say for me, 90% means we've achieved that target which was set by scientific people at a level they thought would provide us with that degree of protection. But for me, we will have to obviously look at adjusting what we're doing in terms of how many clinics and how many people are I'd say let's just keep going and see if we can get the number up even higher than 90% so that we can have even more protection and even greater protection for the progress that we've made. So the morning after, I suspect that's the kind of thing you'll hear me asking Dr. Davila about, and what the benefits of that are, and how we can scale back perhaps our operation but still have an operation remain in place to get more people vaccinated. Now maybe I'll ask her if she would address the sort of scientific part of why that number was picked and why we've been working so hard to get there.
Well, if I can, Mr. Mayor, I was just about to add, I thought you had covered the answer quite nicely. Clearly, he's been listening to the conversation we've had over the past several months. But I would further say this. Yes, we can set the target at 90%, and this is something that we've spoken about, and certainly our provincial counterparts have raised this number as well. But the goal has always been to get as many people vaccinated as is humanly possible. We have actually, I think, all had the opportunity to experience the benefit of vaccination. We are all enjoying a little more freedom and the activities that we have missed so much over the last 20 months. And I can offer this to the public, that the more we are able to ensure that the greatest proportion of the population possible that's actually getting the protective benefit of vaccine, the sooner we will be able to return to many of the activities we've missed over the last several months now, and the better off we will all be, both as individuals and as a community at large.
One more thing I would just add, Brian. If we reach 90%, let's remember that's 90% spread across the eligible audience, which is millions of people in the city of Toronto. There will still be parts of the city where people, for a variety of reasons, have not had the same access or have not got themselves vaccinated. And to me, one of the things I would be wanting to have a discussion with Councillor Cressy and with Dr. Davila about on that morning after the day we reach 90 would be, how do we keep going, especially in those neighborhoods? Because if you look at the vulnerability to illness, we saw this all the way through the pandemic of some of the people who live in those neighborhoods. It stands to reason that we would continue with our efforts with those areas and those groups of people beyond reaching the 90%, which is a citywide number. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind as well.
All right, thank you. Second question is kind of as we've gone on in the pandemic, does the city have a framework in place as to when the restrictions will start to be wound down, when we'll switch from pandemic mode to learning to live with COVID mode? Is there a target or a goal set for that?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. I mean, we have, as you know, we've set our things like our indoor masking bylaws and so on to have automatic reviews taking place, and so there are dates that are already set out for that kind of thing. And I think that for example, how we're sheltering people is the subject of a complete review that is going on right now as to what we do in the springtime, in a kind of a springtime post 90% kind of environment. So I would just say to you, the answer to the question is yes. There are a variety of different things that are being planned out on the basis that we will reach a stage where we should and will change our approach. But there isn't some thing where I can tell you there's a little booklet that's all been prepared saying here's what life's going to look like the day after, because I'm not sure there's going to be a day after per se. But again, that's going to be a medical judgment, and we will do everything that we do as a city on every aspect of any of this based on the advice of Dr. Davila, which is the approach I've taken and Councillor Cressy has taken all the way through this. There's not been an instance you can point to where we haven't listened to the advice, asked 100 questions about it. She might say 1,000, and that's fine. That's our job to do that, but we followed the medical advice, and I think that is why Toronto is in good stead as a city in many respects, because we followed the medical advice and done what we thought was right within that conference, and we'll continue to do that.
Next up, we have Francine Copen from the Star.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. My first question is for Dr. Davila. At a previous briefing, you said that TPH plans to ensure that clinics where children are being vaccinated are safe. There's been some problems up in Windsor. How exactly are these clinics for children being made safe? I don't think there's any school clinics open now, but in particular school clinics.
So thank you, Francine. And first and foremost, I'm terribly sorry to hear of incidents at clinics in Windsor or to hear of incidents at clinics anywhere. think about vaccination, when you think about the concept of vaccination itself, while yes, it is an act that's taken at an individual level and is one that clearly has individual protective benefits, when you think about it in its essence, it is actually ultimately, an action that's taken that not only provides that individual level benefit, but also actually provides community benefit. By protecting each one of ourselves through vaccination, we actually end up protecting everybody around us and our community writ large. So I'd like to think that those who might have some issue with it, keep that in mind and remember that it's just as much for them as it is for the individuals who are sitting or who make the trip and effort to come to one of these clinics. Without getting into details, at a granular level, Francine, I would say that, we have a professional group of people here who have worked very, very hard over the course of the past several weeks to ensure that we are offering, a good clinical environment, so a clinically safe environment, but one that's also welcoming and fun, given that we are talking about children who are 5 to 11 years of age. We, of course, want to make sure that these environments are clinically safe as well for those who are older than that. That's absolutely key to a healthcare environment. But over and beyond that, over and above that, we also have had lots of conversations with security people. We certainly have had connections with our provincial counterparts, whether it's the Ontario Provincial Police and those who are part of the Ministry Service. We have colleagues at Toronto Police Service who offer us good advice on how to provide, a secure environment, and we trust them in respect of their expertise on public safety. So I think that, I can simply commend the team here, and I know our Team Toronto partners as well have had this consideration at top of mind, but all towards making sure that we're offering a good environment for people to get this important vaccine and to get us to the other side of this pandemic.
My second question revolves around consent. What is the messaging that Toronto Public Health is giving parents around the issue of consent? Do the children need their parents' consent before they're vaccinated, and how is that consent being verified?
So, Francine, I would say this, there is provincial legislation here in and around healthcare consent. And that, the fundamental point here is that the individual who's actually receiving the intervention, whether it's a vaccine or any other healthcare intervention, needs to understand, what is the intervention that they're participating in and what are its attendant risks and benefits so that they can make an appropriate decision. And that's something that happens between the healthcare provider and the person who's actually undergoing the treatment or the intervention. Now, in this case, when it comes to children, we expect and we encourage families to have active conversation with their children around all medical care interventions. I think this is a really important part of ensuring that people are engaging properly with their healthcare provider and taking good control of their health. So there is no singular answer. If there is one, it's that this intervention and any healthcare intervention should be done in an atmosphere where there is open conversation such that we know that there is informed consent, understanding what is the intervention I'm participating in, why am I doing this, what are the benefits, what are the risks, because we all want to make sure that people who are partaking of vaccination really understand and really feel secure in the decision that they're making. And I know that when they hear the information and get appropriately informed, they'll recognize that vaccination is a great decision for themselves and for the whole community.
Thank you. Next up, we have Shauna Hunt. Go ahead, Shauna.
All right, this question is for the mayor. Mayor Tory, I wanted to ask about the TTC track replacement happening on Queen West. So last week, the city promised its struggling business owners that the construction would be sped up and that the street would be open as much as possible. And I'm hearing from shop owners that that's not the case. Right now, the road between Bathurst and Niagara is shut down. It's been closed for 7 days now. There's no workers or equipment on site. This is the height of the holiday shopping season, and store and restaurant owners are desperate for customers. So they're wondering, why is this long stretch of road closed if work isn't being done yet? And is this construction still on track to wrap up on schedule?
I don't have an up-to-the-minute report on whether the construction is on track. I do know from past projects of this kind that there are things like concrete curing that has to take place during the midst of these projects, where it will appear there's no work being done, but in fact there's been concrete just poured and it has to cure so that people can't be on it. And I will check and get back with respect to an up-to-date report with respect to this project. But I will say this, the project was the subject of very careful discussion with and consideration of the ways in which you could do it, and the choices came down in a bit of an oversimplification of taking a longer period of time to do it with a perhaps less disruptive or less complete closure of the road, or a shorter period of time in which we could do this with a more complete closure of the road. And by the way, the latter was picked, which was a shorter period of time during the road, for which the road would be more completely closed down. And that had a significant cost to the city. That cost was undertaken and that decision was made so that you could have the street open again, so that the businesses could be fully supported as quickly as possible. And I would only say to people that I will get back with respect to the particular status today, because I'm not aware of what was going on, why people wouldn't be working on the site. But I will say this, people should understand, as I'm sure they do, that these shops are still open. Hopefully people in the city, consistent with what we've been saying across the city, will make an extra special effort to go and shop local and dine local with those shops on Queen West, because they are confronting this reality of the construction that has to go on. You know, I mean, there's never a good time to do this construction, but this is a project that's been stretching across the city. And it is, you know, you have to keep going with these things. For years and years, the city administration postponed doing these kinds of things, whether it's water mains or streetcar track replacement, and that is not the appropriate course of action to follow. I'm very sympathetic to the situation these shops find themselves in, which is why we sped this up, accelerated it, closed the street more completely for a shorter period of time. And I think the work will be done sooner than otherwise would have been the case, still leaving time for Christmas shopping. But in the meantime, the shops are open. I trust people will go there perhaps as an extra gesture of support for those local businesses that are suffering as a result of this construction.
Okay, if I could just do a quick follow-up here. Where we are right now, it's such a ghost town on the street. Like I said, there's no construction workers, there's no equipment, there's no staging. People have actually moved some of the road closed barriers, and cars are just driving along the road anyway, even though they're not supposed to be. So that's, you know, there really is no construction happening in sight, and people are no longer following the road closures. So the business owners here are just really, really want some answers as to what's going on.
Well, I think they deserve those answers, and I've undertaken to get those for you. I just don't happen to know why today there is none of that activity going on. There's always an explanation for these things, and I will find out that explanation and get it to you as soon as I can. But I will say to people, please, in the interest of safety, as much as anything else, please don't remove these signs, because they're there to protect everybody. And they're sometimes there to protect the construction work that has been done, so that people don't drive on it or walk on it. I understand completely the frustration, because a lot of those very same shop owners were closed for a long period of time because of the pandemic, but we're getting this work done on an accelerated basis, quicker than normally would have been the case, at additional cost to the city, so that those businesses can be open again, traffic flowing freely sooner than would otherwise have been the case. And that is out of recognition of the fact that they need to make up this Christmas for what they didn't have last Christmas. So we're going to get ahead with that, and I will get to an explanation as to why things don't seem to be happening today.
Next up, we have Nicole Thompson from the Canadian Press. Nicole?
Hi. I'm wondering if you have an estimate of how many kids have been vaccinated thus far.
Yeah, so we can tell you that yesterday we know that we've done the first, and I assume we're talking about children aged 5 to 11, just to be clear. So obviously yesterday we had the real privilege and honor to provide the first 10 vaccinations to kids thus far. We are soon to open our clinic, and we'll look forward to keeping you informed as to our progress, not just ours at Toronto Public Health and our clinics, but the clinics that are being run by our partners all over the city. And, by way of reminder, there are many, many partners that do make up the Team Toronto approach here when it comes to vaccinations. We've got school-based clinics coming up in the next few weeks or so. We've got pharmacies, family doctors, hospitals, a number of different venues to make sure that people have access and choices available to them that fit their lives and fit their family circumstances.
I should probably give this to the numbers man, Councillor Cressy, but just I mentioned in my own remarks that we had 61,000 people. Let me just get these numbers to make sure I don't get it right. Get it wrong. So we had 31,000. We had 31,000 appointments booked yesterday. There was then made available a total number of appointments such that there are still 20,000 appointments available, and I suspect those will fill up as it's a steady process. And that is just for the city-run clinics, 5 of them. So that'll be a total of 50,000 between now and the early part of December. And then you add to that 230 school clinics and counting that will happen starting tomorrow. Hundreds of pharmacies that are coming on board. 100 plus doctors' offices signed up so far to give these immunizations, plus the hospitals, and plus our own clinics. So I think you'll find that number, while it's still very small today, because actually none of this was really supposed to start until tomorrow, that we will be making progress fairly quickly. But we know what the number is. The number is 200,000. And as I said yesterday, you can have no other target at the beginning than to try and see if we can get every single child 5 to 11 immunized in the city of Toronto. That's 200,000.
Nicole, go ahead.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Next up, we have Mark Douglas. Mark Douglas, can you hear us?
Hello, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. I was dialed in and the phone just hung up on me there just at that very moment when you called on me. Thanks for your patience. Question for Dr. Davila. The mayor just outlined all the school clinics that will be opening soon, the healthcare partners that are going to be happening in addition to all the city-run clinics, and there's only 200,000 children 5 to 11 that need to be vaccinated. Do you think it would be possible to get all those children vaccinated in a matter of days? Because it sounds like there's going to be just so many opportunities for families to take those children in to get their doses. Could at least the first round of doses be done that quickly?
That's right, Mark. So there's a key point there. It is the first round of doses, and we're certainly doing everything we can in concert with our Team Toronto partners to make vaccine as accessible as possible. That being said, this is not something that we want to rush per se. I do think that people need to make the decisions that make sense for their families. Different venues are going to make better sense for some families than others, and that may take up a little bit of time. But we are certainly making sure that there are channels available. You've just heard the mayor say 5 city clinics, more than 200 school clinics that are going to be operated over the next few weeks in front of us, hundreds of doctors' offices, hundreds of pharmacies, hospital clinics, lots of opportunities to meet the broad range of family circumstances and the range of different children's needs throughout our city. We are absolutely looking forward to welcoming people. It was such an amazing moment yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to seeing families all over Toronto to experience the real joy. The real joy that we saw here yesterday with those first 10 children and their families. I would encourage people to make sure that they're taking advantage of the opportunity that's available for them now. They'll feel that sense of relief that so many of us felt when we got our own vaccinations. And they'll also feel that sense of satisfaction as we know that each vaccine brings us one step closer to the end of this pandemic.
Thank you. And Dr. Davila, another question for you. So just to go back to the goal of the 90% double dose vaccination, the city is so close to the 90% level. Now we've got this new eligibility for 5 to 11-year-olds, so there's another 200,000 human beings who need to get needles in their arms. Does that skew the numbers? Are we further away from the 90% goal now that we have more people that need to get the shot?
Well, Mark, I think if you look at it at a strictly mathematical level and we're talking about the entire city, clearly, the picture starts to change. But what doesn't change is the goal here. Our goal all the way through this entire vaccination campaign has been to bring those vaccines and successfully get as many people who are eligible to receive vaccine vaccinated. I can't say that enough. This is what has gotten us to the point that we are. This is what has allowed us to progress to this point. Let's keep going and let's work together to get us to the other side of this pandemic as soon as possible.
Okay, next up we have Adrian Gobrel. Go ahead, Adrian.
Thanks so much. Question for the medical officer of health. When it comes to what we've learned about the vaccine rollout, equity is a big one, and we know that some parents are. You talk about the different ways that families can go and get the child vaccinated to try and work to create a different family dynamic. Another thing that might be on parents' minds are, if my child gets vaccinated, they have a side effect. A lot of those side effects are the same as COVID symptoms. I'm going to have to take another day off of work. Is there a clear message you have for families, a clear directive you have for not just families, but perhaps for schools and principals as well? If a child has a fever over 37.2, I think is the number, or has another COVID-related symptom, which is also a symptom of the vaccine, will they have to stay home for 14 days? Will they have to go get a PCR test, or can they just wait it out and then go back to school? What's the message of that?
Okay, so as I heard it, there were actually two questions there. First, in and around an equity approach. And I would say this, we have, over the course of the vaccination campaign, learned a lot about, the circumstances in the city and have really sought to infuse the learnings that we've had over the course of the campaign into this next stage. So a lot of the effort, in fact, a significant amount of the effort over the next few weeks is being focused specifically on those neighborhoods. We use our data. We're making sure that this is an evidence-informed response, all aimed towards getting vaccination rates as high as possible in order that the entire city benefits from a broader vaccination coverage, but recognizing that there are some neighborhoods who require a little more focus and a little more resourcing in order to get appropriate vaccination coverage. The other component here, the second question that you asked, had to do with symptomatic children in attendance at school. And very simply, I would say this. For any child who has symptoms that are consistent with a potential illness, I would ask that parents keep them at home. I think over and above trying to limit transmission, if you think that your child is actually just with symptoms related to vaccine, probably best to keep them at home. It's difficult to actually get the full benefit of learning when you're feeling under the weather. And time will tell, whether in fact you have some mild symptoms related to vaccine or whether in fact we're talking about something that is exposure to an infectious disease and maybe even COVID itself, given that we are in the midst of a pandemic. So anyone who's symptomatic, we're encouraging people to, refrain from interaction with other people so as to limit the potential spread of disease and to continue to get vaccinated as one really very important method and the best tool, frankly, in our toolkit right now to protect us all from COVID-19 and its negative impact.
Thanks for the thoughtful answer. A follow-up question, Doctor. On the equity thread, when it comes to the number of schools and mobile vaccine pop-ups that will be put into different communities, Toronto Public Health today was unable to say how many schools will have vaccine clinics, that number is yet to be finalized. Knowing that we've known about that this vaccine has been coming from this age group for weeks, if not months, why don't we have a firm number of schools yet in mind, and why can't we start notifying communities as of today that yes, your community will be getting a mobile clinic pop-up?
So at this point in time, we have over 200 school clinics planned to serve hundreds more schools, and this is over the course of the next few weeks. As you can well imagine, there are a number of logistic components that need to be considered, and each school has its own rhythm and cadence and has their own unique circumstances. So, at this point in time, some of these things can only be arranged, as you get closer and closer to the actual point in time. But I'm pleased to say that because these clinics have been planned with the school communities in mind and informed by the schools and the administration, the principals, the people who actually know the students and their families, I'm quite certain that we are providing the clinics in a manner that makes sense to those who live in those communities, to the families there, so that they will be able to access vaccine to protect their children and to protect their communities.
Okay.
Adrian, I just wanted to expand on that to give you a bit more information. So the Team Toronto Kids program has 5 pillars: clinics, education, outreach, partnerships, and equity. Equity is one of the key 5 pillars. When it comes to school-based clinics, weeks in advance of vaccine even arriving, TPH and its Team Toronto partners have planned 230 school-based clinics as a hub and spoke model to service 390 schools in those neighborhoods for 55,000 kids. The partnerships between the local hospitals, the local school boards, the local schools, and Toronto Public Health have already been put in place. And in fact, those 230 clinics for 390 schools for 55,000 kids will be taking place in the coming weeks. The first start tomorrow, and kids who go to those schools will be receiving a notice at home in advance of them, because those schools are not for the broad public, it's actually for those kids in those neighborhoods from an equity focus. And so I actually think it's the case here that perhaps Toronto is one of the only jurisdictions in the world that even before the vaccine arrived has already built an in-school equity-based clinic model. And at the end of the day, we're going to be bringing clinics across the entire city to all schools. This is just the start from an equity lens. Thanks.
Okay, that's it for today, everybody. Thank you and have a great rest of your week.
Vaccines are completely safe, and more of Colorado's children need them.
Get your children vaccinated.
Parents ought to make sure their children are vaccinated.
And children need to be vaccinated.
It's good for the health of a child to be vaccinated.
You're required to get vaccinated. It's like a law, a rule.
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shot.
It wasn't until 1998 that a mother came up to me and said, "Dr. Larry, did you know that there's mercury in vaccines?" And I said, "No, I did not." And as a medical student, I was trained to critically think. If you see an observation, you go after it and try and figure out if there's a question to ask. So instead of just ignoring it, I looked further into the vaccine ingredients, and I didn't understand why these same ingredients were actually in vaccines. I was starting to hear stories from parents, not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands of stories from parents who took a very healthy child into their doctor's office and then found that their child lost much of their health, whether it was their speech, whether it was seizures, whether it was death, whether it was asthma, allergies, eczema, whether it was autism, whether it was learning disabilities, whether it was inflammatory bowel disease, autoimmune diseases. And every one of those parents were told it had nothing to do with the vaccine. Every single one.
Yeah, I pushed you.
There is no study to prove that unvaccinated children have ever been proven to start an epidemic. I have been seeing families in my practice for over 20 years that have opted out of vaccination. They are the healthiest children I have ever seen. And more parents are understanding the dangers of vaccines, and that's why we're seeing such pressure to mandate vaccines, because more of the science is coming out. We assume that if we vaccinate, we're getting protection. We assume that if we vaccinate, we're stopping spread of disease. Those are assumptions that have never been solidified in science.
I asked the dad what happened, and the dad tells me, yeah, the shot went in, he was sitting in the chair. I basically instantly see his whole face goes white, his head like lolls back, you know, he's like staring straight up, his eyes go to the back of his head, he goes limp, and his whole body convulses like 3 or 4 times, maybe 30 seconds or so, maybe after you've been given the shot, roughly. And what's kind of interesting is this is a family who had not vaccinated. They were not planning to vaccinate, and then they decided they had to because of the new school law.
A seemingly completely healthy little girl playing freeze tag in the front yard. Mom wakes her up the next morning. She is paralyzed from the neck down. This after just getting the flu shot vaccine with me, her mother, Carla Grivna. Carla, why do you believe this is because of the flu shot?
Because there was nothing else, no other life-changing events or no other medications out of the ordinary given. It had been the only thing that had been given to her or happened to her during the time period. And extensive testing was done at the hospital to try to find another cause, and none was able to be found.
Well, I mean, I have to come from the perspective of a parent who has a vaccine-injured child. I took my bright, healthy, precocious little 2.5-year-old boy in for a 4th DPT shot. And within hours of that shot, I witnessed him suffer a convulsion, a collapse shock, a state of unconsciousness, and he was eventually diagnosed with minimal brain damage, including multiple learning disabilities and attention deficit disorder. We have seen children become disabled and chronically ill. 1 in 6 child in America is now learning disabled. Why are so many highly vaccinated children so sick?
A 5-pound preemie gets the same vaccination as a 10-pound full-termer. They need to be individualized.
And explain why you feel this way and why you decided not to vaccinate your youngest children.
So I have 3 children. My oldest is kind of the sacrificial lamb. He was vaccinated and had a huge amount of thimerosal, a huge amount of mercury, and after he had the MMR and the chickenpox vaccination on the same day, we never saw him again for 3 years.
Never saw him again, meaning
he developed autism. He lost language, he lost social skills, he lost bowel control, he became very sick within hours of vaccination. So I held his hand over the proverbial fire. He got burned. Don't ask me to line up my other 2 children to get burned again. What kind of parent would I be?
Like if I was a doctor, I would want you to get sick.
Yeah.
Because the more times you get sick, the more money I make.
That's right.
I don't get sick. I'm just being honest. I don't get sick.
Okay.
My children have never been sick.
Okay. They've never been vaccinated.
They've never been vaccinated, none of that, and they don't get sick.
Okay.
Because the mother's milk in the breast is all the vaccination that they need. That's it. That's it.
Do any vaccines contain egg protein?
Yes, influenza.
Do any vaccines contain gelatin from pigs?
Yes.
Do any vaccines on the childhood vaccine schedule contain human albumin?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
What is human albumin?
Human albumin is part of human serum. It's part of the blood that is liquid.
That could be problematic, right?
Well, it could be. I mean, if the individual is not healthy.
Or if maybe some of the human blood components bind to some of the aluminum and develop antibodies, self-antibodies, correct?
If they develop antibodies against a serum component, that would not be good.
Do any vaccines on the childhood vaccine schedule contain MRC5 human diploid cells?
Yes. Rubella, varicella, hepatitis A.
What are MRC5 cells?
They are human fibroblast cell strain. They were created by taking fetal tissue and from a particular fetus that was aborted by maternal choice, and the cells, the so-called fibroblast cells, were cultivated.
Do any vaccines on the childhood vaccine schedule contain WI38 human diploid lung fibroblasts?
Well, they used to, but I don't think anything is made in those cells anymore.
If you could turn to page 3 for MMR and MMRV, do you see that within the ingredient list that lists WI38 human diploid lung fibroblasts?
Yes, I do see that.
Isn't it true that human DNA in vaccines is typically purposely fragmented?
Yes, and I would say mostly for theoretical reasons, doesn't want to put DNA into intact DNA into vaccines.
These fetuses were all 3 months or older when aborted, correct?
Yes.
What organs did you harvest from these fetuses?
Well, I didn't personally harvest any, but a whole range of tissues were harvested by co-workers.
Okay. And these pieces were then cut up into little pieces, right?
Yes.
And they were cultured?
Yes.
Okay. Some of the pieces of the fetuses were pituitary gland that were chopped up into pieces to, okay, included the lung of the fetuses?
Yes.
Okay, included skin?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Spleen?
Yes.
Heart?
Yes.
And tongue?
I don't recall, but yeah, probably yes.
Are you aware that one of the objections to vaccination by the plaintiff in this case is the inclusion of aborted fetal tissue in the development of vaccines and the fact that it's actually part of the ingredients of vaccines?
Yeah, I'm aware of those objections.
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
When you were a child, what vaccines did you receive?
Diphtheria. In childhood, I think it was probably only diphtheria.
You're going to let the government run healthcare? They screw everything up. So why would you let them be the ones to stick a disease into your arm? Never get a swine flu vaccine or any. I don't trust the government, especially with my health.
This is thimerosal, which is labeled very toxic. It has cumulative effects, can cause damage to the kidneys, to the respiratory system, skin, to the nervous system. It specifically warns on here that it can cause reproductive and developmental toxicity, meaning that it can cause things like autism and other neurodevelopmental disorders. This is immensely toxic stuff. And this is what's in the vaccine. It's important to realize we're talking about a whole range of products. Vaccines are a big one because, of course, you're directly injecting it. For example, this is tetanus vaccine. This one expires, it's a little outdated now, in 2007. Here's the thimerosal. 1 to 10,000 is a preservative. Perhaps the biggest one in the U.S., at least, that's for exposure to mercury is the influenza vaccine. Influenza vaccine is now recommended for all pregnant women, all infants, all children on a yearly basis.
It needs to be stopped.
This is the influenza vaccine from Adventist Pasteur, their flu zone. Thimerosal, 25 micrograms of mercury per dose.
I'd like to point out that a lot of people didn't know, and I'm one of them. I've given 2,000 RhoGAM shots. I've been in vaccines for 35 years. I didn't know that RhoGAM had thimerosal in it, so I think a lot of the doctors were unaware. They were unaware that even the word thimerosal meant mercury. Mercury.
The science is settled. Vaccinations work. They save lives. Here's how vaccines work. We study a germ, that is, a bacterium or a virus. We call this particular one Gary. So to make a vaccine, scientists take the bug and modify it so that it can't hurt you. Then by placing it in your bloodstream, like this, your white blood cells learn to recognize that germ, and when they do, they attack it. So should we have laws that require vaccinations? I'm not kidding about this, people. It's serious.
First of all, aluminum. What happens if you inject it when you're a baby? Has there ever been a safety test on it? Never. Not in the history of man have we ever said, what does it happens when we inject aluminum? We don't care, Bill. Gary gets a little shot of aluminum in there. So we're going to take mercury. We're putting it inside of Gary here. Most toxic substance, by the way, that's not radioactive. Check out your flu shot. You pregnant women are going into your doctors. They've decided it's a great idea to have mercury being injected into Gary, which is going into your fetus. How about formaldehyde? Have you seen any of the articles on formaldehyde? The science is settled. It's perfectly decided. There we go. Formaldehyde for everybody. Wonderful. What's next? That's right. Antifreeze, propylene glycol in your vaccine. But don't worry, because we know that Bill told us it's safe. So here we go into Gary. Now we have what is really a vaccine. See this oozing, disgusting mess? There we go. Here we go. Stuff that. Oh, you can eat it. There we go. Oh, he's got it. Oh, yeah. Bill Nye and no scientist in America wants to talk about. Where does that mercury go? Where does that aluminum go? They're not finding it in your urine. It's not disappearing when you take a crap. What it's doing is it's being found where? It's going into the brain. And when it hits the brain, that's right, encephalopathy, brain swelling. It's written inside the labels. That's a known side effect of every vaccine we get. And yet Bill Nye wants to leave that part of this story out. Deadly, poisonous, toxic chemicals and metals. So when they try to tell you the science is settled, that vaccines are safe and effective, you have to know that we've paid out over $3.5 billion with a B in damages to children who have been killed and injured by vaccines.
We're gonna go take a look at a rash after a shot that was given a couple days ago. Let's go take a look. We had the Tdap, which is tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. We use an acellular pertussis vaccine here that does have aluminum. It's impossible to get one that doesn't have aluminum in it. I drew lines around this. You know, parents, when you see a large reaction like this after a vaccine, it looks like an infection, but it isn't. It's that aluminum, probably the aluminum. There are other ingredients that might be irritating. Overnight, in a 2 days after the vaccine, and I would not do this same vaccine again, because once you've had a large local reaction like this, you would be at greater risk for a really bad reaction.
Leo Smith was a year and a half old when he had a bad reaction to a vaccine, and tonight his mother is sharing his story for the first time.
This video of Leo Smith was shot about 8 months after he received 2 vaccine injections, including one for diphtheria and whooping cough, hours after getting the vaccine.
Within about 3 days after that he started to have hives and welts and joint swelling.
Amy Mitten-Smith says within days he had hives, joint swelling, and a fever, and within weeks, seizures. 2 months after the injections, the symptoms subsided, but Leo stopped talking. 8 months later, the original symptoms returned after Leo caught a cold. This time, Leo developed an eye tic soon after he was diagnosed with autism and later other neurological disorders.
I thought I was protecting him by taking him in to get his vaccines, and I ended up injuring him for the rest of his life.
The vaccine court ruled that the vaccine did in fact injure Leo and awarded him $55,000.
I regret not looking into it, and now it's too late.
I'm glad I'm retired now, because now I can talk to you. Because you know what? While I worked, I couldn't. Because if I did, conflict of interest, I would have lost my job. That's truth. A lot of my colleagues did lose their jobs. How did I survive 20 years and never get the flu in that environment? ER, high volume. Was I not on the front lines? Every flu case, 300 people a day. Every flu case, it was me. I never had the flu. You know why? I knew how to wash my hands. I knew how to take vitamin D. I knew how to take elderberry syrup. I don't approve of your flu shot. Now you have pharmacists giving it. You bribe us with cards at Target, and you tell us this is free and it's everywhere, and get it, get it, get it. They're scare tactics, and you should be ashamed. And then I will end, because I do want my colleagues, the other moms that know what the CDC doesn't do for us. I'm looking around, some of you are my age. And if I'm mistaken, I apologize. But I'm in a generation where I got 7 shots. 26 years later, my daughter got 10. Her son got probably 60. My new grandson's expected to get 72, and I just watched you add more. I'm appalled. Robert Kennedy Jr., you know what he says? His family started Special Olympics. There were no autistic kids. He says that where the 40-year-olds wearing diapers with helmets on at the mall, if you misdiagnose them, if you miss them, because you say they're not vaccines, that they miss them. Where were the special ed classes when people with my generation, there weren't any, because they didn't exist. I have a 10-year-old grandson, and I don't care what you say, that the autism and vaccines don't exist. It does, because I watched a perfectly healthy, beautiful 2-year-old get those shots and become a severe autistic child. And guess what? He will be 40, walking in the mall with a diaper on and a helmet. Thank you for the studies that you don't do.
There's a thought process in this country that parents aren't smart enough to know the science. And in my 20 years of doing this, I have found that parents know more of the science than most doctors do, because they've been learning it and studying it. It's not difficult to read, and they do ask questions. There's a system in our country that says you must vaccinate, and those parents who speak up about their concerns about vaccines are usually parents whose children have already suffered. They're the ones who have said, I listened to you, and my child got hurt.
My name is Matt. I'm blessed with 2 fully unvaccinated children. I am blessed they're healthy. I strongly oppose.
Thank you, sir.
Where are you?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay McBratney from Tustin, California. I'm an attorney, a mother of 3 kids, and doctors and parents know best. I oppose.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Heidi Hook, and for my children, for my patients, and for my Hippocratic oath, I strongly oppose.
Thank you.
My name's Laura Menard. I'm a registered nurse and a holistic nurse coach. And my 2 children are vaccine injured. One of them would not qualify under your bill, and they deserve to go to school.
Thank you.
Strongly oppose.
Thank you.
My name is Trina Perkins from Irvine, California, mother of 2, grandmother of 4. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Jacqueline DiMajan from Dana Point, educated grandma of 7. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Mary Safe, father of 4 kids, healthy, not vaccinated. I'm strongly opposed.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalia Felinsky, and I'm a respiratory care practitioner and polysomnography technologist and mother of 2 children, one of whom is medically fragile, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
And respectfully, I'll ask you to vote.
Thank you.
There was a bit of controversy, some headlines at the beginning of this year's festival when it was announced that this film called Vaxxed would be screened at the festival. Later, the festival pulled it. Was it because of the backlash? Were you surprised that people reacted the way that they did?
I think the movie is something that people should see. There was a backlash which I haven't fully explored, and I will. And I didn't want it to start affecting the festival in ways that I couldn't see. But definitely there's something to that movie. And there's another movie called Trace Amounts. And there's a lot of information about things that are happening with the CDC, the pharmaceutical companies. There's a lot of things that are not said. I, as a parent of a child who has autism, I'm concerned, and I want to know the truth.
You went public for the first time saying that your 18-year-old son does have autism.
Yes.
That had been a very private thing for you, and
Yes.
part of the reason you wanted this film shown was to start that conversation.
Absolutely.
Do you believe you'll now have a role in that conversation going forward?
Possibly, yes. Because the thing is, if to shut it down, there's no reason to. If you're scientists, let's see, let's hear. Everybody doesn't seem to want to hear much about it. It's shut down, and you guys are the ones that should be the investigating. Do the investigating. Nobody seems to want to address that, or they say they've addressed it and it's a closed issue, but it doesn't seem to be, because there are many people who will come out and say, no, I saw my kid change like overnight. I saw what happened and I should have done something and I didn't. So there's more to this than meets the eye, believe me.
Is that the experience you had, Robert? Something changed overnight?
My wife says that. I don't remember, but my child is autistic. And every kid is different. But there is something there. There's something there that people aren't addressing. And for me to get so upset here today, on the Today Show with you guys, means there's something there. That's all I wanted, was the movie to be seen. People can make their own judgment, but you must see it. And there are other films, other things that also just document and show. It's not such a simple thing, but there's certain things. There's the obvious one is thimerosal, which is mercury. Let's find out the truth. Let's just find out the truth.
And until the wonderful people like us introduced vaccinations to Africa, the African children basically were autism free. They never heard of autism, never had a case of Down. Are you familiar with that? Have you ever heard that before? Okay. I wonder if the CDC has conducted or facilitated a study comparing vaccinated children with unvaccinated children yet. Have you done that?
Again, most recently in 2011, and their conclusion again was not just looking at the work that was done at CDC, but with the total body of evidence, was suggesting that vaccines and their components did not increase the risk for autism.
My time's very limited here. So clearly, definitely, unequivocally, you have studied vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
We have not studied vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
Okay. Never mind. Just stop there. That was the meaning of my question. You wasted 2 minutes of my time. I've seen a chart that ranks the longevity of the 30 nations with the best mortality rates in the world, starting with Iceland, Sweden, Singapore, and on down. We didn't even make the top 30. We're the 34th. And ironically, we require more vaccinations than any other country that's healthier, has a less mortality rate than us. Do you see any correlation whatsoever, either one of you, to the 34th worst mortality rate and the most vaccinations to the ones with the least required vaccinations and the lowest mortality rate? They also have children that, past age 20 in those countries too.
I'm sorry, gentleman's time's expired. Did you want to answer?
No, I think I had an opportunity. Thank you.
If you raise your right hand for me, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, Betty. Proceed.
Every vaccine that is made with cell lines from aborted babies is highlighted in yellow. So the adenovirus vaccine, the DTaP IPV HIB called the Pentasil vaccine, the hepatitis A, the Havrix, the hepatitis A Bacta, the hepatitis A, hepatitis B called Twinrix, the MMR2, the MMRV, which also includes the varicella virus, the rabies virus, the varicella varavax vaccine, and the zosters all are made with cell lines from aborted babies. I know about mercury in vaccines, aluminum in vaccines, polysorbate 80 in vaccines, formaldehyde in vaccines, pig and kidney cells in vaccines. So there were 2 deaths, measles deaths, between 2003 and the present. What didn't come out in the testimony is during that same period of time, again, this is from the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, there have been 127 measles vaccine-related deaths. So if we're worried about 1 death or 2 deaths from measles, what about 127 deaths from the vaccine as a complication? And I didn't mention, but obviously you know the flu vaccine has also been reported to cause deaths as well. It's estimated, there have even been articles in the New England Journal of Medicine estimating that only 1 to 10% of injuries are reported. And the problem with the compensation program, and you're asking me about the compensation program, is people who are vaccine injured often don't even know, what about allowing people to exercise their religious exemption or a medical exemption so that they can avoid being forced to receive vaccines that could potentially be devastating or fatal. So I'll stop there.
I refuse to take a shot. I am pregnant. I don't want my baby to have that in his system. I refuse. No, I don't want it. I refuse. I refuse. Yes, I can. I'm pregnant. That's not my doctor. All right, I'm not taking it. Y'all, my parents, when they leave you.
Now, here's your choice.
No.
You can take it like an adult.
No. What made her say for me to do this?
Or
crazy?
You can take it like an adult, or we're going to hold you down and give it to you.
I want to wait for my mom to come here.
No, we're not waiting for your mom.
I don't want that.
No.
I don't need it.
I can see your pressured speech.
Because you're trying to give me what I don't need. Please don't touch me.
Well,
because I know you're all against me.
No, we're not.
Because I'm black. Because I'm more. Because I'm more. Yeah. Because I'm MOOR.
All right, we're going to sit here and do it. Okay.
All right.
We'll get it in the leg. All right. Okay.
So my baby's gonna have that in his system, and I'm gonna sue the baby.
It's all right.
I'm gonna sue. It's all right. I'm suing.
It's safe. They're not going to give you something that's not safe.
I know. I'm suing. They're trying to have this in my baby, and they know that what they're doing. They're trying to do this to every black person to make them to test on them, since they want to test on animals too. They're getting sued. Don't even worry. They did this to my cousin.
What about the salt fund?
Yeah, that too.
Okay.
Emotions are running high at the state capitol today. Governor Jerry Brown has signed the controversial vaccine bill into law. This means parents will no longer be able to use personal or religious beliefs to opt out of the vaccines required for school.
I will be suing if my daughter is denied the right to go to school.
On what ground?
Discrimination. In California law, it is a fundamentally protected constitutional right to be able to go to school.
Across the state, people opposed to California's strict new vaccine laws are joining forces to fight for the right not to vaccinate their kids. CBS 2's Christy Fajardo reports from one of the rallies in Santa Monica.
Parents call the shots.
Opponents of California's mandatory vaccine laws vow
we're not going away.
Holding rallies across the state, including this one in Santa Monica, promising to repeal SB 277 by ballot initiative or in the courts.
We will be out protesting every chance we get to just say we think it's an impingement on our freedoms and our rights and their education. I want my kid to get an education.
Protester Cindy Kendall makes that point because under SB 277, she will have to choose between homeschooling and vaccines, which she feels aren't safe. The law signed by the governor requires all children to be vaccinated before attending school.
We're going to do everything that we can, everything, whatever that involves. We're going to address it very succinctly.
Passionate plea from protesters at the Capitol.
I am the only thing standing between my son and this bill.
Erin Romero-Massingal claims her son would lose his medical vaccine exemption under Senate Bill 276. chaining herself to the Capitol doors in protest.
He's my son. I committed to protecting him. That is my job.
If you do not leave this area, you will be subject to physical arrest and/or detention.
Despite protesters' attempts to shut down the Senate session, senators ultimately voted in favor of this companion bill.
And now that this bill has been signed into law, it is expected to go into effect on January 1st. But these protesters say their fight isn't over.
If the right to decide what goes into our bodies and those of our children is wrongfully taken from us, what meaningful rights do we have? Police will be required to forcibly take our children against our will to be force vaccinated. Lies that vaccines have been properly tested, both individually and in the combinations in which they're administered. Lies that pharmaceutical companies don't have corrupt influence over government regulators. Lies that vaccine research is without fraud. Lies that fraudulent vaccine research is true. Lies that toxic vaccine ingredients are safe. Lies denying cover-ups of the causal links between vaccines and the endless list of conditions now crippling the health, development, and well-being of our children. Lies that vaccines don't harm and don't kill. Lies that vaccines never cause autism and also don't cause seizure disorders, learning and behavioral disorders, asthma, life-threatening food allergies, tics, SIDS, cancer, type 1 diabetes, juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, paralysis, and more. That lengthy list reminds me of the saying, vaccines, the leading cause of coincidences in the world.
Thanks for watching Hibbler Productions.
I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today for an important announcement on a big expansion of Alberta's COVID-19 vaccination program, one that many Alberta families have been waiting for eagerly. But first, I'd like to offer a more general update on encouraging news around the current COVID-19 situation in the province. It's been just over 2 months since we implemented targeted public health measures and launched the Restrictions Exemption Program. I want to thank every Albertan who's done their part to follow the guidelines, to get vaccinated, and just to look out for one another. Thanks to your efforts, we've got through the peak of the fourth wave and continue to see encouraging trends. There are now about 5,000 active COVID cases in the province, the lowest level that we've seen since August 13th. That's 4,800 less active cases than a month ago, and about 15,000 fewer cases than 2 months ago. The positivity rate, that's the percentage of the number of tests we take that turn out to be positive, well, that's averaged 5% over the last week, which is a sharp drop from the average of 11% back in early October. This shows that targeted public health measures and rising rates of immunization, vaccination, have worked to slow the spread of COVID-19. Today, there are 475 people in hospitals across the province with COVID-19. At the peak of the fourth wave on September 27th, there were a little over 1,100. Today, there are 94 Albertans in ICU with COVID, and at that peak, there were 266. Now, despite this significant drop in hospitalization numbers, Alberta's healthcare system remains under pressure, caring for those with COVID-19, plus all the other illnesses that are out there. We've begun to reschedule surgeries put off during the fourth wave, which means that ICU beds are once again being occupied by patients recovering from major operations. Fortunately, beginning this week, an additional 391,000 Albertans will be eligible for a COVID-19 vaccine. After completing a thorough, scientific, independent review of the clinical research data, Health Canada approved the Pfizer vaccine for use in children aged 5 to 11 years on Friday of last week. This is exciting news for hundreds of thousands of families across the province who have been eagerly awaiting for vaccine protection for their younger children. I'm happy to share that the wait is basically over. The Pfizer supply for children arrived in the province today, and the teams at Alberta Health Services and Alberta Health are working to get them distributed to more than 120 locations across the province over the next couple of days. So starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., parents and guardians will be able to book first dose appointments for children between ages 5 and 11 to help protect them, their loved ones, and our communities from COVID-19. Minister Copping will provide additional details on the booking process in a moment. We are ready quickly to safely administer vaccines to those between 5 and 11-year-olds. This is welcome news for many parents who will log in, I suspect, first thing tomorrow morning to book their kids' vaccines. But I also know that some parents, despite choosing the vaccine for themselves, may have questions about whether it's the right choice for their young ones. So if you are unsure, hesitant, or you'd like more information, please reach out and speak to a trusted medical professional. Whether it's your child's pediatrician, your family doc, a community pharmacist, or one of the nurses at the 811 HealthLink service, well, there are many medical experts available to answer your questions and give you the information that you need to make the right decision for your child. We want parents to take the time they need to assess their situation, review the data, and make the best choice for their kids and their family. And that's why children aged 5 to 11 will not be subject to the restrictions exemption program. Alberta's government is not imposing any kind of deadline on families to ensure that they don't feel rushed, because we don't want people to feel rushed or pressured, I should say. The pandemic has been a trying time for every Albertan, and younger children and their parents are certainly no exception. Kids have had to sacrifice a lot in their young lives to help keep others safe. From missing in-person learning at some times and extracurricular activities, to time away from grandparents and other family members, missed birthday parties, sleepovers, and time spent just being kids. Ultimately, we felt that it would be unfair to younger children to exclude them and to further stigmatize them, especially given their low risk for severe outcomes from COVID-19. But the bottom line is this: with the addition of more than 391,000 Alberta children, almost 94% of our total provincial population is now eligible for the life-saving protection of COVID-19 vaccines. With each dose administered, we get one step closer to minimizing the threat of this virus and forging our path out of the pandemic. If you're among the 12% of eligible population who have not yet received your COVID-19 vaccine, please do so now. It's never too late. And if you're eligible for a third dose, a booster shot, get it as soon as possible so you can have increased protection against COVID-19. And just to remind folks, that's available to anybody 70 years of age and over, and all Indigenous and Métis people over the age of 18. I've said before, and I'll say it again, vaccines are the single most effective tool that we've got, so we need to use them to our full advantage. Thank you to every Albertan who's been vaccinated, and to every young Albertan who is about to get vaccinated. You're making a big difference in our collective fight against COVID-19. I'll now invite Minister Copping to provide some additional information on the pediatric vaccine program.
Thank you, Premier, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here today as part of the announcement. And I know that many parents have been anticipating Health Canada's approval of a COVID-19 vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. As a parent, I understand. While the waiting was definitely challenging, it's reassuring to know that the Pfizer vaccine went through a rigorous review and has been deemed safe and effective for young children. The expansion is important for many reasons. First, it's the best tool that we have to protect the health and well-being of these young Albertans. Even though they have a very low chance of severe outcomes from COVID, it could happen, and we want to do everything we can to prevent that potential outcome. Second, having more Albertans of any age vaccinated will help to further limit the spread of COVID-19 in our province, which will help to keep everyone safe and ease the strain on our healthcare system. Lastly, immunization will help these youngsters get back to being kids and spending time around others with reduced risk of catching or spreading COVID-19 to someone that they love. As the Premier mentioned, the Pfizer vaccine doses for these young children arrived in Alberta today. Our healthcare staff on the front lines and behind the scenes are ready to receive them at administration sites across the entire province. And before I get to the booking details, I want to add my sincere thanks to these teams for their tireless work to keep our provincial vaccination program running smoothly and efficiently over this past year. Immunization will be by appointment only, and children must be at least 5 years of age to be eligible. Unlike previous stages, where we have staggered the rollout by phases, any child between the ages of 5 and 11 can have their vaccination booked. Bookings will be open tomorrow, Wednesday at 8 a.m. through the province online booking system at alberta.ca/vaccine or by calling HealthLink at 811. The first appointments will be available starting this Friday. COVID-19 vaccinations for 5 to 11-year-olds will take place at 120 AHS clinics across the province. At this time, they'll also be administered at 4 pharmacies where AHS clinics are not as conveniently available. Children who live on a First Nations reserve can also access doses through local public health clinics and nurses' stations on reserve. These young children, just like adults, will require 2 doses to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Current data suggests that the strongest immune response is achieved when doses are given at least 8 weeks apart. Given that evidence, second doses will only be administered a minimum of 8 weeks after the first dose. Dr. Hinshaw will provide more details in her remarks. Tempting as it may be to try and book an appointment for your child now, I ask folks to wait until tomorrow and not flood 811 with calls before then. However, you can pre-register your child in the Alberta vaccine booking system today to help save a bit of time. There have already been 43,000 registrations to date. There will be enough doses for every parent who wants one for their child. How long it will take to book an appointment will depend on the response from parents. There will be a rush initially, so it may take a little longer, as with every stage of the vaccine rollout. We think up to half of parents may look to book right away, and AHS should be able to accommodate that many kids within about the next 2 weeks. Given the importance of vaccination, the federal government now requires that Canadians 12 years and older show proof of vaccination to board domestic and international flights, as well as to get on passenger trains. I'm pleased to share that Alberta's QR code vaccine record will be updated tomorrow, November 24th, to meet the recommended Canadian standard for domestic and international travel. If you already have your QR code vaccination record and aren't planning to travel, you don't need to worry about the updated version. You can continue to use your already saved or printed vaccine record with the QR code to access local businesses and venues taking part in the restriction exemptions program. If you are planning to go on a trip soon, visit alberta.ca/COVID records beginning tomorrow to get your new record and make your trip that much easier. In closing, I'd like to thank all Albertans who have made the choice to get vaccinated. It is because of you that we're getting through our 4th wave and easing the pressure on our hospitals and all our healthcare workers. And for those who have yet to get vaccinated and still may be hesitant, please reach out to a trusted healthcare professional to get advice, or you may dial 811 to talk to another healthcare professional. It's important that we all get vaccinated, not only to protect ourselves, our loved ones, but also our healthcare system. And to those healthcare workers, once again, I would like to sincerely thank you for your tremendous work. My whole focus is to support you in getting through this wave, to help you get back to giving all your patients the high standard of care that you're used to giving, and do everything we can to avoid disrupting our health system again. Thank you, and I'll now invite Dr. Hinshaw to provide her update.
Thank you, Minister, and good afternoon, everyone. Before I get to today's update, I'd like to share a change to the recommended interval for mRNA vaccine doses for adults. Based on emerging evidence, the Alberta Advisory Committee on Immunization has recommended extending the interval between first and second doses of mRNA vaccine to a minimum of 8 weeks for all those who are currently eligible for vaccine. Evidence shows that a longer interval between doses can result in higher vaccine effectiveness that may also last longer. This means if you have just received your first dose, it is strongly encouraged that you wait until 8 weeks have passed before you receive your second dose. The interval between second and third doses for those who are eligible remains the same at 6 months after the second dose. The other information I want to share before getting to today's numbers is a recommendation we have received from the Alberta Advisory Committee on Immunization regarding use of the Moderna vaccine in those ages 12 to 29. We have been closely watching our vaccine data and the data from other jurisdictions. And at this point, it seems clear that while still low, the risk of myocarditis following Moderna vaccine is higher than following Pfizer vaccine in those who are 12 to 29. As I mentioned, the risk of this outcome is still very small, with approximately 1 case per 7,000 doses in 12 to 17-year-old males. That's with Pfizer, and 1 case per 2,000 second doses with Moderna. Risks following vaccination are even lower for those aged 18 to 29, and it is also important to remember that myocarditis after COVID-19 infection is more common than after any vaccine. As a precaution, however, starting today we will be advising that anyone between the ages of 12 and 29 receive Pfizer vaccine rather than Moderna. For those in this age group who have already had Moderna vaccine, there is no ongoing risk. If myocarditis happens after vaccine, it typically happens in the first 1 to 2 weeks, and after that, again, there is no ongoing risk. We know there may be some who would still like to choose Moderna, as our data indicates it is slightly more effective, and this informed choice is still possible. However, at this point, we do preferentially recommend Pfizer vaccine for adolescents and young adults. On to today's update. Over the last 24 hours, we have identified 253 new cases of COVID-19 and completed about 5,300 tests. Our positivity rate was about 5.2%. There are currently active alerts or outbreaks in 133 schools. 2 of these schools have had 10 or more cases who were infectious in the school within the last 14 days. As you heard, there are currently 475 people being treated for COVID-19 in hospital, including 94 in the ICU. Sadly, 10 new deaths have been reported to Alberta Health in the last 24 hours. I am saddened to share that this includes the death of a child under 2 years of age, where COVID-19 was a contributing cause. While I will note that this child had complex pre-existing medical conditions that played a significant role, this does not diminish the tragic loss of one so young. My thoughts are with the loved ones left to mourn this individual and all others, including anyone who has had to say goodbye to someone they cared about, no matter the cause of death. I want to assure Albertans that before we publicly report any COVID deaths in someone under the age of 18, we complete a thorough review process. These reviews are also done in any cases where there is uncertainty in cause of death for those of any age, so the overall COVID numbers we are reporting are as accurate as possible. Again, I offer my sympathies to everyone who has suffered loss from every cause. Every life matters, and every death matters. We know that the most effective way to limit transmission of COVID-19 and prevent serious outcomes like hospitalization and death is widespread immunization in people of all ages. That fact makes the approval of the Pfizer vaccine for those aged 5 to 11 even more important. After a thorough and independent scientific review of the evidence, as you know, Health Canada has determined that the benefits of this vaccine for children aged 5 to 11 outweigh any potential risks. The clinical trial data showed that the vaccine was 90.7% effective at preventing COVID-19 in children aged 5 to 11, and importantly, no serious side effects were identified. The trial also showed that the immune response in children 5 to 11 years of age was comparable to the immune responses of people aged 16 to 25. This is wonderful news. Already in the US, over 2 million doses of vaccine have been administered to children ages 5 to 11, with few adverse events reported and no safety signals. Children between the ages of 5 to 11 will be offered a pediatric dose, which is 10 micrograms. This is 1/3 the dose of 30 micrograms given to children aged 12 and over and to adults. Not only has the pediatric dose in children been found to result in a similar immune response as the dose for older adolescents and adults, the pediatric dosing has been shown to reduce the risk of side effects for those in this age group. In addition to the Health Canada announcement, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization released its recommendations on extending the interval between first and second doses for children to at least 8 weeks. This is based on the evidence in adults, as I spoke about earlier, that suggests a longer interval between doses can result in higher vaccine effectiveness that lasts longer. It's also based on evidence that suggests that it may reduce the risks of the very rare potential side effect of myocarditis. My team and I have thoroughly reviewed all of the data and recommendations from Health Canada, NACI, and the Alberta Advisory Committee on Immunization, and this has formed the basis of our guidance on immunization for 5 to 11-year-olds in Alberta. This includes ensuring that there is at least 8 weeks between first and second doses, and encouraging parents to consider the benefits of offering immunization to children in this age group. If your child was recently immunized with another vaccine, such as influenza, it is also recommended to wait 14 days before having your child receive the pediatric COVID vaccine. This is a precaution. While we have seen with older age groups taking other vaccines with the COVID vaccine, this has been safe and effective. However, this spacing for 5 to 11-year-olds is recommended to allow us to watch more closely for any potential adverse effects. While most children who've been infected with COVID-19 have had only mild disease, a small number have experienced severe disease resulting in hospitalization. In the past 120 days, 13.4% of all cases in Alberta were in children aged 5 to 11, and in that time period, 26 were hospitalized, including 3 in the ICU. As with all COVID-19 vaccinations, we will carefully monitor the administration of doses in Alberta for any adverse events and will report those publicly, as we have been doing since our vaccination program began. As a parent of children in this age range, I join in the relief of many parents now that there is an effective vaccine available for use. I also understand that some families may have questions or feel uncertain about getting their young children vaccinated. It's only natural to want to do the best thing for your kids. To help answer these questions, I will be hosting a telephone town hall next Tuesday, joined by other physicians to answer questions about vaccines and children. This town hall will be open to anyone who is interested in this topic. A registration link will be available online. It's free for anyone who wants to call in and ask a question about this issue. I also urge you to speak to a healthcare professional for information about the pediatric vaccines. They can answer your questions and help make sense of the data. This is another milestone day in our fight against COVID-19. I believe that the expansion of vaccine eligibility to these young children will help us further limit the spread of the virus, which will in turn help prevent Albertans of all ages from experiencing serious outcomes from COVID-19. If you're eligible for vaccination against COVID-19 and you haven't yet been fully vaccinated, please do so today to help protect you, your loved ones, and your community. Thank you, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hinshaw. That concludes the formal portion of today's announcement. We're now going to move over to our media Q&A. Just a reminder to everyone on the phones to please press *1 to join our queue. And a reminder to the folks both on the phone and in person here to please direct your question at either Dr. Hinshaw, Minister Copping, or Premier Kenney. As well as folks at the mic, please introduce yourselves with your name and your outlet. Go ahead, Lauren.
Hi, Lauren Boothby with the Edmonton Journal. Question for Minister Copping. Hello. I'm just wondering if you're going to run vaccine clinics in schools to make them more accessible to people, and maybe that's not happening now just because of a limited quantity.
Yeah, so we're not running them in schools at this point in time. We're rolling out the vaccines for younger kids at the 120 AHS clinics because that's the best way for the scale of the program. As you may be aware, we actually ran clinics for kids in junior high and high schools, and that wasn't all that successful. Of the 700 of the 1,300 schools that were offered actually canceled. We did run it in 591 schools and about 4,000 doses. So given the scale of the program, we're going to use what's tried and true, which is the AHS high throughput clinics, which has been successful to date. And then it's also, being mindful of the vaccines themselves. If we distribute it out to all schools, there's a risk if we don't have the uptake, there could be some wastage. So we believe that with the method that we have here, the 120 locations, we can actually, over the next 2 weeks, get the first surge done. And then we'll take a look after that. Okay, do we need to do cleanup at schools after the fact? But we'll have to wait and see.
All right, my second question also for you, different topic. So the holidays are coming up next month, and I'm sure people are wondering if they're going to be able to spend time with their family this year. And also, I'm sure you're probably still ironing out the details, and you have to probably look at the cases, but what's the indication right now for people who are vaccinated or maybe not vaccinated? Will they be able to spend holidays with their family this year?
Yeah, so we're still looking at that. The cases are coming down, but we're still at roughly just 120% of our standard ICU capacity. So we are having conversations. We're looking at the numbers. This seems to be perhaps plateauing a little bit. So we're gonna quite simply have to wait and see. But stay tuned. This issue is, we've heard from lots of Albertans who are asking questions about when do we come out of the fourth wave and making changes. But I can tell you, we'll be very conservative.
Janet French from the CBC. Just to follow up on the schools, I mean, the 7 to 14 shots that went into schools, that was quite a while after those shots were available for that age group. So we talked to a pediatrician and a group called Support Our Students, who said that it makes no sense to avoid offering COVID vaccines in elementary schools, particularly given that other childhood vaccinations are already offered there without spoilage. And they say it's actually politics and ideology that are driving this decision. I'm just wondering if you can respond to that.
Yeah, so it's nothing to do with politics or ideology at all. It has to do with the best approach to actually getting it out and getting it out quickly without concern of wastage. That's what this focus is on.
It looks like the Premier has some thoughts on that. I would just supplement by saying, obviously we've heard some of the feedback from that parents who are very concerned about forced vaccinations or requiring vaccinations to attend school. So I'm wondering if that was a factor in your decision to not create that impression.
Well, first of all, in response to your question about whether this is about politics or I think you said ideology, I'll note that today British Columbia has announced effectively exactly the same approach as Alberta. They have a government of a different stripe. This has nothing to do with politics. I'll encourage you to look at the announcement made by British Columbia. They've indicated that a lot of parents have said they want to be present with their kids when they are being vaccinated. And it'll be a lot easier to accommodate that at large flow-through vaccine administration centers like we'll be operating here. As we are expecting very large demand and volume in the first couple of weeks. We've done some public opinion research on this and have found that approximately 50% of parents with children in that age range have decided to get their children vaccinated. So, that's upwards of 200,000 kids, and we have only, by the way, we only have so much capacity to administer and deliver at a program of this scale with that many children, where we're expecting very significant demand up front. So again, the most efficient way of doing that, of handling that large demand, allowing parents to be present and participating, is to do what British Columbia is doing at large flow-through clinics. But I think it is important to underscore that Alberta has never had mandatory vaccines for school participation. And in fact, that would contravene the Education Act, which requires that students be able to access the schools regardless of their health status. So I know that Minister LaGrange has reaffirmed that with the school boards.
Just a follow-up about the restrictions exemption program. Obviously, you've noted here that won't be applying to children under 12. But children can obviously also carry the virus that causes COVID-19 and spread it. Could this potentially undermine the point of the restrictions exemption program if kids aren't included?
We're not concerned. As you know, one of our primary concerns that led to the restriction exemption program was the very high number of unvaccinated adults ending up in intensive care. 90% of the ICU population with COVID have been, over the past several months, unvaccinated. We have only one person in ICUs right now under the age of 18 with COVID. So we don't have anything like the same kind of risk for pressure on the healthcare system emanating from children in this age bracket. And while it is possible that children can be infected and can transmit, it is the much greater concern in terms of healthcare pressure comes from adults.
Hi, Audrey Neveu, Radio-Canada. I'd actually like to hear you in French on what you just said. Est-ce que ça ne mine pas en fait le but du programme d'exemption des restrictions?
Effectivement, le programme a été informé par la pression sur le système de santé et sur les hôpitaux, particulièrement les soins intensifs, parce que 90% des gens avec COVID-19 dont les soins intensifs étaient les adultes non vaccinés. Alors, nous voyons aucune pression de même ordre provenant des jeunes enfants. Effectivement, aujourd'hui, il y a seulement une Albertaine de moins de 18 ans dans les soins intensifs avec COVID-19 par rapport à 97 adultes. Alors, pour protéger le système de santé, c'est pas obligatoire. Mais je dirais également, and I'll come back and say this in English too, that we are concerned about the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 has had on the mental health and well-being of children and youth. Their lives have been dislocated in so many ways, and we don't want to add to that at this time by enrolling them forcing them into a program when, in fact, they don't constitute a threat to the healthcare system should they become infected at any significant level. So, ça veut dire que nous nous inquiétons nous nous inquiétons de l'impact de COVID-19 sur la santé mentale et le bien-être des jeunes et des enfants, avec tous les changements dans leur vie pendant les derniers 20 mois. Alors, nous ne voulons pas faire davantage de conséquences négatives pour les enfants non vaccinés quand ce n'est pas nécessaire pour protéger le système de santé.
Shifting gears, I'll ask you in English, but would like to hear you in French about TC Energy's trade claim on KXL. TC Energy said that it would not resuscitate the project. So what does Alberta have to gain? And is there not a risk of making the relationship with Washington worse off because of it?
Well, it's not Alberta that made the relationship worse off. It's President Biden who insulted his country's largest trading partner by arbitrarily canceling an approved project that could have helped his economy. The President Biden is pleading with other countries to open their strategic petroleum reserves. He is pleading with OPEC to increase production and shipments, and his country is receiving 840,000 barrels a day of oil imports from Vladimir Putin's autocratic Russia. Coincidentally, Keystone XL would deliver exactly that quantity, 840,000 barrels a day of heavy oil to U.S. refineries. So I think that the project was clearly in the best interest of the United States. I would hope that the administration would reconsider its position given these emerging facts about a growing scarcity of global energy. But in any event, we've said from day one that we believe there would be strong grounds to protect our investment and that of TC Energy. We're glad to see TC Energy proceed with the NAFTA case. We will be considering how best we can partner with them in that, and we think there's a very strong claim for damages given the Biden veto of the project. I'll say a bit of that in French if you want. Yeah. Pour dire que c'était la décision du président Biden qui était l'insulte vers le Canada avec un veto d'un projet qui les États-Unis ont besoin. Parce que aujourd'hui, le président Biden exige que les pays de l'OPEC augmentent leur production et exportations de pétrole pour aider l'économie américaine. Et aujourd'hui, les États-Unis reçoivent presque 900 000 barils de pétrole par jour de la Russie. Ça a été les exportations de l'oléoduc Keystone XL. Alors, nous dirons que nous avons dit depuis le début que l'Alberta va protéger notre investissement dans l'oléoduc de Keystone XL avec TC Energy. Et alors, nous sommes heureux à voir l'action lancée cette semaine contre la décision de l'administration américaine à cet égard.
Thanks, Premier. That wraps up our in-person questions today, so we'll move over to the phones. Operator, can you please connect our first call?
Thank you. The first call is Colleen Underwood at CBC.
Hi, this question is for the Premier. Also off topic for today's discussion, but I'm wondering, on Twitter, you made some comments about David Suzuki and accusing him of inciting violence and that he should be condemned, his comments should be condemned. Upon closer look at the article you're referring to, he actually doesn't incite violence. Any comments to clarify what point you were trying to make?
It's absolutely an implicit or winking incitement to violence. It's like in the gangster movies where they say, nice little pipeline you've got there, be a terrible thing if something happened to it. This is totally irresponsible on the part of David Suzuki. And let me point out a track record of outrageous comments from him that for anybody else would have had him canceled. Instead, he continues to receive multi-million-dollar contracts from the CBC. This is a guy who said that about immigration, and I quote, this is from July of 2013, quotes, "Canada is full. Our immigration policy is enough to make you sick. We pillage the countries of the South by depriving them of future professionals, and we want to increase our population. It's crazy," unquote. If somebody like Don Cherry had said that Canada is full and our immigration policy is crazy and sick, he would have been canceled by the CBC in a New York minute. But instead, the CBC gave David Suzuki millions of dollars more in compensation to work for them. This is the same guy who called for his for a political opponent, Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister, to be thrown in jail. He said in February of 2016, quotes, "I really believe that people like the former Prime Minister of Canada should be thrown in jail," quote unquote. Not for corruption, but because of a policy difference. When Donald Trump called for Hillary Clinton to be thrown in jail, he was rightly mocked, ridiculed, and vilified. But what's the CBC's response? To give him even more contracts to help sustain his 4 houses in which he lives as an environmental hypocrite. So I don't understand why the CBC is rushing to the defense of a man who is now implicitly inciting people to eco-terrorism.
And Colleen, did you have a follow-up today?
I do, actually, just on the fact that perhaps this type of conversation detracts from the actual issue, which is climate change.
Well, if you think David Suzuki's comments detract from something, then you should hold him accountable, not me. It's David Suzuki who is raised into this discussion terrorism, political violence. That's not how we solve problems in Canada. We resolve differences peacefully and democratically, not by threatening to throw our opponents in jail as he did about the former Prime Minister of our country. So why, I don't know why CBC and others continue to rush to the defense of a man who's anti-immigration, who's called our immigration generosity sick, and he has said that it's sick and crazy, said that Canada is full, calls for the imprisonment of people in politics with whom he disagrees, and now is basically saying, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, be a terrible thing if something happened to those pipelines. This is outrageous and should be called out as such.
Thank you, Premier. Operator, can you please connect our next call?
Vincent McDermott for McMurray Today.
Hello, this is a question for Minister Coffey. We saw with the initial rollout that volunteers of people we ended up calling vaccine hunters did a lot of heavy lifting on social media of getting people info on vaccines and getting info on how to book them, get booked for vaccines. Those are lovely people, but that's not exactly a positive reflection on government messaging. Are there any logistical lessons that have been learned from the initial rollout that will be reflected and acted upon in this new rollout?
Well, thanks for the question. So the initial rollout will be able to get, and we anticipate roughly 50% of Alberta parents. Then after that, it will be able to provide more information. We are working with groups of doctors and with Chief Medical Officer of Health to say how do we provide better information and more information to parents, be able to answer the questions, and as Dr. Hinshaw has already indicated, she's going forward later in the week to do a town hall for parents, because really it's about what we learned, and we had a tremendous example of this with a table that was done in both in Edmonton and in Calgary, that did outreach to newcomer communities, and a tremendous success. For example, in Calgary, in the Northeast is up to 99%. So we're actually speaking with those groups in terms of taking lessons learned of how we can actually increase vaccination for adults, for 12 and over, as well as be able to provide information and answer questions for parents who may have questions about the vaccine rollout for Pfizer, so they can make well-informed and well-founded decisions.
Thanks, Minister Copping. Vince, do you have a follow-up today?
Yeah, this is for Minister Copping as well. Or, anyone who also wants to comment. With respect to everyone here, for a lot of unvaccinated holdouts, it seems the more healthcare or government credentials someone has, or media credentials too, the more suspicious they are of the message. It's been a year of telling adults that vaccines are safe. How are you going to win over parents now who, after about a year, are suspicious of vaccines for themselves?
So we're going to continue to provide information to parents and to Albertans. We are also going to look at different ways that we can provide that information. So, for example, you may be aware there's a household that went out to across the entire province, and we're going to look at seeing can we use the success of groups like the Northeast Table in Calgary and the same approach in Edmonton, and apply that in other areas across the province, which is really looking at grassroots to provide the message and provide the information. Ultimately, it's the choice of individuals, but as the Premier said, part of this is just misinformation there. We need to get trusted sources of information so they can look at it and then make the choice and the choice for themselves, for their families, and quite frankly for our healthcare system. Okay, and Premier was just going to add something further.
Yeah, thanks, Vincent. It's a good question. I just wanted to underscore that we're now at over 88% first dose coverage of adults in Alberta. And that's great progress. So we're down to about 12% of the adult population not yet vaccinated with the first dose. So I would hope and expect that 88% of adults, for those who have kids in this age bracket, they are at least very open to and willing to consider vaccination. You're probably right. For those adults who themselves have been so reluctant, they have the 1 in 10 that they've not yet gotten around to being vaccinated, they're probably going to be the hardest to persuade in terms of the pediatric vaccine. But I should point out that the largest a cohort of unvaccinated adults are in their 20s, and we think they tend to be single individuals who probably don't have kids. So these are younger people who are perhaps just less prone to pay attention to issues like vaccinations. So we'll continue to try to reach out to them. The numbers have been moving up. We expect them to continue to. I think it's now completely possible that Alberta will crest past 90% amongst adults, which is awesome. And we have basically caught up to the national average. We were 10 points behind, and we're now about 1.5% behind. So I just wanted to celebrate that good news.
Thanks, Premier. Operator, can you please connect our second last call of the day?
Rick Bell, Calgary Sun.
Good afternoon, Premier. Let's go back to David Suzuki for a moment, because this will be something people are talking about across the country today. I mean, how do you react when you do actually hear people, commentators, defending Suzuki, saying, well, he didn't really mean, I know you did the nudge, nudge, wink, wink explanation, but how do you personally feel when you hear people saying, well, he didn't really incite blowing up pipelines. He's just pointing out a fact that this could happen if people get too frustrated. I mean, how do you feel when commentators try to make that argument in this particular case? And this is sort of a two-part question, and then I'll get to my supplementary. And what do you say to the people who say, you're just trying to change the channel?
Well, okay, on the second...
By going after Suzuki.
On the second point, Rick, I have a very long track record of standing up for responsible energy development against this kind of kookiness, and hardly anything new on my part. Nor is it anything new on David Suzuki's part. And it is sad to see so many of the Laurentian elites and others, CBC and others, rush to the defense of this guy like he's some kind of a saint. He's infallible. He cannot possibly be criticized, even though he has a track record of saying things that would result in any mere mortal going down the cancel culture black hole of history. I mean, as I say, could you imagine if Don Cherry had said that Canada is full and immigration is crazy because we want to grow our population? He wouldn't have lasted a New York minute on Coach's Corner when it was on CBC. They would have fired him right out of the building. Instead, what do they do with David Suzuki? He said that about immigration in 2013. He gets 8 more years of multi-million-dollar contracts to pay for his multi-million-dollar lifestyle. I'm sick and tired of it. And why the double standard? Guy who calls for his political adversaries he doesn't like to get locked up. Does CBC have a policy that it's okay to call for the imprisonment of people you disagree with in a democracy? Is that why David Suzuki continues to grace their airwaves at enormous taxpayer expense, by the way? So I'm seriously ticked off about this, and I'm still about the fact that the University of Alberta gave this guy an honorary degree. They wouldn't give anybody else with a track record. Is there anybody else who's anti-immigration that the U of A would give an honorary degree to? And now, implicitly, I believe, inciting people to political violence. Enough is enough. This guy was invited to speak to the Alberta Teachers Convention a couple of years ago. They paid him a handsome honorarium. What can he add usefully to a debate about anything when these are the kinds of views that he holds? So it's time that he be held to account, in my view. And, talking about pipelines right now, we have one that is being blocked by groups supported by big U.S. special interests. And if they succeed, hundreds of Indigenous British Columbians will be put out of work. A project that is supported by every one of the 20 elected First Nations band councils along the Coastal GasLink route. So that's one of the reasons this gets my dander up, because these are rich people from urban Canada inflicting their fashionable political opinions on often people living in poverty in First Nations communities that just want a shot at a decent living.
Thanks, Premier. Rick, do you have a follow-up today?
Yes. I know we're not supposed to ask politicians to read other people's minds, but I'm going to anyway. To the degree that you have a theory about it, why do you think the people who are defending him are defending him? And part two is, do you actually think such comments increase the tangible, do you think there is a tangible threat that pipelines could actually get blown up? So it's kind of
I think it creates an opinion environment which could be seen as normalizing or providing an apology for a rationalization for violence. I think it creates a context that some people could use to rationalize violence. And that's why it's so dangerous. When Donald Trump stood in front of the White House on the 6th of January and said that you have to fight for this country or we might lose it, that was widely seen as indirect incitement to the violence that then followed in the U.S. Capitol building. How is this any different? Like I say, he's basically saying, nice little pipeline you got there would be a terrible thing if something happened to it. So he shouldn't just be out there doing interviews saying, oh, he doesn't actually support violence. He should be walking this whole thing back, apologizing and retracting without exception, because I can imagine some over-caffeinated young green radical will hear in St. David's words a rationalization of future violence.
Thank you. Operator, can you please connect our last call of the day?
Thank you. Quinn Oler, Global News.
This question's for the health minister. If we have the doses now, why do we have to wait until Friday to start seeing them get into the arms of kids?
Thanks for the question. The short answer is they just arrived today. They need to be distributed across the entire province. There's 120 different sites, and then we can actually, make sure that the count is all done, that the distribution has happened correctly, and then we can start. So it's taken a few days. I understand BC, like they're receiving theirs early this week as well, and they're not starting until Monday next week. So this is standard in terms of once we receive it, you have to do the initial distribution, and then we can actually start getting them into arms.
Thanks, Minister. And Quinn, did you have a follow-up to wrap things up for us today?
I do. If we have 50% of kids getting their vaccine in the next 2 weeks, that puts us around 80% of Albertans who are vaccinated or partially vaccinated. When and what number or benchmark can we look at to have restrictions lifted?
Yeah, we're examining that right now. There is a challenge in terms of at what point in time, and I'll pass this over to Dr. Hinshaw in a second. But there's a challenge over in terms of what point in time do we actually reach that magical number of we got enough people vaccinated, now we don't need to worry about that. The challenge is we can't say with precision. There's not enough science to know what that number actually is. We are seeing in other jurisdictions with relatively high levels of vaccinations the start of the fifth wave. So we're just going to be watching very closely and take a conservative point of view. But Dr. Hinshaw, can I ask you to comment further on that? Thanks.
Thanks, Minister. That's accurate in terms of that it's very difficult to have a single number that represents the protection that we would need, especially against the Delta variant. And it is interesting to look at jurisdictions such as Portugal, where they have 88% of their total population vaccinated, and despite that are seeing an increase in cases and a slight uptick in hospital admissions. In Denmark, where they did remove all restrictions when they reached a particular percentage, I believe they're sitting at about 76% of their total population fully vaccinated, where they're seeing higher case numbers than they've ever seen before, and also starting to see an uptick in their hospitalizations. So again, we need to be very cautious. We need to watch what other jurisdictions are experiencing, especially as we move into winter months where there is the highest risk in terms of seasonal impacts on transmission. There's no one single number, again, that we know of right now. We do have to watch other jurisdictions, learn from their experience, and continue to be cautious as we move through the next several months.
Thanks, Dr. Hinshaw. And thanks for joining us today. This concludes our media availability. Thank you.
All right, we have breaking news. A judge has denied a Norfolk doctor's request to use ivermectin and other alternative treatments for COVID-19 patients. Dr. Paul Merrick sued Sentara Healthcare after Sentara banned the use of certain drugs for COVID-19 treatments due to safety concerns. He argued physicians should be able to demand that hospitals support alternative treatments, even if the hospital reasonably determines those treatments are unsafe. The judge ruled that Dr. Merrick's argument doesn't meet Virginia law or established medical standards.
Our lives are linked as never before, connected every day in 1,000 unseen ways. But sometimes these connections can pose an invisible threat. If the object we touch or the air we share carries a dangerous germ.
You don't have to cough, you just have to breathe. It's the worst kind of contagion. It's airborne.
Diseases largely unseen for a generation are returning.
Oh, this can't be. How was actually measles? This is New York. We don't see measles in New York.
It's astounding to me that you can have people dying of measles in the developed world.
Today, children are getting sick and dying from preventable diseases as nervous parents skip their children's shots.
You are injecting a substance into your child, so I think it's very natural to wonder whether that substance might actually be doing harm.
There's just so much information. I don't know who to ask. Who am I supposed to trust?
In a world of often conflicting information, parents are seeking what's best for their families, while doctors worry about losing lives.
Your job is to try and save children's lives, and when you stand helplessly by and watch them die, it gets to you.
We ask a lot of parents. We ask them to trust that we are recommending the best thing for their children. That's a big deal.
The science behind vaccines, why they work, how they work, and how we decide to vaccinate or not.
It's not about saying, oh my gosh, I'm afraid, and now that's the end of the conversation. No, that's just the start of the conversation.
Vaccines, calling the shots, right now on Nova.
Major funding for NOVA is provided by the following.
Happy, healthy children. It's what every parent wants. And in this era of modern medicine, it's what most parents expect. Many dangerous diseases have all but disappeared, thanks in good part to vaccination. In the U.S., more than 90% of parents vaccinate their children, and most follow the recommended schedule. That's up to 28 immunizations in the first 2 years of life to protect against 14 different diseases. But today, powerful concerns are in circulation.
I'm concerned about how many vaccines we have to give our children at once.
So I'm kind of debating whether I will do them, but I'm debating the age. When should I have them done?
There's just so much information there, and I don't know who to ask. There's no such thing as an unbiased source.
At least 10% of parents delay or skip some shots. Around 1% don't vaccinate at all. And in some places, it's far higher. What's driving some people away from vaccines? And what are the consequences for those who vaccinate and those who don't? Osman Chandab is 7 weeks old. He was due to be vaccinated against whooping cough in the next week, but the germ has gotten to him first. His mother brought him into the hospital 2 days ago. What started as a runny nose and slight cough has become frightening episodes where he's struggling to breathe. Whooping cough, or pertussis as it's formally known, can be life-threatening for babies.
Whooping cough is caused by a really nasty bacteria called Bordetella pertussis, and that produces a toxin and it attacks the airways and causes a really nasty bronchitis. And they get really sticky, thick phlegm that they can't shift. And that they try to, and that causes them to cough. And the cough needs to be really, really vigorous, but it's not very effective, and then sometimes they'll stop breathing. And if they stop breathing for long enough, they go red in the face at first, and then sometimes, if it's an extended period of not breathing, they can go blue, and that can be very, very frightening.
Half of all infants younger than 1 will be hospitalized. About 1 in 100 dies. Antibiotics can reduce the chance of infecting others, but there is no cure. Osman's tiny body must fight the illness. A generation ago, whooping cough was rarely seen in developed countries. Now, it's back. In 2012, there were nearly 50,000 cases in the US and 20 deaths. Babies too young to get the pertussis shot may have no protection. And because the vaccine's effectiveness can wear off after a few years, older children and adults without boosters are also vulnerable. Since the beginning of our young century, there have been outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases flaring up like so many wildfires. In 2011, there were over 30,000 measles cases across Europe. Although the disease is often mild, thousands had serious complications. 8 died. In 2012, the outbreak continued in the United Kingdom. In 2013, it made the leap to the United States. A young American traveled from London to Brooklyn, infected with the virus. He returned home to his tight-knit Orthodox community, where most people vaccinate. But he came from a group of families strongly opposed to vaccines. Measles quickly spread through unvaccinated families living in the same building. And then, out into the community. Children were hardest hit, especially those too young to be vaccinated.
First case that I saw was a 12-month-old girl that came into the office with mom because of a rash. And I'm looking at this child, I'm examining this child, and this can't be. This child looks like she has measles. I've never actually seen measles, but I've seen them in textbooks, never in real life. So I was a little taken aback. 3 or 4 days later, perhaps, we had another case. And then the next day, another case, and then another one. And it started getting overwhelming, like, wait a second.
The Department of Health tried to stop the spread.
The thing about measles is it's droplet spread. So for example, your respiratory secretions if someone coughs, but it's also airborne. So the virus can sort of hang out in the air for up to 2 hours.
One case was traced back to an infected person taking the elevator up to an apartment, shedding the virus along the way. The measles virus usually infects the cells of the throat and lungs, but it can also survive in the air and linger on objects.
You don't have to cough, you just have to breathe. It's the worst kind of contagion. It's airborne.
90% of people who are exposed to the virus and don't have immunity get the disease. In this instance, 2 hours later, another unvaccinated person entered the same elevator. A week or so later, he too became ill.
It was a very brief encounter, seconds in an elevator. It just speaks to how infectious measles is. It will find those people who are unprotected in a community.
In 3 months, more than 3,500 people were exposed to the measles virus in the Brooklyn area. 58 were infected, including 2 pregnant women. 1 miscarried. All were confirmed as unvaccinated at the time of infection.
Measles was declared eliminated back in 2000, and so this was the largest outbreak since elimination.
It's like telling me, look, we found smallpox. Smallpox is eradicated. No one sees measles. Who sees measles? Yeah, you'll see measles in third world countries and other countries. And this is New York. We don't see measles in New York.
Around the world, pockets of low vaccination are appearing, often in affluent, mainstream communities. Anthropologist Heidi Larson studies why people do or don't place trust in vaccines.
There isn't just a world polarized between pro and anti-vaccine populations. There's 80+% in the middle who it's either just a social norm, it's good for our children and for our public health, others that are starting to question, and a certain amount of questioning is healthy. And then there's some that are starting to get more anxious and are vulnerable to tipping into becoming against vaccines if they don't feel like they're getting the right information or they're not being heard.
Gabriella Maxman wants to vaccinate her 2 children, but she's chosen not to follow the recommended vaccine schedule.
So the plan is to be fully vaccinated as soon as possible, but we're doing 1 vaccine at a time. I don't know if that's the right way.
I don't even know where I came up with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yulia Patse has a 4-year-old and is expecting another child soon. She delayed vaccinating her oldest till she was 3.
I was concerned that her immune system couldn't handle it, and we just waited.
My son and her, they're not vaccinated yet, and my older ones don't have boosters.
Mariana Fastovsky has 4 children. She vaccinated at first, but then one child had a seizure.
So I'm just really worried about reactions. And I am worried about the diseases, so kind of confused, really.
In America, children must be vaccinated before they start kindergarten. But the required shots vary from state to state, and most allow for exemptions based on personal or religious beliefs. Here in California, almost 3% of children are exempt, and in some schools, it's more than 30%.
I have a lot of friends who don't vaccinate at all, and if you say vaccine around them, they look at you like you are literally, like you are poisoning your child. So on the other hand, you have parents that can't even understand why this is even a question.
Nobody is willing to really have a conversation with you and discuss what's a severe reaction, is it okay to have a seizure? I would really like to know what the real risks are.
Is it okay to question vaccines? Of course it is. It's a start of a conversation that says, this is something worthy of being concerned about.
Decision scientist Brian Zygmunt Fisher studies how we think about risk. He's based at the University of Michigan, where, in this hall in 1955, the first polio vaccine was announced.
50 years ago, you asked any parent, any grandparent, about polio, about measles, about pertussis, and they knew cases. It was part of their daily existence. What's changed now is that we've done such a good job of vaccinating most, not all, most people in our communities that they are rare. I have never seen it. Why should I be concerned about this?
The history of vaccines is clear. If you start to decrease vaccine immunization rates, you start to see the diseases reemerge. It's a history that we don't seem to learn from.
Paul Offit is an infectious disease expert. He helped invent a vaccine to protect against rotavirus disease, which kills hundreds of thousands of children worldwide. As a pediatrician, he's witnessed firsthand children dying from preventable diseases.
I guess we all have our biases. Mine is that I work in a hospital. And so, for example, in 1991, in the city of Philadelphia, there was a massive measles epidemic. Of the 9 children who died during that 1991 epidemic, 7 of them died in our hospital. So we had to stand by and watch while we tried to support them. And you know, as doctors, your job is to try and save children's lives. And when you stand helplessly by and watch them die, it gets to you.
Human history is scarred with stories of deadly germs destroying lives. 500 years ago, about 1 in 3 children died before the age of 5. But then, we began to fight back. Surprisingly, vaccination evolved from a type of traditional medicine at least 1,000 years ago. In India, when a wave of smallpox approached a town, there are tales of people doing something extraordinary. They lined up to actually buy the disease. Brahmin healers would take a cloth and rub the person's upper arm. Then they would scratch the skin, just enough to draw blood. Finally, they would apply dried smallpox scabs taken from patients who had survived the disease. Most people would get sick, but recover. From that point on, they were protected. Over 1,000 years ago, these Brahmins had observed one of the basic principles of immunization, that you rarely get infected twice.
But you've got to give people credit. I mean, they got it right. They knew that there was something going on that protected you. They just had no idea what it was or why.
Fast forward around 700 years to Europe, where over 400,000 people were dying from smallpox every year. An English mother, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, wrote of seeing Turkish women deliberately inoculating their children with smallpox, using a method similar to the Brahmins.
The children play together all the rest of the day. Then the fever begins to seize them, and they keep their beds 2 days, very seldom 3. And in 8 days' time, they are as well as before their illness.
Lady Mary successfully inoculated her own son and introduced the technique to England. People didn't understand why it worked, and it was never risk-free. But the smallpox death rate dropped from around 30% to 2%. 70 years later, an English doctor named Edward Jenner took the next vital step. He demonstrated that deliberate infection with a mild, non-fatal disease called cowpox would protect against smallpox. He called his technique vaccination, from vacca, Latin for cow.
Edward Jenner's observation caused us to eliminate a disease from the face of the earth, a disease that killed as many as 500 million people. Amazing, right?
But as vaccination made smallpox disappear, a curious thing happened. Stories began to circulate of the dangers of the vaccination itself.
Once Jenner's vaccine was used widely, not surprisingly, people became concerned for the same reason that people are concerned today, which is that adults or children were being inoculated with a biological fluid they didn't understand. They knew that it came from a cow, and that concerned them. And people, I think, were not sophisticated enough to know that a cowpox virus wouldn't make you become a cow. But that was their fear. You could argue that the same fears are alive today.
Our understanding of vaccines is something that would naturally evoke fear in us. Once we acknowledge that a vaccine, by its very nature, is going to make us afraid, then we have to ask the next question, which is, well, why should I be doing it?
To understand how vaccines work, we first need to understand immunity. Sir Gustav Nossel is a world-renowned immunologist.
Immunity is a wonderful natural defense system of the human body. It depends on the white cells of the blood to rapidly get you protected against the disease.
Imagine millions of immune cells, such as white blood cells, all on the lookout for specific germs. If they spot something foreign, like flu, they prepare to fight.
When that flu bug enters your body, the white cells like to move in on it, and they get a bit angry.
The immune cells arm themselves and then replicate, creating an army of clones. Then, launching powerful germ-seeking agents called antibodies, they tag the germs for disposal. Once the germ is removed, the immune army disbands. But they leave behind memory cells. Their job is to remember the invader and to sound the alarm if it ever appears again.
When we're born, we're not yet very mature in terms of our immune system. So if an infection strikes a little infant, then there's a great vulnerability. It's the tiniest ones that need the most protection.
The recommended vaccine schedule is designed to close this window of vulnerability.
Some people believe that you don't need to vaccinate your child because you've got such a beautiful and good immune system. They forget that these bugs that surround us have been co-evolving with us, sometimes for millions of years, and in some respects, they're cleverer than us. They have worked out ways of evading the immune system unless you pre-arm it. So, putting it bluntly, the white cells mightn't be fast enough or smart enough if we hadn't whipped them along by a prior immunization.
A vaccine, in effect, sends in an imposter, a weakened or dead part of the germ, just enough to be recognized. The immune cells mount the defense. Because the threat is low, they quickly disband. But the all-important memory cells have been created. The immune system is now prepared for the real germ. To arm our immune system against multiple germs, different vaccines can be combined. This reduces the number of shots we need, and studies show it to be safe.
What we have seen in the industrialized world is essentially all of the major epidemics. They've vanished. Mums today have every expectation that their beautiful little baby will live and not be polished off by diphtheria, by tetanus, even occasionally by measles. Now that is the transformation in young lives that vaccines have wrought.
Vaccines do more than protect individuals. They can protect entire communities. The 2013 measles outbreak in New York hit hard and fast, but remained within the Brooklyn area. Why didn't it spread to the other 8 million people in the city? The virus was in circulation, even though it often wasn't obvious. And it was being carried by people who often had no idea they were infected. But the vast majority of people who came into contact with the virus had protection. they were vaccinated.
There's two things that matter for whether or not I'm going to get sick. One is, if I bump into somebody who has the disease, am I protected against it or not? But the other piece, and the more important piece, is the chance I will bump into somebody in the first place who has this disease. And you can think of this as these sort of concentric circles of people. And the less the disease exists in my circle or the next circle or the next circle, the safer I am.
It's known as herd immunity, and it protects everyone, including young babies and people who can't be vaccinated for medical reasons. And in New York, it worked.
If we didn't have the high vaccination levels that we do, in New York City and even in this community, I can promise you we would have had hundreds, if not thousands, of cases.
But this protection is fragile. For highly infectious diseases like measles, we need 95% of the community vaccinated for herd immunity to hold. If the rate drops, even just a few percent, herd immunity can collapse. In France, when measles vaccination rates were around 89%, the impact was dramatic. In 2007, there were around 40 cases of measles across France. Then, in 2008, a 10-year-old girl returned from holiday in Austria. She went back to school and played with some friends. Several days later, the girls became ill. The measles infection spread from district to district, infecting the susceptible population. In 2011, there were almost 15,000 cases. At least 6 people died.
It's astounding to me that in this day and age that you can have people dying of measles in the developed world. So for people who say this doesn't happen anymore, we have the proof.
It's a combination of people's risk tolerance is low and yet a distorted notion of how invulnerable they are, that they would never get certain diseases. And if they did, they'd be fine.
Low vaccination rates can also be fueled by mistrust and amplified by frightening stories.
The stories that circulate, go viral, are the stories that have that emotional power. And what's the most emotional story? The story of some child being hurt.
Luke Philbin was born a healthy, normal baby. When he was 6 months old, his mother took him for his scheduled vaccinations. 17 hours later, Luke had a seizure.
He went into this full, violent convulsion. He was frothing at the mouth. He was just completely shaking, and then I was beside myself. I didn't know what to do. I rang the ambulance, and just as they entered the house, he just stopped and went completely lifeless and turned blue. They gave him some oxygen and they said we need to take him to hospital right now.
The doctors explained the vaccine had caused a fever, which had triggered Luke's seizure.
10 days later, and I got another call at work from Sam, and he'd had another seizure. That was when it really sort of dawned on us, I think, that something really serious was going on.
Luke's seizures continued constantly.
You okay, mate? You okay?
You're all right. I went to the internet and I was searching everywhere just to find similar stories.
for that 6-month period, as far as we were concerned, it was vaccine related. And blaming ourselves up to that point, really. Why did we do this?
Yeah.
If we hadn't done this, he'd be fine.
After many months of searching the world for answers, they discovered the clues to Luke's illness lay on the other side of Melbourne. Ingrid Sheffer leads a team of Australian neuroscientists studying rare cases like Luke's, cases where prolonged seizures happen soon after vaccination.
Kangaroo. Hello, Lukey.
It's really important that it occurred so close to his vaccination, and this is really what led to the thinking that there was a vaccine encephalopathy. And I say so-called because everyone associated that the timing of the vaccination and the timing of the first seizure meant that the vaccine was causative.
Yeah, perfect boy.
For 6 years, the team studied the patients carefully. They discovered that the histories and symptoms matched those of a rare form of epilepsy called Dravet syndrome.
Dravet syndrome is a very severe epilepsy beginning in infancy, and it occurs in a previously normal and well baby, and their development slows down. So they have normal development, and then between 1 to 2 years of age, it sort of plateaus. And by far, the majority of children with Dravet syndrome have intellectual disability.
Dravet syndrome is caused by mutations in a particular gene called SCN1A, which impact key pathways in the brain. These are usually new mutations, not something passed on from the child's parents. In 2006, the team made a key discovery. The majority of the children who had prolonged seizures after vaccination also had a mutation for Dravet syndrome.
The gene, the SCN1A mutation, is the cause of the Dravet syndrome, and the vaccine is at most a trigger for a seizure. And anybody with epilepsy has triggers for their seizures. They're not causative, they're triggers. So you can have genes causing your epilepsy, but triggers are commonly sleep deprivation, stress, and in this situation, vaccination is a trigger.
When Luke was tested, they discovered he too had Dravet syndrome.
Good boy.
Today, Luke's parents know that any fever can trigger his seizures, whether from a toothache or from a vaccine. They also understand that Luke was going to get this condition anyway.
We've chosen not to vaccinate him further because we know it was a trigger.
We rely on other people having their kids vaccinated to protect Luke.
Luke's type of epilepsy is rare. You're more likely to be struck by lightning. Yet his story is an example of how a vaccine can appear to cause harm. The majority of children have no side effects from a vaccine. Some may experience slight swelling at the injection site, or develop a fever, a normal immune response. Occasionally, children can have a seizure after a vaccine, but this is usually a brief, one-time event with no damage. But there are extremely rare cases where a vaccine has done harm. Cases like David Salamone.
I contracted polio from the vaccination. It affected my right leg. My muscles atrophied. I wear a leg brace.
In 1990, when David was 6 months old, his parents took him for his oral polio vaccine. Within 24 hours, he had a fever and a rash.
We took him to the pediatrician, and he basically said, oh, it's nothing. You know, I mean, just, probably a little reaction, but don't worry about it.
High fever.
It just seemed to get worse. And suddenly, we noticed that he wasn't even able to move his lower extremities.
David's paralysis was eventually tracked back to the vaccine and to a series of events that occurred over 50 years ago.
In the all-out fight against polio, led by the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, there were many years of struggle and heartbreak.
In the 1950s, tens of thousands of American children were paralyzed by polio and thousands of them died. It was one of the most feared diseases of the 20th century. Then, in 1955, came an announcement that changed history.
A major medical hurdle was crossed with the discovery by Dr. Jonas Salk of the anti-polio vaccine.
Thanks to the injectable Salk vaccine and later the oral Sabin vaccine, polio rates plummeted by 99%. The disease largely vanished from the U.S. But the oral polio vaccine carried a risk. There was a small chance that the weakened virus within it could mutate and actually cause polio. A risk of around 1 in 2.4 million doses.
Okay, David, come on down.
By 1994, the only cases of polio in the U.S. were those caused by the oral vaccine itself.
I want to show you something. We failed to ask the question, does it pass the risk-benefit ratio test? And obviously, if the only cases of polio you have in a country come from the very vaccine designed to prevent it, it doesn't pass, and it shouldn't be given. The Congress has oversight over CDC, over...
David's father lobbied to have the vaccine changed. And in the year 2000, across the U.S., the oral vaccine was replaced by a safer, injectable version.
This vaccine had a problem, and there was a better one, and we fixed it. The system worked. Too many had to suffer, but the system worked.
I'm not against vaccinations. I'm pro-vaccinations. We had thousands of people contracting polio prior to the vaccination. We came out with the vaccination, and that number decreased significantly. So less people are getting sick, less people are getting affected, and that's a good thing.
Changing and adapting vaccines as new evidence emerges is a vital and ongoing process. But sometimes vaccines are blamed for causing harm when there's no scientific proof. Autism is one of the most baffling health issues of our generation. Around 1 in 70 children are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder in the U.S. today. It's not a single disease, but rather a complex web of disorders marked by communication difficulties and repetitive behaviors. The question is, what causes it?
Brown bear, brown bear. That's a teddy bear. Oh, my hand. This beautiful girl is my daughter, Jody. She's 16, and she has autism, and now she's in residential placement. And I'm here today, as I am every weekend, visiting her. It's the highlight of my week. As a parent, I would love to have a better understanding of why she behaves the way she behaves, or why we have to go through the same rituals and routines every single time. We need to understand so that we can help her.
Allison Singer channeled her need for answers, becoming an autism advocate, raising funds for research. Allison noticed Jody's symptoms around the same time as her daughter had her vaccinations. So she, like many parents, suspected there could be a link.
Clearly, children were getting more vaccines than we had gotten when we were born, and more children were being diagnosed with autism. So I felt that, yes, this was an area that we needed to look at and see if there was a relationship between vaccines and autism.
In 1998, an English doctor, Andrew Wakefield, argued there was a link between autism and MMR, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. His study of 12 children was published in a major medical journal, The Lancet.
When I read that, I was taken aback. We have to look at this. Fortunately, those are studies that can be done.
A search began to see if a link between autism and the MMR vaccine could be confirmed. Scientists examined the medical records of hundreds of thousands of children. But study after study revealed that whether the children were vaccinated or not, the rates of autism were the same.
No one could replicate Andrew Wakefield's findings. Eventually, that study was shown to be fraudulent and it was withdrawn.
Similar studies failed to find any link between autism and a mercury-based preservative called thimerosal. Still other studies failed to find any link between autism and the number or timing of vaccines.
So at this point, it's not like we have one study or two studies or 5 studies. We have dozens of studies. I think we were right to look at whether vaccines might be a cause of autism, but there comes a point where there is so much evidence, none of which shows any link between vaccines and autism, that you have to say, enough.
Today, scientists like Daniel Geschwind are making dramatic progress in finding the real causes of autism. The story that's emerging is written in our DNA.
It's really extraordinary. Identifying the genetic causes is really important because it gives us an anchor, a place to start.
We know autism can run in families, but it took a revolution in DNA sequencing technology to allow scientists to compare thousands of genes in people with and without autism and to pinpoint specific mutations. Some of these gene mutations are inherited, but many are new, as in Dravet syndrome. Many of these genes play a role in brain development and in the way brain cells communicate.
That can give us enormous clues about the onset of autism, where it begins, how it begins, and hopefully how to treat it.
Scientists are also investigating environmental factors, but genes are a major part of the story. And they've led scientists to an extraordinary new insight that autism begins in the womb.
The genetics are pointing to early developmental processes, so somewhere between 10 and 24 weeks or so of gestation. We don't know everything that causes autism at this point, but all of the genetics is pointing to fetal origin.
So as autism reveals its secrets, it's increasingly clear that childhood vaccines cannot be the cause.
So whenever I look at her, I'm extremely happy.
Want some pastas?
Who's a pretty girl?
I'm a pretty girl.
Yes, you
Want
are.
some pastas?
We can make pasta.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-dee-dum.
Just as the underlying causes of autism are being illuminated, there's another controversy brewing, this time around a vaccine that prevents cancer.
Cervical cancer is a horrible way to die.
Having severe reactions up to and including death as a result.
And she suffered from mental retardation thereafter.
Take my chances of dying with cancer.
The vaccine protects against a sexually transmitted disease.
Fear-mongering, ignorance.
The vaccine to protect against HPV, human papillomavirus, has generated an unusual amount of publicity and confusion. HPV is the most common cancer-causing virus on Earth. Around 80% of Americans will catch it at some stage in their lives. For most, it's harmless, but for some, it causes cancer. Every year, over 25,000 HPV-related cancers occur in the U.S. Many are cervical cancers in females or throat cancers in males.
So people often say they wish they could prevent cancer. This vaccine prevents cancer. Who doesn't want that for their child?
Amy Middleman is a mother of 3. She's also an adolescent pediatrician involved in assessing the safety and effectiveness of the HPV vaccine. She vaccinated her children as soon as it became available.
I am a little confused by the drama around this vaccine. To me, this is a life-saving vaccine. I can't imagine not giving it to my children. On the other hand, I think sometimes we expect parents to have all of the data that we have as physicians, and that's not really fair. So our job as providers is to make sure we separate the issues and bring forth the important ones that should be considered.
Okay, and then just one is needed for the patient, so this is...
The key is to vaccinate boys and girls before they're ever exposed to the virus. That is, before they become sexually active.
I know, isn't it? It's recommended for every boy and girl at age 11 and 12. This is just like everything else. You want to get the vaccine before you have a risk of getting the disease so that it protects you.
Around 60 million doses of the HPV vaccine have been given in the U.S. Like all vaccines, it's carefully monitored for safety. There have been claims of rare, serious reactions, even deaths. These have been carefully investigated.
There are no serious adverse events associated with this vaccine in a causal way. This is one of the safest vaccines that we have to offer, and it prevents cancer.
For some, the link between the HPV vaccine and sex is a concern.
I have reservations about the HPV vaccine. It's for a sexually transmitted disease, and I believe in teaching abstinence and chastity. And
studies show that any intimate contact, perhaps even deep kissing, can spread the virus. And getting the vaccine does not mean people start having sex earlier.
The sex part, the way in which you get the target disease is irrelevant. We don't talk about diphtheria and how you get diphtheria before we give the Tdap vaccine. How they're getting exposed is irrelevant to the ability to prevent the disease.
I want her to make the decision when she gets of age.
Again, you know how I feel about it. I strongly recommend it. I try to prevent disease whenever I can. So, but we can definitely get you the flu vaccine today, and we'll keep talking about the HPV vaccine if that's okay with you. Patients come to us asking for reassurance about these decisions, and if they don't get strong reassurance, it's pretty easy to put it off until the next visit, or I'll think about it maybe the next time. We're not talking about a cold that's going to go away. This is cancer, and this is what we've been working for years, are ways to prevent cancer.
On the other side of Oklahoma City, one woman knows only too well the costs of not being able to prevent her daughter's cancer.
Jennifer was 37 years old, and she died from cervical cancer. She had cancer in her liver, in her lungs, in her right hip, and her left femur. And so she died of the effects of the cancer, which was spreading through her body. If there was something I could have done to protect her, of course I would have. The idea now that parents can vaccinate their children to prevent most cervical cancers, I just wish that had been available to us to have changed the course of Jennifer's life. It just makes me very, very sad. Sorry.
As a mother and as a pediatrician, I think one of the biggest fears that I have, and have always had, is that one of my children will get sick and I can't do anything about it, or one of my patients will get sick and I can't do anything about it. And to be able to prevent that is such a gift.
Vaccines deliver a remarkable but often invisible gift, protecting against diseases we may never see around us. Yet for parents, it can be hard not to worry about potential risks.
All of our lives is surrounded by the risks of every day. I walk across the street. I could be hit by a car. We live with risk because it's part of what we all face in terms of getting what we want. Right? I want to come to the football game. I want to have a fun day with my family. And those benefits are worth putting myself at risk. Many people worry about the risks of serious adverse events or side effects from vaccines. How risky is that, really?
Like any medication, vaccines are not risk-free, but the risk of a severe side effect is extremely small. For a life-threatening event like a severe allergic reaction, it's around 1 in 1 million, 10 times the number of people in this stadium.
These kinds of serious reactions are really that rare.
Yet parents may worry about side effects, even when they are rare.
What we think about is, what's going to happen to my kid? What if my kid is the one kid who happens to have this happen to them?
One of the things we have to remember in medicine is that it's a balancing act. Really, everything is measuring risk versus benefits. This is true of vaccines as well. There are risks, there are benefits. The risks happen to be minuscule of serious side reactions. The benefits are enormous.
Vaccines protect us individually, in case the person next to us is carrying a dangerous germ. And the higher the overall vaccination rate, the more protection for everyone.
In 1955, this is where Dr. Thomas Francis announced to the world the outcome of the polio vaccine trials. And he told the world that the vaccine was safe, effective, and potent. I love having this conversation here in this room because what we really need to do is to get back into the mindset of the people who were sitting here in 1955. They looked at the vaccine trials and said, is this a better choice? Not a perfect choice, a better choice than what we face if we do not vaccinate. Because the less often we vaccinate, the more our lives will be touched, perhaps slowly at first, but eventually more and more, by diseases that we once thought were gone.
Baby Osmond spent 17 days in the hospital with whooping cough. No one knows who spread the deadly germ to him, only that he was one of the lucky ones. Now 6 months old, he's recovering well. Across America and the world, outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases continue to be reported. In Michigan and several other states, personal exemption rates have risen above 5%. Some states, like California, have passed laws making it more difficult for parents to opt out. Wherever they live, parents continue to weigh what's best for their children. And health officials continue to worry about saving lives.
We're all in this together. We all inhabit this planet together. We all make decisions that affect not only us, but others. And I would like to believe that there is something in us that allows us to see it that way.
This Nova program is available on DVD. To order, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Nova is also available for download on iTunes.
Welcome to The Truth About Vaccines. I'm your host, Ty Bollinger. Now, you may recognize me from documentaries that I produced in the past on the subject of the truth about cancer. A natural progression was to investigate the truth about vaccines and bring awareness to that topic as well, and that's exactly what we've done. I truly believe that the next 7 days are going to change your life, and I look forward to going on this journey with you. So let's go ahead and get started. It's a commonly held belief that people, including doctors, are either pro-vaccine, in other words, they believe that all vaccines are safe and effective for all people all the time, or anti-vaccine, in other words, 100% against all vaccines all the time. But is this accurate? Are these the only two legitimate positions about vaccines?
It's absolutely ridiculous to even talk in terms of pro or anti-vaccine. The reason why is that it would be like talking in terms of pro or anti-antibiotic. So you can know that it's absolutely wonderful to have access to antibiotics when you need them, when they're being used appropriately, when there's a bacterial infection that an antibiotic can really help beat. That doesn't mean that you would prescribe an antibiotic for a viral infection. But somebody, a doctor or a parent who didn't want an antibiotic for a viral infection, you would never call that person anti-antibiotic, right? So when people are questioning vaccine safety or vaccine efficacy or vaccine necessity, that does not make them anti-vaccine. That makes them pro-science and pro-common sense and pro-public health. The truth is, we all care about the same thing. We care about having healthy children and a healthy population. Nobody is anti or pro-vaccine. We are all pro-kid and pro-health. And questioning certain aspects of our current CDC vaccine schedule is actually really important if we want to make sure that our kids are safe and healthy.
I agree with Dr. Margulis. We all care about the same thing. We all want to make sure that our kids are safe and healthy. That's it. I think we can all agree on that, right? This docuseries will be focused on the scientific integrity of vaccine studies, the safety and efficacy of about a dozen particular vaccines that are in the CDC's current schedule, and the vitally important topic of vaccine freedom of choice. I don't want my opinions to get in the way of scientific facts, nor do I want to influence anyone to do anything against their own conscience. My goal is to present the truth so that you, the viewing audience, can make an educated decision for you and your own family. What's the theory behind vaccines? I asked Dr. Paul Thomas, a board-certified pediatrician from Portland, Oregon, this very question. What is the theory behind vaccines? Why do they work, or what's the theory behind why they work?
Well, before I get into that, I just want to mention what we've lost in this whole vaccine discussion is that what really keeps us healthy is a strong immune system, all right? Now, having said that, is it possible to use your immune system and promote some aspect of it so you develop immunity against something that might be causing harm? And I think the theory of vaccination goes way back to smallpox, cowpox, Jenner, and all those pioneers. And they were able at that time to take a little bit of something that was causing disease or that was similar to it and get it under the skin and get your body to mount an immune response so that in the future, when you got exposed to smallpox, let's say, your body was ready to go, right? So in a simplistic term, I think that's what we're trying to do with vaccines. We're trying to prime the immune system with the organism that's been killed or pieces of the organism that's enough for the body to recognize it, and you develop antibodies so that next time you're exposed, your immune system reacts quickly and you don't actually get sick. So you'll have a huge immune response. And to some extent, we've been successful, but where we've lost, we may have won a battle, but we've lost the war, in my opinion, is the collateral damage.
We will be looking at the collateral damage, to use Dr. Thomas' exact words, over the next week. Vaccinations are credited with the reduction and even elimination of several diseases, including whooping cough, diphtheria, tetanus, polio, measles, mumps, rubella, hepatitis B, smallpox, meningitis, and influenza. If a person develops a positive antibody response following a vaccination, then that vaccination is considered to be successful, and that person is believed to be immune to the disease. We will address this topic, antibodies, in the next episode.
I am a member of the Academy of Pediatrics. We're supposed to be, the Academy of Pediatrics, the organization that guards the health of children. And when it comes to vaccines, which is what we're going to be talking about, I feel like the Academy has not been as thorough as perhaps I would like them to be in investigating what's going on.
That really sums up the reason that we produced this docuseries. We need more investigation, we need more discussion, and we need more honest debate. But the two diametrically opposing positions of those who are pro-vaccine and those who are anti-vaccine have resulted in a climate where civil discussion rarely takes place, where there's much more name-calling and pejoratives. This has created a climate that is not conducive to true debate or discussion.
In today's climate, you have the get your kid vaccinated now. And then you have a growing climate of don't vaccinate your kid. Now, neither standpoint allows for owning a decision and understanding why you make that decision.
And the moment you question the safety of vaccines, you are a quack. The moment you bring up any issue with safety, you could be pro-vaccine, but if you bring up one safety issue, you're automatically a quack. We have Nobel laureates who've brought this out, right? These are Nobel laureates, and suddenly they're being called quacks and idiots and crazies because they're questioning the safety of vaccines.
I think it's one of the most disturbing facts of our time that you can't even speak to the thing, the basic facts like vaccine inserts that state that all of these potential harms are possible and have been observed previously, and you can't even speak to them without being called an anti-vaxxer, whatever that's supposed to mean.
If we look back in history, we'll see people like the Italian astronomer and physicist Galileo. He was convicted in 1633 for publishing his evidence that supported the Copernican theory that the Earth actually revolves around the sun. Galileo was actually called a heretic for his anti-scientific, heliocentric, in other words, sun-centered views, and he was sentenced to house arrest, where he remained for the rest of his life. Now, we later learned that Galileo's scientific theories were actually correct and that the orthodox scientific community of his day was dead wrong. Over the next 7 days, we're going to present expert testimony, scientific studies, and medical data in as concise and understandable manner as possible so that you can make wise decisions based upon informed choice. A big part of making wise medical decisions is the concept of informed consent.
The idea behind informed consent is that whenever you do a medical procedure, you have to talk to the patient about the benefits of the procedure, the possible complications with the procedure, and the other options that you may have. So with vaccinations, you have to talk about what are the positives of vaccinating your child, what are the potential negatives of vaccinating your child, and what are the alternatives. And one of the alternatives always has to be not vaccinating or spacing out the vaccines. And the problem is that doctors are incredibly busy. They're getting, they have less than 15 minutes in the office with a family. They hand them a piece of paper that comes from the CDC. That's not informed consent. That's not really saying to them, okay, look at this is really the pluses and minuses. And the problem is that most doctors in America haven't actually taken the time to do the fundamental research that they need to do to figure out what the true risks and benefits are of any given vaccine. So in this country, we don't really have informed consent when it comes to vaccines.
There's a term that I remember vividly being taught in medical school, and that's iatrogenic. So iatrogenic is caused by what we do. All right, if you take
what a doctor does.
Exactly. So if you take a medicine that I prescribe and it makes you ill or causes you harm, that's iatrogenic. All right? And I think we've lost our way in looking at vaccines and looking at what are the iatrogenic effects. In other words, what harm is being done by our vaccine program. So I wrote this book, The Vaccine Friendly Plan.
Because just so people know, you're not anti-vaccine.
Absolutely not. So the dilemma I was in 2008 after I had those 4 cases of children who regressed into severe autism, and I'd already learned about toxicity. I'd read studies on thimerosal, on aluminum toxicity. I mean, there's books on this topic. I could no longer ethically keep doing vaccines business as usual with the CDC schedule. And the things that concerned me the most were that hepatitis B dose for newborns. Back then they weren't pushing vaccines on pregnant women. That's happened since. And the sheer number of vaccines that were being given. For example, at the 2-month visit, we were giving 6 different vaccines, 3 of which had too much aluminum. So you're multiplying huge toxins, adding on top, and it was just clearly not a scientifically justifiable approach when you understand toxicity.
If you're going to give parents informed consent before they take these vaccines, don't just tell them that the vaccine was responsible for lowering the incidence of cases of measles. Tell them that there are studies that if you take this, showing that if you take this measles vaccine, you're statistically significantly more likely to be hospitalized after receiving that vaccine. Okay? You're more likely to have epileptic seizures. You're more likely to have allergies as a result of that vaccine. Okay? That's well documented. You're more likely to develop cancers and heart disease in later life if you've taken that vaccine, because it has suppressed you from being able to develop those protective effects that you gain when you are exposed to that disease naturally as a child. So if you want informed consent, you have to have all of that information, access to all of that information, so that then you can make an informed decision, and then you have to be free to accept or reject vaccines.
According to the CDC, there is no federal requirement for informed consent regarding immunizations. For state and local regulations, you need to check with your local or state health department. So this is a 10th Amendment issue, since the 10th Amendment states that all powers that are not specifically given to the federal government are the responsibility of the states.
Whatever was not defined in the Constitution as a matter for the federal government defaults to the states. Public health laws are state laws. Vaccine laws are state laws. Now the federal government has to protect the borders. So they can make laws about people coming into the country who have infectious diseases or who are not vaccinated, right? But in our country, it's the states. That's why you have different vaccine laws in different states. Different states have different exemptions. Right now, 50 states have medical vaccine exemptions. 47 states have religious belief vaccine exemptions, and 16 states have medical, religious belief, and a third exemption that's worded as either a conscientious belief, philosophical belief, or personal belief exemption.
Vaccine laws are statutory. In other words, they are created by a particular state, not the federal government. In my investigations, one topic that initially interested me the most was the amount of vaccine education that a typical medical doctor, especially a pediatrician, receives when he or she is in medical school. Here's what the experts had to say.
Vaccines were not very much discussed in medical school, other than this is what vaccines do. They save lives, they protect people from disease, and this is the schedule you need to use in your pediatric clinics to give to kids. Started medical school in 1983, and it wasn't until 1998 that a mother came over to me and said, "Dr. Larry, did you know that there's mercury in vaccines?" And I said, "No." And instead of just pushing it aside and saying, it's just such a small amount, it doesn't matter, I actually started looking to see what else is in vaccines. And I realized that there's a great amount of material in vaccines that impairs many cell structures and cell functions.
I really didn't think about vaccines very much throughout my career, because I don't know if you know this, but medical doctors really aren't taught anything about what's in vaccines or the contents or the problems that can happen after vaccination. We're basically given a sheet of paper during a pediatric rotation and told this is the schedule and to keep up with it. And so the thinking there is, I just got to make sure that everybody's got the ones that they need and which ones they need, and not really critically thinking about it at all. I used to think it was just me because I was an adult internist, but when you look at people like Dr. Larry Pilevsky and Dr. Tony Bark, who actually specialized in pediatrics, and you hear the same thing from them, then you realize that medical schools are not providing this information, and there's no incentive to go and look. There's not a lot of time during residency, so unless something's really a problem, you're not going to go trying to disprove a well-proven theory or practice. Nobody does it.
I've got a daughter in medical school and a really good friend in medical school, and I've asked them, because they're already being taught vaccines are safe and effective, and they're the best thing you can do to further the health of the population. They're already being taught this. And I was never taught when I was in medical school 30 years ago what was in a vaccine. We were only taught that they're wonderful and do them. So no, most doctors trained today have no idea what's in the vaccines.
When I went to medical school, I graduated in 1985, and at that period of time, when I went on into practice, there were only 3 vaccines really that were used in children. There was DPT, MMR, and polio. And it wasn't until 1991 when there was the big ramp up of the vaccine schedule, starting with the hepatitis B vaccine at birth, and then they added the Hib, and then chickenpox and Prevnar, and now we have 46 doses of 16 vaccines that are given to children by the time they're 5 years of age. So I would say that when I was in medical school, there wasn't much to talk about. There was only the 3 vaccines. But then we had this big ramp up, so anybody who's graduated from medical school and gone through a residency program from 1991 forward, which has been 25 years, the only thing that they're told is here's the schedule and here's how you give it, and you really need to deal with those parents who are doing this whole thing called vaccine hesitancy now.
Dr. Tenpenny just mentioned a term that you may have heard before, vaccine hesitancy. We'll get to that in a moment, but first I want to address the apparent lack of vaccine education that most doctors receive while in medical school. Perhaps things have changed since Dr. Palevsky and Dr. Tenpenny and Dr. Humphreys attended medical school. I wanted to get an idea of the current courses that a typical medical school student would take while they're at a school like, say, Harvard. The first year includes the following 13 total courses.
Introduction to the profession, the molecular and cellular basis of medicine, the human body, human genetics, Patient Doctor 1, Introduction to Social Medicine and Global Health, Clinical Epidemiology and Population Health, Introduction to Healthcare Policy, Scholarship in Medicine, Physician and Community, Integrated Human Physiology, Immunology, Microbiology and Pathology, and Medical Ethics and Professionalism.
It appears that whatever is taught about vaccines and vaccination in Harvard's 5-year curriculum is done with one course, Immunology, Microbiology, and Pathology. If you search through the curriculum of dozens of other medical schools in the United States, you'll find that there is not much variation from Harvard. Apparently, vaccines and vaccination are simply not featured prominently. Now let's go back to what Dr. Tenpenny mentioned earlier. She mentioned the term vaccine hesitancy. Now, what exactly is this? According to the World Health Organization, vaccine hesitancy refers to the delay in acceptance or refusal of vaccines despite availability of vaccination services. Let's listen to Dr. Tenpenny once more to get the full context of her statement.
The only thing that they're told is here's the schedule and here's how you give it, and you really need to deal with those parents who are doing this whole thing called vaccine hesitancy now, which is being published in all of the medical literature saying that all of these crazy people, why wouldn't they want vaccines? They're actually even combing information off of Facebook of the arguments that people get into and try to come up with arguments to convince more and more people why they should be vaccinated.
In an attempt to have a safer vaccine approach, I did something in 2008 when I started integrative pediatrics that is pretty much unheard of for a pediatrician to do, and that is to one by one give parents the real facts about the vaccine, the benefits of the vaccine, the risks, and the alternatives, so informed consent. And I truly believe this is what doctors should do. We need to get back to doing that if we're doing something to a healthy person. You know, you got a healthy child in front of you and you're saying, well, we're gonna do this thing to you, this vaccine, and it's a good idea. And all they're being told is it's safe and effective, do it. And oh, by the way, if you don't do it, you're gonna have to leave my practice. That's what's happening today. That should be illegal. I mean, if you have a doctor that's telling you to leave your practice if you don't do what I say, that's called paternalism, and we were taught in medical school that is the worst way to practice medicine. And yet the Academy of Pediatrics is now saying that's okay. Today, pediatricians are being trained on how to, I would just use the word coerce, their patients into doing all the vaccines.
Why do pediatricians need to convince and coerce parents to vaccinate? Shouldn't parents be presented with the facts and then be able to make up their own mind? Did you know that the AAP, the American Association of Pediatricians, actually has an entire website page dedicated to teaching physicians how to persuade vaccine-hesitant parents? Some parents just want to spread out vaccines, but in the video entitled, "Are There Too Many Vaccines?" in order to convince the mother, who's really an actor, that there's no need to spread out vaccines and that really doesn't give you any additional benefit, the doctor, who's also an actor, refers to a study of over 1,000 children where, quote, researchers found no evidence that getting all the vaccines on time during infancy is associated with any developmental delays.
The study to which she was referring was published in the journal Pediatrics in June of 2010.
Sure enough, here's the conclusion, and I quote, "Timely vaccination during infancy has no adverse effect on neuropsychological outcomes 7 to 10 years later. These data may reassure parents who are concerned that children receive too many vaccines too soon." That's the actual conclusion. Now, the children studied were born between 1993 and 1997. So let's take a look at the actual vaccine schedule back then. In 1995, prior to 18 months, a typical baby would receive the 3 doses of the Hep B, DPT, Hib, and polio vaccines, as well as the MMR, a total of 13 doses. However, according to the CDC schedule in 2016, by the age of 18 months, a typical child would receive 3 doses of Hep B, 3 doses of rotavirus, 4 doses of DTaP, 4 doses of Hib, 4 doses of pneumococcal, 3 doses of polio vaccine, influenza, and the MMR, varicella, and 2 doses of Hep A, for a total of 26 doses. That's exactly double the doses that were studied in the original study. How can the AAP take a study that concluded that 13 doses had no effect on neuropsychological development and then apply that same study to 26 doses and come to the same conclusion without any further studies? Let me ask you a question. Is it possible that some vaccines work and some vaccines don't? Is it possible that some vaccines cause severe side effects and some don't?
We have to look at vaccines on a vaccine by vaccine basis. So saying that you have concerns about the hepatitis B vaccine, about the infant series of the hepatitis B vaccine, which is not based on science, doesn't mean that you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and you want to do no vaccines ever for any children. That's not what this is about. But what ends up happening is that a parent who says, like I did, a parent who says, I want more information, I don't think I need the hepatitis B vaccine, I'm hepatitis B negative, my husband is too, we've been in a monogamous relationship for 3 years, there's no chance that my child could get exposed to this disease, is then told, well, you're an anti-vaccine fanatic, how dare you question our science, which, you know, and then is vilified and ridiculed, and then that parent ends up turning away from all vaccines because they've been sort of ostracized by, you know, mainstream medicine.
Another problem that I see out when people talk about vaccines is that it's very convenient to paint all vaccines with the same brush, and we can't do that because the fact of the matter is there are different kinds of vaccines. Some of them have live viruses, some of them have killed viruses, some of them have killed bacteria, some have pieces of bacteria, pieces of virus, and so we have to distinguish, are we talking about a live virus? The influenza vaccine, we talked about pertussis, whooping cough, but we didn't talk about the vaccine, but that's another killed vaccine, a subunit vaccine. It has particles of the, either some of the toxins or some of the pieces of the external bacteria. And so those vaccines don't stimulate immunity on their own. You have to add aluminum to them. Whereas influenza vaccine, you don't have to add aluminum to the influenza vaccine, but most of the other killed vaccines, you do need to add aluminum. And when you do that, what happens is you're stimulating that more of an antibody response than a cell-mediated response. And so those are the people that are going to be more prone to allergies later and who won't have, that's why you need, you know, when you're a newborn baby at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, you know, in 1 year, and then again when you're 4 years old, and now we're told that every time a woman is pregnant she needs to get a pertussis vaccine. Well, that's why, because immunity is really short-lived after those particular vaccines.
Dr. Humphreys just articulated other issues that arise when vaccines are painted with a broad brush. Some vaccines need additives or adjuvants to create the immune response. And there are different types of immune responses. In other words, antibody versus cell-mediated. The polio and the injected flu vaccines and the DTaP are composed of inactivated kill viruses, while the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, is composed of a live virus. It's important to remember that there are various types of vaccines, and all of them are different, with different ingredients, different risks, different side effects, different benefits. But let's get back to our focus on the current CDC vaccine schedule, which is one of the things that almost every doctor is taught while in medical school. When I was a baby in 1968, I think I got about 3 or 4 vaccines in total, and I was considered to be fully vaccinated. But in order to be fully vaccinated today, it's much different.
What we have now is 69 doses of 16 vaccines that the federal government is saying all the children should use from day of birth to age 18. Back when my children were receiving vaccines in the late 70s and 80s, it was 23 doses of 7 vaccines. So we've had a tripling of the numbers of doses of vaccines that children are now getting. And in that time period, as this dramatic escalation of the child vaccination schedule has occurred, what have we seen? Have we seen children be healthier? Just the opposite. We have an epidemic of chronic disease and disability. 1 child in 6 in America now learning disabled. 1 in 9 with asthma. 1 in 50 with autism. 1 in 400 developing diabetes. Millions more with inflammatory bowel disorders, rheumatoid arthritis, epilepsy. Epilepsy is on the rise. We have children who, 30% now of young adults have been diagnosed as having a mental illness, anxiety disorder, bipolar, schizophrenia. This is the worst public health report card in the history of this country. And it has coincided perfectly with the tripling of the numbers of vaccines.
If a pediatrician does not abide by the standards of vaccination and promulgate them, then they themselves become legally liable for being sued. So even if they're open and they're like, oh, well, she doesn't want to vaccinate according to the schedule, and then someone actually gets injured or gets an infection, then they themselves could be legally liable, whereas they are completely expunged of all liability if they follow without any thought the vaccine schedule.
When I was a kid, I got smallpox vaccine and I got polio vaccine, and that was it. My kids received 69 doses of 16 vaccines.
A typical 2-month-old baby will be getting as many as 9 vaccines at once. I mean, it may not be 9 injections, but it's 9 vaccines. I mean, can be at once. They can be getting a hepatitis B, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, polio, Haemophilus influenza B, pneumococcal, rotavirus, and I might be missing one.
I'm pro-vaccine. I had all 6 of my kids vaccinated. I think vaccines have saved millions of lives, and I just accepted the dogma that they were safe, and that's what the science said. I started looking at the science, and I started calling people within the agencies. I called Paul Offit, who was a big defender of vaccines, and I called Kathleen Stratton at CDC and other people within the agencies, and I started questioning them. And their answers, they gave me the answers that they gave to the public, but I was informed about the science. And when I started drilling down with them on the science, it was clear that not only that the science they were citing me was bogus, but that they knew that it was weak, and they were unwilling to defend it in front of informed criticism. And that shocked me, because these were not, I was used to environmental agencies becoming captured, but a public health agency that is charged with protecting the health of our children, to lie about science and to manipulate science, which is what they were doing, it just seemed criminal.
There was a study published in Pediatrics that showed that parents who decided to delay or forego some vaccines were parents who made over $70,000 a year and had the most education. So why is it that the best educated parents who have the highest socioeconomic income are choosing to delay some vaccines? It's not because something is wrong with those parents, it's because something is wrong with the current CDC vaccine schedule. I'll tell you an industry kept secret, which is that a lot of doctors in America are choosing not to vaccinate their children on the current CDC schedule. Almost every doctor I've interviewed has chosen an alternative schedule for their children that is based on better health and better science. It's a really well-kept secret that the people working at the CDC are also alternating the vaccine schedule for their own children. How do I know that? I know that because I've talked to them. So I had someone who's an active, very, very vocal spokesperson for the current vaccine schedule who confided in me that that person did not do the hepatitis B vaccine because when that person looked at all of the data, that person realized that it wasn't a good idea. So here we have public health officials screaming from the rooftops that parents must do this vaccine schedule exactly as it is put out by the CDC, while themselves in their own families are choosing not to follow it. Whenever I have a doctor who I talk to who says I alternate the schedule, I say, would you share that? Can I use your name? And they say, I don't want to lose my job. Or I don't want people to know, or I'm choosing not to do these vaccines because I know they're not effective, or I know they're not necessary, but you can't let anybody know. And I'm a journalist, and I'm bound to journalistic ethics, and I could never reveal who those people are, but I can tell you that I have spoken to them myself, and they have told me the truth. And the truth is that they are alternating the schedule in their own families for their own children.
Why would CDC employees not follow their own vaccine schedule? Why would pediatricians not follow their own vaccine recommendations to their own patients? In medical schools across the globe, physicians are taught that the current CDC schedule has been proven to be safe and effective.
In 2013, the Institute of Medicine, National Academy of Sciences, issued a report that said that the current federally recommended child vaccine schedule of 49 doses of 14 vaccines given between day of birth and age 6 has not been adequately studied for safety. And one of the issues was that the vaccines may have been studied separately, but they have not been studied in the combined schedule, including giving 8 to 10 vaccines on one day. So that is something the Institute of Medicine has acknowledged. The federal government disagrees, but I think everybody needs to understand that child vaccine schedule has not been adequately studied for safety. Fewer than 40 studies have actually studied the schedule. That's not enough studies to prove that that schedule is safe or effective.
Plus there haven't been any studies at looking at the synergistic effects of the ingredients. So if you have one metal, what does it do to the body? If you have one metal and another metal, what does that do to the body? If you have one metal, and antibiotics, what does that do to the body? And it's already been shown that metal detoxification in the presence of antibiotics is diminished versus metal detoxification without antibiotics. You have metal, antibiotic, and then you have microorganism. What is the synergistic effect of that? So none of those amplified studies or the look at the amplification of one ingredient's effect on another have ever been done.
The studies in this book, Miller's Review of Critical Vaccine Studies, this book, there's 400 studies in here. And these are studies, most of these studies are recent studies. These are all studies that are showing problems with vaccines, because I got tired of hearing medical doctors saying there are no studies that show that vaccines are a problem, that vaccines are unsafe. What are you talking about? That is an outright lie. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of studies published in peer-reviewed journals documenting safety and efficacy problems associated with vaccines.
the consensus around vaccines is just like tobacco science. You know, would we have fought for tobacco science? There was a time when every doctor was saying smoking cigarettes is good for you, or at least it's not bad for you. I mean, that existed, and the industry was just paying for tons and tons of science to be done that supported that issue. That's what's happening in vaccines.
Back in the 50s, doctors were promoting this brand, right? Smoke Camel or whatever, and the doctors were telling you it's good, it'll relax you, it'll help you. The tobacco companies back then knew. They had their own data. They knew that tobacco was a carcinogen, that there were problems. And once we did the huge studies, followed millions of people over years, decades, I mean, everybody today knows, right? I mean, everybody knows tobacco is a leading killer. We need to do those same sorts of studies for vaccine.
We do need to do more studies on vaccines and more testing. While the CDC recommends polio, hepatitis B, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, rotavirus, Haemophilus influenza type B, and pneumococcal vaccines for 2, 4, and 6-month-old infants, this combination of 8 vaccines administered during a single physician visit was never tested for safety in clinical trials. In addition, the CDC report entitled Mixed Exposures Research Agenda states exactly the opposite and concluded that mixed exposures to chemicals, including pharmaceuticals and stress factors, may produce unexpected, deleterious health effects. In the executive summary, we read this, and this is a quote: "Exposures to mixed stressors can produce health consequences that are additive, synergistic, antagonistic, or can potentiate the response expected from individual component measures." Did you know that since the late 1980s, vaccine manufacturers cannot be sued?
The vaccine makers have been protected by Congress under the Vaccine Injury Act. The anger and the rage that whites in my audiences I've attended, blacks and Latino mothers, they said, wait a minute, we can't sue them? I mean, even those that I have met that are pro-vaccine, when you let them know that the vaccine makers cannot be sued, even they say, wait a minute, I'm against what you're here for, but I ain't for that. You telling me that I can't sue the vaccine makers if it's proven that vaccine injured my child? I said, no. That's right. They're indemnified. You can't touch them.
One of the first red flags that scares me the most about vaccines is that they remove any potential for litigation against any damage from vaccines. What that tells you is that they don't have the science set up properly. The original vaccinations, the toxins or whatever they wanted to call them, to try to put a tiny little bit of a disease into you so that would get your immune system to become aware of that and used to that, and then therefore fight it off and be stronger. That principle is actually a fairly sound principle. But when it came to making money and getting everyone to get vaccinated for all manner of things when it wasn't required, it became a money scheme. As children, we were injected with all manner of poisons. I remember when I was a kid, I couldn't figure it out. One day my eye drooped. I remember my eye drooping, directly related to a vaccination. My eye drooped permanently. Vaccinations are irresponsible the way that they're done. If they were responsible, if they made absolutely sure that there was no possibility of a negative side effect, and that if they didn't do their due diligence properly, that they could be litigated against, fair is fair. They don't do those things. There's so many red flags around vaccinations.
You have the vaccine manufacturers pretending that they were having production problems and going to Congress and saying, we need to upgrade our plant, our physical plant, to make more of this, but we're not going to spend the money because we're getting sued. And if we're going to get sued, if we're going to spend the money to make a product to get sued, it doesn't make sense for us business-wise. We're dropping out of the vaccine business. And all of the vaccine manufacturers went to Congress and told them, we're dropping out of the business, unless you do something to make it so that we can stay in the business, which is where the Vaccine Compensation Program, the Vaccine Act, the Vaccine Court, the things that you've heard so many things about around this area over the past few days. That's where the whole idea came from. It came from the manufacturers who could no longer defend themselves, and Congress saying we need to protect the vaccine supply.
I think the choice at that time was was not an irrational choice by Congress given the alternatives. that they were presented. And the alternative was that, I think the calculus was based upon the idea that at that point, there was so much litigation against the vaccine companies that the pharmaceutical industry was considering abandoning vaccines altogether. So Congress, and I think vaccine companies went to Congress and said, we're going to stop making vaccines, and that's going to be a national security problem, because if there's a bioterrorism attack, or if there is an epidemic, there's going to be no factories that are up and running that can create new vaccines that can respond to those national emergencies. And so if you want us to continue to make vaccines, you're going to have to give us immunity from litigation. And that's what happened.
If you're a surgeon, you can't go into the OR without liability insurance. What business do you know is allowed to practice and offer its service without liability insurance?
And what product that carries a risk of injury or death, what other product is mandated to be used by every single person born in this country multiple times? And there's no liability for anybody.
The vaccine industry has absolute legal immunity. In other words, they push all the risks of their toxic interventions onto the individuals, the families, the moms and dads. They take no risk whatsoever. And you know why? Because they have legal immunity, and it means they have no reason to have quality control. They could put, if they wanted to, they could put radioactive cesium-137 into a vaccine and inject people with it and cause you cancer, and they would have absolute no liability whatsoever. They could put anything in a vaccine, and to some extent they do. They put known neurotoxins in the vaccines. It's criminal. It's criminal what they do to our fellow human beings.
The National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act that our organization worked on to try to get safety provisions in that law says that your doctor is supposed to keep a permanent record of every vaccine and lot number given. Your doctor is supposed to write down in the child's permanent medical record if there's a health problem that occurs that's serious, hospitalization, an injury, and report it to the Federal Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System.
With no responsibility and legal immunity, basically, the companies that manufacture vaccines have no reason to have quality control. They literally can put whatever they want into vaccines. Barbara Loe Fisher's nonprofit organization, the National Vaccine Information Center, worked with Congress to pass the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986. This law included a centralized vaccine reaction reporting system, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, or VAERS, VAERS, which is jointly operated by the Federal Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC. Let's have a listen to a few experts discussing the topic of adverse reactions to vaccines.
In the United States, we have the VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. And this is the system that doctors or patients, anybody, can report a possible vaccine reaction to. The reason it doesn't work is this, Ty. I'm a pediatrician. I should be seeing all these vaccine reactions, right? And you ask any pediatrician, how many vaccine reactions have you seen? I haven't seen any. I mean, a little bit of redness where the shot's given and some fever, we expect that. But no, I haven't seen any reactions. How can that be? Well, either there are no reactions, or we don't know what to look for. I think it's the latter. So here's the thing. Kids will have seizures after vaccines, and we'll say, oh, well, that's normal, because you can have febrile seizures, and that's a normal thing. We're taught that febrile seizures are normal. And are they? I don't know. Let's look at the unvaccinated and the vaccinated. Let's follow them and see, do the unvaccinated have febrile seizures as well? SIDS. I'm trained to think that that's just normal. We don't know what causes it, but it's normal. Well, let's look at the unvaccinated and the vaccinated and see if they both have the same amount of SIDS. Neurological problems, autism, which remember is the tip of the iceberg. What about all the ADD, the ADHD, the autism spectrum, the anxiety and the depression that we're seeing? And we're not even talking about all the autoimmune stuff we're starting to see at higher levels, diabetes type 1, and we're seeing way more allergies and eczema, and you're hearing more and more about people with peanut allergies that have to carry EpiPens around. Would that still be in that unvaccinated arm? Would they have all those same levels of these disorders, these chronic diseases that we're seeing in kids? I'd love to see this study be done. That's what we need to do.
I think there's a government-industry collaboration to promote vaccination. We know that government sees itself primarily as the promoters of the vaccine program, and they're supposed to also warn us about the risk. And by the way, they're supposed to, under the law, the legislation, the Vaccine Act, publicize the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. We know from a recent report from the Government Accountability Office that the people who are pushing the vaccines did not want to publicize it because they thought that conflicted. That's not me saying that, that's Congress. Congress commissioned a report, they said that, so they intentionally did not publicize the vaccine program. By the way, it's my statutory obligation as a lawyer who does this to promote the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. So we can consider this interview as promoting the statutory purpose of the Vaccine Act. And everyone in our country, especially the doctors who don't know how to recognize vaccine injury, should know that there's a vaccine injury compensation program, should be familiar with the types of injuries that occur, and be receptive to it, and report it to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System so that we can monitor what's going on. That's not happening.
What we see on VIRS is not 1/10 of the injury, which is what the government says. The government says it's probably 1/10, right? It's probably 1/1000th. And I say that because I didn't know to report to VIRS. I ran a pediatric emergency room. I trained in pediatrics.
And you didn't know you were supposed to report vaccine injuries?
No. And we had in our ER, when I was a student, when I was a medical student, a resident, and running the ER, we certainly saw kids, and I would moonlight at other hospitals even, that came in who had stopped breathing or had seizures after they'd been in the vaccine clinic. Nobody reported that. Nobody went and said this has to be reported.
Didn't even know?
No. It was kind of like we knew that happened, okay, but they didn't get reported. So think how many don't get reported.
Doctors are not taught what a vaccine adverse reaction looks like. In fact, when a parent calls the doctor and says, my child was vaccinated, I can't wake him up, he'll only wake up to feed, he's sleeping for 2 days, the parent is told that's normal. And when the parent raises the question, could this have been from the vaccine? Meanwhile, the kid had never done that before. The doctor almost unanimously says, no, it's just a coincidence. That kid suffered brain damage. Sleeping for 2 days as an infant, not waking up other than to feed, that kid was brain damaged. Had brain inflammation. Not waking up for 2 days other than to feed is a neurological event. That's not normal. And that's from the injection of material into the brain.
1989 is the year that this epidemic of childhood illnesses began. Autism, ASD, ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, tics, something called misery disorder, which I've never heard of before. Tics is Tourette's syndrome and a family of grave neurological injuries that became epidemic that year. SIDS, narcolepsy, seizure disorders, things that, and of course food allergies and asthma. And all of those things began in 1989. On all of those illnesses, there's science today, there's science out there that indicates that those illnesses are being caused by thimerosal or adjuvants like aluminum or squalene or some other vaccine association.
Something is happening to the brains of our children. Something is interfering with the normal neurosequencing of brain development. Because when babies are born, their brain is not developed. When babies are born, they have more nerve cells than their brains need. And it's through life experience that the tracks are laid down to create the proper sequencing of muscular development, speech development, cognitive development, and emotional development. Something is interfering with the proper sequence of those steps. Something is getting in the way of the brain developing properly. No one is asking the question, why? Why are so many kids having an interference of the proper sequencing of brain development? Why, as of January 2016, are we seeing 1 out of every 20 children under the age of 5 with a seizure disorder?
Yeah, I believe that it's clear that the vaccines were the beginning of my downward spiral in my health, which became sort of a lifelong issue as far as bronchial asthma, as well as other health issues that emerged. So it was a very personal journey for me and advocacy, because I wanted to see, is the literature supporting the view that there are this many adverse effects that could occur? And it turned out, after spending 10 years looking at the research, I've got all of it on my website, there's actually over 200 adverse health effects that have been documented caused by vaccines in the schedule today.
VAERS. That's the acronym for Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. The name itself implies that vaccines are not totally safe because of the fact that there are admitted adverse reactions. After the legislation was passed that exempted vaccine manufacturers from liability, there was still a small loophole in the law that allowed for manufacturers to be sued. But even that small loophole was closed in 2011 with a Supreme Court decision.
You could still sue a manufacturer if you could show the manufacturer could have made a safer vaccine. In 2011, a case went to the Supreme Court, Brucewitz versus Wyeth. It was a DPT vaccine injury case. And the lawyers representing the pharmaceutical industry, government, and medical trade convinced the Supreme Court that there should be no liability at all for the pharmaceutical industry when it comes to vaccines that are licensed by the FDA as safe and effective. The Supreme Court majority, with 2 dissents, Justices Sotomayor and Ginsburg dissented. The Supreme Court said vaccines are unavoidably unsafe, and there shall be no more lawsuits against any vaccine company.
So legally, they're classified as unavoidably unsafe. That's their legal classification. And when I say that in court in these state, cases that I have, which are not injury, obviously that's federal court. The judges always stop me and go, "What? What did you say? Wait, repeat that. Repeat that." And I'm like, they're legally classified as unavoidably unsafe, Your Honor. And then they're like, "Whoa, wait a minute."
So today, if you or your child are injured by a vaccine or your child dies from a vaccine, you cannot hold anyone accountable in a civil court of law. Anyone who makes and sells the vaccine, who regulates the vaccine and who makes policy for the vaccine, who votes to mandate for the vaccine, or who gives the vaccine. The only one who's left with any responsibility of what happens to a child after that child's injured by a vaccine is the parent.
My son sustained a permanent brain damage. So there's a big inner struggle because you see that your child struggles with basic things that most children can easily do. That is, learn language, learn how to speak, learn how to tell colors, comprehend more complex issues. So yeah, you do have guilt, but at the same time, if you didn't know in advance that was a possibility, and you blindly simply accepted something innocently that was told to you would be the best thing you could do for your child, you can't beat yourself up forever.
Over the course of my travels, I was able to interview many parents, including several attorneys, who could personally testify that the 2011 Supreme Court decision that vaccines are unavoidably unsafe was no joke, and that what happened to their child was proof. Listen to Congressman Bill Posey from Florida describe how he believes that every member of Congress should co-sponsor studies to make sure that the vaccines we give our children are safe.
But I think every member of Congress should be a co-sponsor. There's no why does anybody fear requesting a study? I mean, why does anybody fear it? And you go back through this stuff, and some of my friends here who are doctors, I talked about the issue with them. And they say, you're nuts. You know, there's been dozens and dozens of studies. And I was like, how many of them have you read? What you know is the big blue-eyed pharmaceutical rep comes in here with your Super Bowl tickets and tells you about these dozens of studies that say this, that are not true.
So when I started putting it all together and realized, wow, Ryan was severely vaccine injured, I thought, I have to get the word out. I can't let this happen to other children. And I was one of many, and we thought people are going to want to hear this. First thing I did, I wrote to the pediatrician who we no longer went to, but the pediatrician who vaccinated him. Wrote her a 5-page letter about all that had transpired, including not being able to get through to her when our son nearly was killed by his vaccines. And then I called to follow up to make sure she'd received the letter. And I said, you know, what makes you so confident that these vaccines that you're giving day in and day out are safe, that they're not harming kids? And she said, and I quote, she had a 1-sentence answer for me. This was pretty much the end of our phone call. She said, because the pharmaceutical reps tell me they're safe. So, you know, the very people who are profiting from these products are the ones claiming their safety. They're also the ones who are allowed to do their own studies and tell the FDA, another safe vaccine, we want you to approve it. Right around age 2, I figured it out on my own with no help from my pediatrician. I woke up one morning, it was a Sunday morning, I'll never forget it, and a neon light in my mind, the word autism, and I just truly believe that was divine intervention. That was the day. I had just had my 3rd child 3.5 weeks prior to that, and I think God wanted me to get through that pregnancy before the bombshell and hit that there was something really wrong with our 2-year-old. And so he was subsequently diagnosed with autism, which is a term I hate to use because it is what the medical authorities and government entities and pharmaceutical companies have coined to divert the blame from themselves. It's really encephalopathy that he has. He has brain damage, catastrophic brain damage from his vaccines. He also has immune system damage. He has been tested. He makes antibodies to his myelin basic protein that covers every nerve sheath in your body. So you can imagine if your body's attacking that sheath on every nerve cell, your nervous system is not going to work. He has GI issues. He has heavy metal toxicity. He has been greatly harmed by routine childhood vaccinations, and I refuse to call them immunizations. Vaccination most certainly does not equal immunization in any sense of the word. So he's now 22, a boy in a man's body, 6 feet 4 inches tall, 180 pounds. On a good day, he has the cognitive abilities of a 5-year-old. He must be cared for 24/7, 365 while I'm here interviewing with you. A former tutor of his is taking care of him for 2 days. It's not normal to have to hire a babysitter to care for a 22-year-old man, but unfortunately it's becoming the norm in our country. He still works with tutors 40 hours a week. We do a special behavioral program that helps them to learn new things and maintain that which we've already taught. And he's not able to work. He could not imagine a 4 or 5-year-old holding down a job. It's not going to happen. He's never gone on a date, and he never will. He's not going to get married. He's not going to have children. He's been robbed of leading the life that he would have lived had we not vaccinated him. And it's, as a mother, it's painful. If I could have one do-over in life, no vaccines for any of my children.
Are you enjoying episode 1 thus far? Have you learned some great information? Are you excited to see the rest of this show and the next 6 episodes? Do you think others would enjoy watching it as well? Do you want to support our mission to educate the world on the truth about vaccines? Then help us spread the word by clicking the links below and sharing on Facebook, Twitter, and all the other social media sites. Your support makes a huge difference in how many people we reach and ultimately how many lives are saved. Thanks in advance, and please click the links below to help us spread the word. Now let's get back to episode number 1 of The Truth About Vaccines.
I discovered later that for the decade of the 80s, I was prosecuting the wrong drug dealers. But by the time I learned that, which was in 2002-03, shortly after that, we discovered that the drug dealers we should be prosecuting had immunity from liability. Well, what I mean is that I discovered and this is largely a product of personal experience, that one of the greatest threats to the health of our children is, among other things, vaccines. And I say that without saying that all children get hurt by vaccines. Vaccines, it's arguable, play a very important role in promoting health. But I have seen, based on my personal experience, how vaccines can be damaging. And when I had that personal experience, and I fully recognize that the authorities do not agree with me, and we've tested that and unsuccessfully, but we discovered when I started pursuing that and trying to promote the interests of my own child, other parents started asking me about how they would bring a vaccine injury case because their kid was injured. This was primarily at the time, this is 2002, 3, 4, focused on parents of children who have been diagnosed with autism. And I didn't even know until 2002 that there was something called the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, which was sort of an experiment in tort reform that changed the entire civil compensation system, taking it out of the courts and putting it into a special program. And when I discovered it, other parents couldn't find lawyers, so they started asking me would I handle their cases. And the rest changed my entire law practice and also essentially my entire life, because now I focus at least 80% of my time on vaccine injury cases, and there are more than I can handle. I'm not suggesting that everyone on the government side or in the court, certainly not in the court, are bad actors, that they're doing this out of some ill will or some desire to hide something that they know about. The system is set up in a way that we cannot get at the truth. And that is a much more profound policy problem that's cultural, that's societal, that's political.
We start from the position of what we're for, not against. We are not against anything, we're for our kids. And if you could show us that anything is going to benefit our children, we're all in. And we showed that by believing whatever the medical community, and I'm not against the medical community, said to do about vaccines, and we did it. And so as a DA, as a prosecutor, I deal with circumstantial evidence, and I look at motives, right? And so all we did that really started a storm in our community and really internationally was share our testimony and give our opinion. Share our testimony and give our opinion. Our testimony is our journey with our son about how he was developing normally. We have the pictures like so many other families, hundreds of thousands of other families share our story. We have pictures, we have video, he's reaching all his milestones, then something happened. Something happened, there was some intervening cause that made our son not be normal and not develop the way he was. And so we have to ask ourselves, what was that? We didn't drop him, we didn't get in a car accident, he wasn't exposed to any chemicals other than vaccines, and that was the only intervening cause. And it was immediate. It wasn't like it was months developing, a year, not even a week. It was immediate. I mean, it was almost like we were driving down the road, got in a car accident, we walk away, but our son doesn't. It was that type of an event. And so that we shared that journey, and then in my opinion, in my wife's opinion, and it wasn't immediate, it wasn't like we just automatically thought it was vaccines. We believe that the vaccines caused is the tipping point, over the edge, the straw that broke the camel's back, whichever way you want to say it, that caused our son to be in the situation that he is now.
We have 4 children, so we kind of went the same route with the first 2, Maya and Michael, who were vaccinated, and Maya even had some reactions as well with the skin allergy and hives, breaking out in hives, and then our 2 youngest one, Leah and Zaiter, have never been vaccinated. They're completely, the way they develop is completely different.
It's apples and oranges. I tell people that we became an unintentional study. We have 2 children that we followed the schedule. And again, we didn't know any better, we followed the schedule. And our first daughter, tremendous hives. After like 4 or 6 months, I don't remember which round, they thought it was an autoimmune disease. First-time parents were freaking out. We had some fool actually tell Davi that she was allergic to breast milk, which is insane. And she loves breastfeeding our children. And poked her and prodded her. Nobody gave us an answer. So we just kind of went on. We just didn't know. We didn't know anything about it. And we didn't even think about vaccines. When it happened immediately after also, but God forbid anybody blames the vaccines. And then to this day, Maya, and we're in the process of detoxing her too. We have to look at her, even though she hasn't been vaccinated since she was 3, and she's 8 now. She sleeps and scratches in her sleep. She does jujitsu, and when she sweats in her gi, she has these ringworms around her elbows and her joints, and so she has skin allergies. So we feel, and this is our opinion, and it's very frustrating for me. I'm a type A personality. You know, I trust the Lord, you know, and I defer to Him on everything I do, but in my flesh, I'm a very take control type of person. And when people try to tell me that your son was born this way, or there's no correlation, or you're stupid to have this opinion, or how can you go against science? I'm like, look, my oath as a prosecutor is to ensure that justice is done. What does that mean? It means that we get it right. I do that for a living every day. I look at circumstantial evidence, I look at direct evidence, I look at expert evidence, I deal with science and theories. So this is, all I'm doing is wearing my lawyer hat, either as a defense attorney or as a prosecutor, for our children and for this issue. And so to me, it just makes complete sense that there's a correlation. And then people say, well, there's correlation but not causation. I hear that argument all the time, right? Well, in my world, correlation means investigation. But in this world, correlation means stop your investigation. That makes no sense to me. And the analogy I told someone the other day, if someone said, Mr. DA, there is murder at 123 Street, and we have 5 suspects because there were only 5 people in the house. Okay, well, who caused the murder? We don't know. We have correlation between suspect number 1, but no causation between any of them. But don't consider suspect number 1 anymore. That's insane to me. They're all suspects still. Until you can show me what the cause is, they're all suspects. And nobody can tell us why our son is on the spectrum of autism, why he was developing normally, why all of a sudden that after that round of vaccines, that was it. And that's not a shot against doctors, that's not a shot against anything. It's a plug for truth. I mean, we obviously want to find out the truth, and we're amongst hundreds of thousands of other parents. In my common sense approach, I look at 1 in 15,000 children that were autistic in the 70s when I was born, early 70s. And today, as you and I speak, it's 1 in 43. And with a projection, as you know, in 16 years of being 1 in 2, and people are just going to sit around and be politically correct and not worry about it?
It's not about greedy lawyers, not about greedy trial lawyers. And it's not about parents who are looking for a free handout. The most common line that I have ever heard in all of the cases that I represented in front of that court, and I tried the first 2 cases in the vaccine program. I tried the first death case and the first live case. And from those cases on to the last case that I ever did, with the exception of 1 case, the first words out of the parent's mouth were thank God. Not thank you, not thank you to the judge, but thank God. And what they were saying was, thank God I have an answer. I didn't do this to my child. And when they come to me, the first session is, and I'm getting a little emotional myself, but the first session is heart-wrenching because they come to me and they say, I need to know that I didn't do this to my child. If I didn't vaccinate my kid would be just like all the other kids in the playground. What did I do wrong? And they get the answer from the court saying, the vaccine caused your child's injury. You didn't drop your kid. You didn't rock him on your leg too hard. You didn't squeeze him too hard when you were hugging him. It had nothing to do, you didn't put him in the crib the wrong way. Nothing to do with your parenting. It was an outside force that went into your child's body. That's the most important message that any of these mothers and fathers that you see in this hotel right now want to hear, is that they didn't do anything wrong.
That's so important to remember. If you're the parent of a vaccine-damaged child, you didn't do anything wrong. You were just trying to protect your child. We learned earlier that vaccine manufacturers cannot be sued if a person is damaged or even killed due to a vaccine. But I'm sure that you've heard of large settlements being paid to families of vaccine-injured children, right? Like the Hannah Poling case.
The authorities, especially in the courts, have refused to recognize the fact that vaccines can cause a syndrome or a constellation of symptoms that equal autism, despite the fact that there was a very celebrated case where that was in fact conceded by the government.
What was that case?
That was the Poling case, a very well-known case where initially the government conceded that vaccines, specifically MMR and other vaccines, or 5 vaccines one day, caused autism-like symptoms because of an underlying metabolic susceptibility. The government actually conceded that case. The concession was not public. Someone released it and it was leaked. And it became public and became well publicized in the winter and spring of 2008.
Hannah's father, John, is a Harvard-trained medical doctor and neurologist, and in 2008, he claimed that Hannah's autistic symptoms were caused by a vaccine reaction after she had received 5 vaccines, the DTaP, Hib, MMR, varicella, and polio, at the age of 18 months. Here's what's interesting. Hannah had been part of a study of normally developing children prior to being diagnosed with autism and had received an advanced brain imaging technology being developed by Harvard University. Her father, John, was able to present compelling evidence that the vaccine reaction was causative of Hannah's autism. The vaccine court ruled in favor of Poling, stated that there was sufficient evidence to conclude that vaccines given to Hannah Poling likely aggravated an underlying mitochondrial disease causing brain damage with features of autism. The Poling family was awarded $1,507,284. But you may be asking the question, if you can't sue vaccine manufacturers, then where did the $1.5 million come from? The money came from the Vaccine Injury Trust Fund, also known as the NVICP, National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, which is basically a stash of cash collected on every vaccine sold and given to children and adults in the USA. That trust fund is financed by a 75-cent excise tax on each vaccine actively recommended by the CDC. On multivalent vaccines, in other words, those that contain more than one active disease, for example, trivalent vaccines like the MMR and the DPT, then 75 cents is paid on each valent, or a total of $2.25 for each trivalent vaccine. The Hannah Poling case is only one case, but there are literally thousands of cases where families have received a monetary award from the trust fund due to the court's ruling that the child was damaged by a vaccine. In the next segment, Congressman Posey from Florida discusses some congressional hearings on the safety of vaccines as well as the trust fund.
They had in the Senate a hearing on autism, and I watched all the high-profile defenders of the public good get up there and throw the softball questions to the expert, which was the top Navy medical doctor. And, you know, they basically said, vaccines are absolutely 100% safe. There is no harm in any vaccine to any person. And anybody who says otherwise, anybody who says otherwise is a complete idiot. You know? And so I'm watching this in a monitor because I'm skipping. I got 2 hearings of this video right now. And so I'm screening this, ask them about the trust fund, ask them about the trust fund. You know, but nobody asked about the trust fund. I mean, if these things are 100% safe, why has the trust fund paid out over $3 billion to injured people?
There's clearly a potential for harm. No question, no one will deny that. So as a parent, typically it's a parent evaluating this for their child, you need to make the responsible decision to carefully evaluate the evidence and look at the risk, look at the side effects, and see if the benefits warrant or justify that, because you have to balance the scale for your child. Your child's too young. They can't do it for you. You have to do it for them. And if you do that and you carefully evaluate it, and you may reach a different conclusion than the public health authorities and your pediatricians telling you.
The vaccine industry only tells part of the story. They like to highlight children who are sickened by pandemics, measles, mumps, and so on. And they claim that vaccines are completely safe and effective, implying zero risk. Well, this is a distorted science or junk science on their part. The truth is that vaccines have risks themselves. And if you look at vaccinating very large populations, you end up with more children having side effects from the vaccines than would have caught the disease that the vaccines claim to prevent. There's no such thing as a completely safe vaccine. Every medical intervention has risk. And that risk is completely ignored, even denied by the vaccine industry, because they don't want people to think rationally and scientifically about risk versus possible benefits. You know, it's interesting when you look at any kind of a medical intervention, whether it's drugs or chemotherapy or surgery, there's a risk versus benefit ratio. And an informed person makes a decision to go into that when the risk is low and the reward is high, right? That makes sense. But when it comes to vaccines, the risk is very, very high of damage and the reward is very, very low. And it's that equation that the vaccine industry does not want people to think about.
The question is, do the risks outweigh, the benefits and vice versa? And for some children, there is a great risk. And the real problem, the real issue is that we don't know which children those are. And because we don't know, we are exposing those most vulnerable, most at-risk children to these immunological agents.
Congressman Posey mentioned $3 billion being paid to vaccine-injured people. On the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services website, I found the data report. Through January 1st, 2017, there was over $3.56 billion in total outlays to families of injured people. We need to evaluate the risks and the benefits of vaccines and then come to our own conclusions.
The idea that we can't question vaccines now is derived from the success of what people believed happened with smallpox and polio. So whenever I get involved in a debate about measles vaccine or MMR or thimerosal, people say, yeah, but what about smallpox? What about polio? I said, we're not talking about those. We're talking about something completely different. Can we stay on topic? Can we focus on this and actually deal with the safety issue? We're not talking about either the benefits of vaccination, which are very questionable. There's certainly many, many questions that need to be answered. We're talking about the safety. The two very, very different things. People talk about the benefits when they really should be focusing upon the safety. Just because something may produce a beneficial effect, that does not make it safe.
I was in a group practice with 4 other pediatricians, and around 2004-05, I saw my first case in my own practice, so a child that I'm taking care of who was completely normal at age 1 regressed into severe autism over a matter of months. So by age 2, this child was nonverbal, no eye contact, suffering. Some of these kids suffer. They have pain. They have a severe abdominal pain and GI stuff, sort of the stuff that Wakefield was charged to look at back in the day. And I'm thinking, I'm reading, there's no link, we don't know what's causing it, but so I'm thinking it's a coincidence, has clearly nothing to do with vaccines.
Because that's what you were told.
Oh, that's what I'm reading almost daily, right? We have what we call throwaway journals for pediatricians. So there's an infectious disease journal. If you look at all the ads in it, it clearly comes from, it's supported by pharma, but it's very well written. It looks good, it's glossy, and it comes across your desk weekly. And you read, pretty much almost every copy of that will have something that's elevating vaccines and putting down, any possible connection, right? Putting down Wakefield as a, fraud, and they would just repeat that. So you read that over and over again. I'm sort of reminded of weapons of mass destruction, and off we went to war. You hear it enough times, you start thinking it must be so. But anyway, next year, I get another case. My practice, a kid in my practice who was doing great, perfectly normal at 1, becomes severely autistic. And I was seeing at that time about 100 babies a year. So maybe slightly more. 100 to 150 babies a year would join my practice at that time. So that's an autism rate of 1 in 100, 1 in 150, which is about what it's been reported to be back then. I should remind you or tell you that when I was in medical school in 1985, I saw not one case of autism. So I'm at a regional center, Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, and there I didn't see a single case. In my residency training in California, again at major centers, I had one case that I recall of what we called PDD-NOS, pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified. And that's sort of another code for autism spectrum. That's the term we used back then. One case in all those years. So it is true that the autism rate has just skyrocketed. Absolutely skyrocketed. You'll hear people say, well, we're just better at diagnosing it, right? Oh, come on. These cases that I'm telling you about, so to get back to them, you can't miss them. They weren't missed, they didn't exist. You cannot miss a kid who's got no eye contact and is flapping perhaps and not talking when they were talking before. This was something new. This was something different. Fast forward a couple more years, I had 4 cases. So in November of 2007, I walked into a room and there was a little fellow, I know his name, I mean, he's still my patient. And he'd been normal at 1 when I'd seen him. He'd seen my nurse practitioner at 18 months and was doing great. And he was like we're behind the window. He had his back to the window in a stroller and he was just doing this. And I went up to him and I said, called him by name and tried to get his attention. I can usually get kids to interact. Nothing, he was gone. And he ended up being my 4th case in 4 years of normal 1-year-olds who were completely severely autistic by age 2. And it was the last straw for me. It was like, I'd already been doing my own research about toxins and I knew all about the thimerosal and that how huge the dose we were giving of thimerosal of mercury was so far exceeding the safe limits that, it was criminal. And I'd also been starting to become aware of the amount of aluminum that we were injecting.
You are going to institute a public health measure across the board for all healthy children in the country or in the world, then you've got to make absolutely certain that it is as safe as it possibly can be. And any red flags should be interpreted beyond doubt that there is a problem with that vaccine until proven otherwise.
Any red flag with vaccines should be considered a problem, and we should apply the brakes until it's proven safe, not vice versa. And remember, the entire purpose of this documentary is to facilitate discussion about vaccines and to overcome the idea that we cannot even ask questions about them. A sentence in the DHHS Register, Volume 49, number 107 from June 1st, 1984, was in reference to the final rules for polio vaccination campaigns in the United States after 3 decades of controversy. And I quote, "Any possible doubts, whether or not well-founded, about the safety of the vaccine cannot be allowed to exist in view of the need to assure that the vaccine will continue to be used to the maximum extent consistent with the nation's public health objectives." Why are well-founded doubts not allowed to be discussed? We're here to explore uncomfortable topics in order to protect our children and humanity. Dr. Wakefield just mentioned smallpox and polio, so I want to address the history of both of these vaccines. We'll cover smallpox in this episode, and then we'll get to polio in the next episode. Edward Jenner was born in 1749 in Berkeley, Gloucester. He was orphaned at age 5, and he went to live with his older brother. During his early years, Edwin developed a strong interest in science and in nature that continued throughout his life.
If we go back to the dawn of this idea, Dr. Jenner was observing, as a number of people had, that the milkmaids that were milking the cows that had the cowpox didn't suffer from smallpox.
And this is a couple hundred years ago.
Oh, this was way back, yeah. So some of them posited that I wonder, if there's a reason that they're getting or encountering this cowpox, that it might have something to do with preventing the smallpox. So they started taking the pustules and the material, the debris from the cows with cowpox, and they would open up the arms of victims, I call them, and stuff that biological material, unknown material, into these arms of these people, these kids. And there was a high-level sepsis, blood disease, there was amputations because of it, there was death, and there was smallpox as well. But the idea of vaccination, vaca meaning cow, comes from that concept. Now, they had no idea of immunology at the time. It was an observation, and I'm not against observing things, but then to violate the way the natural order of the universe is and work and violate the skin and puncture it and put all these unknown materials in there, it's a disaster. It's horrible. And that's where this all started.
Smallpox was a big problem. People were dying, it would accumulate in the throat, these pox, and people would suffocate and they couldn't swallow. It was painful, there was scarring, was horrible. But like any disease, you have to look at what the conditions of the environment was like, which tells you how well people's immune systems are able to work. And that's really the key. And then on top of that, it's how the disease was treated. So people have been trying to fight smallpox for a long time, for thousands of years they had been trying to come up with, in ancient Hindu times they were trying to take scabs of smallpox victims and use those for vaccines. And each time what happened was that just epidemics were started when this happened. So using smallpox. Yes, because using smallpox as a vaccine, they didn't know how to attenuate, which means to make the vaccine weaker, the virus weaker. And so they were basically just giving a controlled case of smallpox. And it didn't go well because, of course, it spread to any contacts, and there was an incubation period where people wouldn't know they were infected. So that plan failed several times in different parts of the world.
What was interesting, of course, about smallpox is that you were deceiving the immune system by giving vaccinia or cowpox, which was structurally similar to smallpox, which seemed to, at least theoretically, produce an immune response against the smallpox virus. And Jenner noted, as other people did, is that girls who got cowpox from milking cows were protected against smallpox. And all that led to him then practicing on his son, experimenting on his son and his next door neighbor, and giving them multiple doses of this very, very crude extract of cowpox. And ultimately, I believe, leading to catastrophic failure in their immune systems and death of both children later as young adults. So not an experiment that you would necessarily consider well designed or a good outcome.
Dr. Wakefield said that Jenner actually inoculated his own son and neighbor with smallpox. The neighbor boy's name was James Phipps, and he was only 8 years old when he was initially inoculated. Over the next 12 years, Jenner's son and James Phipps both were inoculated over a dozen times. Phipps died at the age of 20, and Jenner's own son died at the age of 21, both from tuberculosis. Since then, the smallpox vaccine has been linked to tuberculosis. Vaccinations became mandatory in England in 1853, and by 1857, fines and imprisonment awaited people who refused to be vaccinated against smallpox. Dr. Humphreys just mentioned that once smallpox vaccinations became mandatory in England, massive epidemics began to occur. According to official figures of the Register General of England, between 1857 and 1859, there were over 14,000 deaths from smallpox. Then, between 1863 and 1865, there were over 20,000 smallpox deaths. A few years later, there were almost 45,000 smallpox deaths between 1870 and 1872. But England wasn't the only place to make smallpox vaccinations mandatory. It happened in the United States too. In 1855, Massachusetts enacted forced smallpox vaccination laws. Similar to what happened in England, following the 1855 mandate, there were smallpox epidemics in 1859, 1860, 1864, 65, and 67, culminating with the infamous epidemic in 1872 and 1873. Similar events occurred in Germany, Japan, Scotland, Ireland, Sweden, Italy, Holland, Austria, and Japan during the late 1800s. As vaccination rates increased, so did the incidence and deaths from smallpox. I won't go into all the graphs and numbers, but they're readily available.
The doctors of the time were, saying that this is absurd, that we're still seeing plenty of smallpox in people who have been cowpox vaccinated, and that this vaccine is far from safe, that people were having major issues from it. Deaths were happening. In some cases, in the years that the vaccine was being used, the hospitalization rates and death rates for smallpox were higher than the years before the vaccine was even invented. Then there was, this episode in a city called Leicester in England at the time where they had a 95% infant vaccination rate and had some of the worst epidemics in history in that city. And so people were outraged because mandatory vaccination had been instituted, people were being arrested and their belongings confiscated. Horrible. And we went through a lot of these stories in the book. And so people had had enough, and so they demonstrated. And so there was this great demonstration, which is one of our chapters, and there was a big rally with over 80,000 people that showed up. I mean, these people were angry. Their kids were getting really messed up from this vaccine, and it wasn't working. So it's one thing to take the risk of getting a vaccine if it's working, but in this case, it was lose-lose for them. So they decided they were going to stop vaccinating. And instead, whenever somebody had smallpox, they had people that were already immune tend to the person, and they sanitized everything in their midst and kept them isolated. And that turned out to be actually the best way to deal with smallpox in communities. And so, predictions of doom and gloom that there was going to be a wildfire of smallpox set upon the planet as a result of this, lunatics who wanted to stop vaccinating were, dictated from on high. And of course that didn't happen. And we give you the exact numbers in Dissolving Illusions of how the death rates plummeted and how the outbreaks actually went down significantly. And Leicester, compared to the surrounding towns that continued to vaccinate heavily, had the lowest death rates. And in lots of cases, the actual outbreak rates as well.
The eradication of smallpox was actually really a function of containment and isolation, of quarantine, rather than the vaccine itself.
Dr. Humphreys mentioned a city called Leicester in England. It's very interesting what happened in the city, which saw a massive outbreak of smallpox in 1871, despite an almost 100% vaccination rate. Quarantine and isolation, according to Dr. Wakefield, led to the eradication of smallpox. And Dr. Humphreys just mentioned a rally in Leicester, England in 1885 where 80,000 people got together and protested mandatory vaccines. They actually won their freedom of choice. Over the next 8 years, the vaccination rate there went from approximately 95% down to only 5%. And during this period, if someone had smallpox, everyone in the infected area was placed in strict quarantine and the house was thoroughly disinfected. She documents the way that the death rates decreased drastically after they implemented quarantine and isolation. These facts are illustrated in depth with studies, graphs, and charts in Dr. Humphreys' book, Dissolving Illusions. Consistent with this theme, according to the World Health Statistics Annual, 1973 to 1976, Volume 2, and I quote, "There has been a steady decline of infectious diseases in most developing countries, regardless of the percentage of immunizations administered in these countries." Now that's certainly an interesting quote, and we'll discuss the decline of several infectious diseases in a later episode. We're going to look at the graphs and we're going to see what's true and what's false. I want to focus on one word in that quote, the word immunization. Beginning with smallpox, the process was referred to as variolation or inoculation, and it was the beginning of what we now call vaccination. In today's vernacular, oftentimes the terms vaccination and immunization are used interchangeably. But are they the same thing?
I want to be very clear up front. As a scientist who owns my own private science lab, I am not opposed to the theory of immunization, the theory of it, how the body could respond to things and build its own immune system. What I am vehemently opposed to is the quack science behind the pushing of toxic vaccines that contain toxic elements and toxic chemicals that harm and kill children all across the world.
So, you're not against the theory of vaccines, but you are against the way that they're pushed today.
No,
and
I said I'm not against the theory of immunization.
Immunization. Explain the difference.
Vaccination is not immunization. So your body has a natural process of immunization in response. It's an adaptive response to exposure to, for example, live viruses that are all around us. You immunize yourself when you are exposed to a virus. Your body recognizes it because you have this functioning immune system, the blueprints of which are built into every cell of your body. You're a biochemical master of immunization. You would not be alive if your ancestors weren't really, really good at this. So we immunize ourselves naturally all the time through exposure to viruses that make some people sick. Well, who do they make sick? The people who are vaccinated. Why is that? Because the vaccines harm the immune system, they compromise the immune system, they weaken the immune system. In the same way that you send an astronaut into space and they have no gravity, they have no stress on their bones, stress on their muscles, what happens? They atrophy. They lose bone density, they lose muscle mass, they come back to the planet and they can hardly walk. Why is that? They become weak. Vaccines do that to your immune system. They make your immune system weak and make you vulnerable to other infections. A healthy immune system, practicing healthy immunization, is in people like you and I. I haven't been vaccinated since I was a kid, and I haven't been sick in over a decade. Why is that? Am I somehow, have I been able to avoid all viruses? No. I'm shaking people's hands, I'm in public spaces, people cough on my food just like they cough on your food. Why am I not sick? Because my body is exhibiting its own immunization without vaccination.
Immunization has nothing to do with vaccines themselves, so people have to start using these two words correctly. If they really conferred immunity, they wouldn't have to keep giving these booster shots. Real immunity is for life.
Our bodies were designed to create it, to develop an immune response, and when they're healthy, they create it. So when you're exposed to an infectious agent, it's going to form the protective antibodies. Not only for a short term like you do with vaccines, but it's going to do it virtually indefinitely, and in most cases lifelong. You have lifelong permanent immunity when you have a healthy immune system and you're exposed to an infectious agent. That's the ideal. You know, now they're doing these vaccines and it's like, well, maybe every 10 years, maybe every 5 years. You know, they're on third, fourth boosters of DPD now. It's going to be 10 boosters. You're going to have to get it every year. It's just insane because it's not the way the body was designed to create an immune response. When you do it artificially, it's almost universally going to be less than ideal.
The way you naturally develop an immune response is through breathing a virus in the air or breathing it into your nose, never being injected directly into your bloodstream.
It does make sense that if vaccines conferred real immunity, which is for a lifetime, then there would be no need for booster shots. And as Dr. Group just mentioned, we're never naturally exposed to a virus by injection, but rather by breathing. To be clear, the terms vaccination and immunization refer to two different things. The purpose of The Truth About Vaccines is to facilitate discussion and debate on this controversial topic of vaccines. And in order to spur discussion, it's important to ask questions. That's all we're trying to do here, because in the current climate, you cannot question vaccines in any way, shape, or form.
It's like a Platonian philosophical technique. It's just it's a presupposition.
Yeah.
If you presuppose it's true, you don't even question it. I mean, there is no question. It's just, this is what you do. And you start to give babies starting 6 months old the flu shot, and you start to do this and you start to do that. It's like, it's not even questionable anymore.
Right.
And that's where it becomes dangerous, because the people who do question, they're considered the outliers. They're considered the dangerous ones. And now look what's happening around the country.
I know how medical establishment is operating, and that doctors have to follow certain protocols. And if they were to understand that if they follow these protocols and they harm people, it would be very hard for them as humans to do that. So the establishment is making everything possible to prevent doctors from realizing that what they're doing might be harmful. Therefore, you have these studies that seemingly deny what is obvious to the eye.
My articles could not be published because we rejected this. The editor doesn't even send the article out for review. The editors is not specialist. The peer reviewers are the specialists. Basically, when customarily, when you send an article and manuscript to a journal, the editors look at the journal, look at your manuscript. The editor look at the manuscript, and then refer to the experts. That's called peer reviewers. The peer reviewers are the experts, but they stop at the editorial level. They don't send the manuscript out for peer review. That is the problem. And even in one article, the first article I tried to publish the HPV data in the vaccine, the editors sent out for peer review, and all 3 peer reviewers say this manuscript could be or should be reported, should be published. And then after the agreement for publication, the editor find a reason to reject it. This editorial censorship. Then I have to submit it to another journal.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I find another editor who's more sympathetic.
And you found a journal to finally publish it.
That's our one of the problems in revealing the truth.
Yeah.
The ugly truth may not be welcome.
If the debate is frowned upon and not allowed, then you have to ask the question, why isn't it okay to talk about these issues? What is at stake here? Why wouldn't we want to have the safest, the healthiest, and the most scientifically based vaccine schedule that we possibly could?
Why is this taboo? Why can't we do rigorous scientific studies with one group that's vaccinated and one group that's not? We should have at least 30 studies like that on every vaccine, but we have 0 on every vaccine. We don't have any studies like that. And I started to become aware that something is wrong. Somebody's trying to hide something. right? As soon as it's like, oh, you can't talk about that, it's like, well, why not? Why can't we talk about that?
Science is not taking place here. Fraud is taking place. And we've got to get back to science. We've got to get back to demanding science take place. When, what I find fascinating when I question, doctors and pediatricians that are involved in this, and you're within a minute and a half, you realize that their entire understanding of vaccines is just because they told me so, just because they said it's safe because they told me it was. Well, do you understand how a vaccine works? Well, I know how to give a vaccine. No, but do you know how it works? Do you understand that it's not going through safety testing? Do you realize it's not categorized, a vaccine is not categorized like a pharmaceutical drug, that it doesn't have to go through the same safety tests as being rushed down the market? Well, no, but I mean, it's safe. And they just keep repeating this line. You're like, oh my God. Well, these poor doctors really, in a way, have spent a fortune on an education that has robbed them of actual information. And so you realize this fraud and this mantra of vaccines are safe. Don't talk. Vaccines are safe. They're safe. They're safe. They're efficacious. I mean, it's just not true.
It's like saying the sky is blue, and some people come up and say, no, it's not blue. It's it's green. It's pink. I don't care how you spin it. The truth is the truth. Right. It's blue. Okay, you can describe it as azure. You can say it's sky blue. What? It's still blue. You can't say it's green. You can't. So a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, that's a controversial subject, Dr. Vitar." There's no controversy about the truth. You can doubt the truth and say, "Oh, it's not the truth," or "It's controversial," but it still remains the truth. Just by labeling it something else doesn't change the truth.
So when the whole measles outbreak occurred in January of 2015, and I say outbreak very loosely, it turned out to be about 150 people infected with the measles virus, and just about all of them recovered fully. One person, unfortunately, did die from the measles. That person was highly immunocompromised, very sick, and only on autopsy was it shown to have measles. But what happened with me was when a friend of mine called, she's a PR representative, and she wanted me to go on NBC, the local affiliate in Phoenix, to talk about the measles outbreak. So I went on NBC, did my piece on there, and that led to a lot of commentary on the Arizona Republic website. And that commentary was large part negative. People were very upset. They were immediately calling for my censorship, for my license.
If you offend the powers that be, if you offend public health, if you offend the pharmaceutical industry and threaten their bottom line, as we did by calling into question the safety of MMR, there is no price that you will not pay. That's it. It isn't, people talk about conspiracy theory. This is just ruthless pragmatism. We will destroy you in order to protect our bottom line. And that's the way these people operate.
There have been ramifications for me professionally for making the decisions that I've made, because choosing to not vaccinate on the schedule. I used to be affiliated with Children's Hospital Boston, which is a very conventional institution. And they have a program where pediatricians out in the community can bring medical students into their office and sort of mentor them for a couple of days. It's really only a couple of days a year. But of course I would be talking to my patients about my philosophy and the way I do things in front of these medical students. So after a while, word got back to the powers that be over at Children's Hospital Boston that I wasn't vaccinating on the schedule. So the first thing they did was to tell me that they didn't want me participating in that program anymore of mentoring medical students, because, hey, they didn't say it in this way, but it's like, we don't want our medical students hearing an alternative philosophy or hearing a different point of view. So mind you, it's not that I was forcing anybody to not vaccinate on the schedule. Parents were coming to me with their children because they wanted to not vaccinate on the schedule. I was offering an alternative. There's certainly 1,001 pediatricians out there who would, vaccinate them, by the guidelines. So I stopped having these medical students in my office. So the next thing that happened was the next time, every year or maybe every 2 years, you have to re-credential with the hospital so that you can be on their roster, so that your patients can go in there if they're sick, and so that you can be affiliated with insurance companies and your patient visits can be covered. So they told me they weren't going to allow me to stay on their list of affiliated doctors because of this issue, which would mean that I couldn't be affiliated with Blue Cross Blue Shield or some of the insurance networks. So it was really a form of marginalizing me, blacklisting me for this choice that I had made. So there's ramifications for doctors who are making these kind of choices.
Dr. Wakefield, Dr. Wolfson, and Dr. Leviton are just 3 of literally hundreds, if not thousands, of doctors that have suffered professional ramifications for attempting to facilitate discussion about vaccines and for giving their patients the freedom of choice not to follow the CDC vaccine schedule. When debate and scientific questions are not allowed to be asked, when ad hominem attacks are rampant, and when name-calling is pervasive, the subject of vaccines almost becomes more of a religious type of a debate as opposed to a rational scientific debate.
It's gathered an extraordinary momentum, taking on the life of a religion rather than any kind of science or primary public health measure.
It's a sacrament in the Church of Pharmaceutical Mysticism. It is not a real scientific endeavor anymore. It's about the holy grail attempt, if you will, to achieve artificial antibody stimulation. Or they might claim that the antibodies are real, but they're not the same thing, and they don't provide the same level of immunity should you acquire and encounter the disease in the natural state. And that's a big problem, but they'd like us to believe that it isn't.
It is such a religious belief that when you present a physician or somebody who believes it and doesn't know why they believe it with contrary information, they immediately get very defensive and angry and incensed and furious. And I understand that because it means that everything they have been taught to believe is topsy-turvy and really messed up. And if that's true, then they've been lied to. I mean, they're not consciously thinking all of this, but I've analyzed why it's so, but that everything they've been taught, they've been lied to, they've been, if that's not true, then what else isn't true? And if you're a doctor, then, I've had doctors tell me, I don't want to know anymore because I'll have to change the way I practice, and I just can't do that. Like, it's overwhelming. And some doctors who are really smart can't hear it. They can't hear it, and I'm like, okay, they're yelling at me, like, you're a quack, and you're dangerous, and you're killing patients.
It's not all just money. It's also, there's the dogma that if anybody says anything bad about vaccines, you're going to fuel this, this mythical anti-vaccine movement, and children are going to start dropping dead. So your action's going to end up killing babies.
This is the most grounded, firmly entrenched belief in preventive medicine and health and conventional medicine that this vaccine are crucial to be healthy. And in my belief, it's nothing could be further from the truth.
How is it that the opinion that all vaccines are safe and all vaccines are effective has become so firmly entrenched in our society that it's not even up for debate?
This network president told me that if one of his talk shows allowed me on the air, that he would fire the host. This person is a friend of mine. And I would have to fire the host because this is where our advertisers are. And if he lost an advertiser, it's a major catastrophe for the network. One of the problems is that all of the institutions in our democracy that are designed to protect little children from a predatory corporation have in essence been neutralized or removed. You've had the Vaccine Act got rid of all the lawyers, all the judges, and the class action suits, the multi-district litigation suits, and depositions, and all of the things that curb bad corporate behavior in every other sector, including the pharmaceutical sector. They've gotten rid of the CDC by capturing that agency. So that's the agency that's supposed to be the frontline agency that protects little children from a predatory corporation. And they are now have been thoroughly captured by the industry they're supposed to regulate. The press has effectively been neutralized. If all you have to do, Ty, is sit down and watch the 6 o'clock news on TV and see how many of those stories are bracketed by pharmaceutical ads. I was told by a network executive that during non-election years, during some months during non-election years, up to 70% of his news division revenues are coming from pharma.
I started looking at the playbook So the playbook for vaccines is the same playbook that they're using for GMOs. So if the industry hires shills, not only, so in the vaccine world, it's not just the industry. We have the CDC looking for mommy bloggers, looking to pay people to blog as though they're just lay people, but there's federal dollars going to pay these people.
And they basically,
and it's to promote vaccines.
The system to promote vaccines, so if you make vaccines, you want them given. And if you can have it become a standing order, that is a guaranteed sale. So the push has become vaccinate, and the push has become let's get the message out there, vaccines are safe and effective, and let's squash any idea that there's a problem with vaccines. And if our media would be honest, they would look into things like this. And this is the problem we have with our media. I really feel like they pick and choose how they're going to report on things. If there's something that's along the lines of vaccines are safe and effective, you hear about it immediately. I read studies all the time that should be headlines, and nothing.
It effectively locks out any kind of debate that you have, not just in the major networks, but also in the so-called alternative media, which is supposed to be the antidote to corporate control of our country. Places like Salon and Slate and Huffington Post and Daily Beast and Mother Jones, also those media outlets will not cover this debate. I think it was Malcolm X said that the greatest power of the press is the power to ignore, and that's what we see in this sphere.
The power to ignore those who question vaccines and not cover the debate is an enormous power. But just because the press has the power to ignore, we refuse to ignore the topic of vaccines. Please remember, when we discuss pediatricians and doctors in general, we're talking about lots of good people, noble people, in a noble profession.
I'm convinced that 99.9% of every young adult going into medical school have a heart to serve, have a heart to help. I do believe there are some people out there in it for the money, but by far, most kids are in school trying to do what's good, and then they get indoctrinated. And you look at the research, and then you look at the textbooks, and everything is formulated in a very biased way to convince people to one direction. So you graduate after really being brainwashed for 8 years. And then you just, well, here's what we got to do. It's a public health service. And I actually studied at one of the premier public health schools in the world. And I'm telling you, you want to talk about social pressure? That's a public health banner. That's what their focus is on. It's hard to buck the system because you don't even know you're bucking the system at first. I think it's really important to remember too, these individuals aren't the enemy. To me, the enemy is, yes, the system, the big pharmas, the old white-haired men that are just like in the background making billions. I mean, there are people, you can look at this, but at the end of the day, the doctor, the physician, they're just trying to help.
Part of it is why it brings me to tears when I think about it, is because, it's just, I mean, rationally you can objectify. I didn't know any better. I mean, there's no question, but it still caused harm. I really did not know, and I failed miserably on my responsibility of doing my due diligence on, selecting a therapy that I believed would have more benefit. And in reality, I just did not do my homework.
Most doctors are good people who are just trying to help, but they're hamstrung by a broken system which discourages questioning medical dogma, and as we saw earlier, even encourages physicians to coerce patients into accepting medical procedures to which they do not consent.
Science is accessible to anyone who wants to learn it. And that's the beauty of what I do and what we have in this world, which is still relatively free, is that any of us can pursue science and use it to expose the toxins that are in medicines. And that science is irrefutable because it's reproducible in any lab anywhere else in the world.
I mean, we have to start talking to each other. The public health officials have to talk to the parents have to talk to the doctors. We all have to sit down and talk about these issues This is not religion. This is science. We don't have to agree, but we can look at the evidence and figure it out together. We can't say, when you say it's off limits and you can't talk about it, that's when you should start having as many conversations as possible.
Once I saw this, it was impossible for me to walk away from it. It was like seeing a mugging on a street, or like being, just seeing some horrible atrocity. Like watching having been down at the train station in 1939 in Warsaw or Berlin and seeing, people shipped off to the camps, and then you have to make a decision about whether to put your head down and pretend you didn't see it and protect your career, or whether you're going to speak up about it. And I felt like I didn't have a choice.
I hope you've enjoyed the first episode of The Truth About Vaccines. We have 6 more episodes coming your way. Tell your friends and family, and tune back in for the next episode. Thank you, and God bless. Do you want to support our mission to educate the world on the truth about vaccines? Then help us spread the word by clicking the links below and sharing on Facebook, Twitter, and all the other social media sites. Your support makes a huge difference in how many people we reach and ultimately how many lives are saved. Thanks in advance, and please click the links below to help us spread the word.
To stand here today with dedicated colleagues from within the Department of Justice as well as beyond it to announce a historic settlement with Pfizer Incorporated, a pharmaceutical manufacturer, and its subsidiary Pharmacia and Upjohn company, arising out of civil and criminal allegations relating to Pfizer's allegedly illegal promotion of various drugs, most notably Bextra. In a combination civil and criminal settlement, Pfizer has agreed to pay $2.3 billion, the largest healthcare fraud settlement in the history of the Department of Justice. Within that $2.3 billion is a criminal fine of $1.195 billion, which makes it the largest criminal fine in history. When a drug is marketed or promoted for non-authorized so-called off-label uses, any use not approved by the FDA, as was the case here, public health may be at risk, and there's a real danger for patients that the medical providers who prescribed the medicine or the device aren't provided with, don't have full information about the drug's risks and benefits.
The Office of the Inspector General in this department, and Dan Levinson is here on the stage with me this morning, spent 4 years in the conduct of this investigation. They didn't just implicate Pfizer. They actually identified and charged the senior managers who were responsible for the fraud.
I want to ask you also about a very important issue of vaccine hesitancy. Even folks who get most of their vaccines normally might be hesitant about these vaccines because they were developed so quickly. What do you tell those folks who might be saying, well, I'm going to wait a few months before I get this one?
I would tell them I wish that the situation was not so critical so that they can have the luxury to think about it. But the situation is as deadly as it could be right now with the amounts of deaths or new cases that we are facing. So they need to think it twice. This is a vaccine that was developed without cutting corners from a company with 171 years of credentials. This is a vaccine that was developed in the spotlight and the daylight with all the data being put in servers. This is a vaccine that has been approved in the US by two separate governmental agencies, CDC and FDA, after listening to two separate independent scientific bodies. One is the FDA and the other is the ACIP for the CDC. And this is a vaccine that is getting approved by all authorities in the world. So that should say something to them. And I repeat once more, the decision not to vaccinate will not affect only your health or your life. Unfortunately, it will affect the lives of others and likely the lives of the people you love the most, which are the people that usually you are in contact with. So I think trust science.
Well, and a question for you. I've heard you have not yet had your shot. When do you plan to get it?
Sooner I can, I will. The only sensitivity here, Meg, is that I don't want to have an example that I'm cutting the line. That I am 59 years old, in good health, I'm not working in the front line, so my type is not recommended to get vaccination now. So that's one consideration. On the other hand, our company ran a lot of polls to see what will take people to believe it. And one of the highest ranking, even higher than if Joe Biden takes it, even higher than if the other presidents take it, it is if the CEO of the company takes it. So with that in mind, I'm trying to find a way that I will get vaccinated despite if it is not my time, just to demonstrate the confidence of the company. But we have made a decision that if we have to do that, we will not do it with our executives. So none of the executives or board members will cut the line. They will take it as their age and the occupation type is the time for them to do.
Pfizer CEO speaking at the New York Times Dealbook conference just moments ago. Meg Terrell has those details for us.
Hey, well, a half an hour long conversation with Andrew Ross Sorkin and Albert Bourla covering the new booster news, the antiviral, and he was also asked by Andrew about the anti-vaccine movement. He had this to say about the people who are deliberately spreading misinformation about vaccines.
People that want to make money, some of them, by playing with the emotions of these people, are creating a whole conspiracy theory, and they are trying to basically to benefit and profit from this fear of the people. And this is who are the criminals.
Now, he said the folks who are getting swept up by this misinformation, it's understandable that they may be afraid, but really saying that the people deliberately spreading misinformation, those people are essentially making criminal acts. This came after a very funny exchange where Andrew asked him about the situation with the Aaron Rodgers controversy. Albert Bourla saying he's not familiar with Aaron Rodgers, doesn't watch football. Andrew then asked him about Joe Rogan, the podcaster. He said, nope, not familiar with him either. Guys, back to you.
Pfizer CEO speaking at the New York Times Dealbook conference just moments ago. Meg Terrell has those details for us.
Hey, well, a half an hour long conversation with Andrew Ross Sorkin and Albert Bourla covering the new booster news, the antiviral, and he was also asked by Andrew about the anti-vaccine movement. He had this to say about the people who are deliberately spreading misinformation about vaccines.
People that want to make money, some of them, by playing with the emotions of these people, are creating a whole conspiracy theory, and they are trying to basically to benefit and profit from this fear of the people. And this is who are the criminals.
Now, he said the folks who are getting swept up by this misinformation, it's understandable that they may be afraid, but really saying that the people deliberately spreading misinformation, those people are essentially making criminal acts. This came after a very funny exchange where Andrew asked him about the situation with the Aaron Rodgers controversy. Albert Bourla saying he's not familiar with Aaron Rodgers, doesn't watch football. Andrew then asked him about Joe Rogan, the podcaster. He said, nope, not familiar with him either. Guys, back to you.